sorry, I'm a little bit late. Ah, hi, welcome in, cuties. Hello, ooh, the pass. Oh, hold on, my save file hat is not, there we go. Wait, catch, I must catch. Oh, oh, fuck, I'm losing it, I'm losing it. Ah! Fuck, wait, okay. Oh, I don't want to catch those. No. Oh, yes, those please. I sound insane. I sound insane. Ooh, oh, no, don't eat the pass. Oh, fuck. Yucky. Thank you for the head pat, Umbra. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. Nath is sick, so I'm trying to make him let me take care of him, and he won't let me. So I'm just running around trying to be in his way and be like, oh, can I get that for you? Would you like me to get that for you? What about this thing? He's a lot sicker than I am. I'm kind of concerned that like my little cold is not what he has, which means I'm probably going to be getting a really nasty case of something that is killing his throat in the next week. So we'll see about that. Take care of him, feed him stuff. Oh, trust me, I tried on my little run, with my little puppy dog. I stopped by my favorite coffee place and I was like, do you guys have any muffins? And like, no muffins today. I'm like, fuck. I was like, what about something else? And they were like, an almond croissant. And I'm like, yeah, let's get that, because he likes almond croissants. I'm just gonna lock my ducks there. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. You know what we might do? We might fade out our beautiful, lovely Snivy music and start listening to your guys' awesome stuff. Hopefully it's low enough so you guys can still hear me. You guys, guess what? It's time. It's time for the fateful, the start of the fateful shout out battle. The guy on my head, go check him out. He's amazing. He's super sweet. We, the timing on that one, same. Hi, lovely, same. The old lurking streak. Legal basically nowhere. Keep it up. Keep it up. He is live, by the way. You should definitely go hang out in his chat. He's very funny and very sweet. And yeah, he's an awesome dude. I really, really genuinely love talking to him and spending time in his channel. And I would love it if you guys would support him too. Life saves son, saving lives. Yes, go into his channel and tell him he's saving lives. I must say as well, Save Some Point said the party starts now, and the second he said now, you went live. Let's fucking go. Clearly he acknowledges, if you go over there right now, to his right, well, no, to our right and his left, I am hiding behind him looking like this. So go say hi to me on his channel too. I have a live stream of him here, but he's just got a PNG of me there. Okay. Yes, you guys, please go check him out. He's a sweetheart. He is a pretty big streamer that still makes a lot of time for much smaller streamers. A lot of VTubers. He's accumulating a VTuber army. He's super, super sweet. He's super grounded, super down to earth, lovely, hilarious. I love spending time in his chat. Please go support him because he is a friend of mine. So I would really like it if you guys would support him. Okay, let me say hi to everybody real quick. Soritsa! Hi, Soritsa, welcome on in. How are you doing, my darling? You guys, please do vote on the poll that Strat has just put up about the background music volume. I will say I'll probably turn it up a little bit once we get into the art section, but we actually already have a lot of songs, so I wanted to start this now. But this is our just chatting portion of the stream, so I don't want it to be overpowering at all. Thank you for the pal tack. Radical Radish, awesome. Aussie, Swedish Shadow Gun, Dearest Duke, a lovely. I didn't take a deep breath that time, so I failed at my goal of saying all of the words. But thank you for the pound tag, incredible IC, cutie Kata, dearest Duke again, terrific Talon, dearest Duke again, Swedish Shadow Gun. Okay. I think I might have done it. I think I might have caught up with that. The shout out battle begins. This man thinks he's got anything on me and my shout out ability. Fight me. Let's see. Thank you guys for requesting all of your beautiful songs. I'm very excited to listen to them. Awesome Aussie with the 340 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Thank you ever so much, darling. I do appreciate you. Thank you for the incredible 340 streams. That is outstanding. Amazing Umbra. Thank you for the 85 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Sweetest Strap, for fighting my battles for me with that save file variety shout out, which you guys should also check out because that's where he plays stuff that isn't Hearthstone or sponsored. He played all of Dispatch. He played all of Resident Evil Requiem. We're trying to get him to play Cyberpunk and or some Pragmata. That's the other game. 85 streak, now time to double it and pass it on to the next person. 170, here we come. Let's go, amazing number. Please don't pass it on to the next person. I want you to stick around for 170, and then 170 more, and then 170 more. Look at this. I wonder what he's doing. I wonder what he's doing. I'm there. I have a save hat who has a Tau hat who has a save hat. I see. Thank you so much for the 35 stream streak. I really do appreciate it, darling. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Nick's Mental Slice Jam Slice 145 stream streak. Much appreciated, darling. That is incredible as well. I can tell this is gonna be a good stream. Let's go. I'm feeling quite energized, but in like a frenetic kind of adrenaline fuel kind of way because I got to go for a little jog. I chugged the fuck out of a large mocha, you guys. Oh, I'm feeling it. I'm sure that when I get like a caffeine crash at some point, I'll probably wind up being like, oh, it's time to relax and be chill. But that is not now. Sweetest Sailor! Hi, lovely, precious Peter. It's so good to have you back in here. Thank you for joining us for 35 streams. I really do appreciate it. Good job. Give it up. Give it a good job. Thank you. And, Sweetest Sailor, thank you for the 105 stream streak. Incredible. The lurkin streak. This man is a master of multitasking. Incredible. Swedish Shinigami, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. Okay, let me start reading what you guys have actually said real quick. Let me see. What have you guys been up to the last couple of days, by the way? I am genuinely very curious. Hi, Sweet Strat, welcome in. Awesome Aussie Ubbies, welcome in. Good Aussie. You guys, please check out Precious Politely as well. The velvety voiced Vixen Vampire Vtuber. I bet I could probably say that faster, but I'm not gonna try. I don't know if my mouth is prepared for that. But I call us the cozy trifecta. We have our beloved VTuber army leader, Save File 17 up here. We have Precious Politely, the velvet-voiced Vixen Vampire VTuber, and me, the hyper insane, chaotic but cozy, Precious Pal Tau. As you know, I had a lot of sleep, probably even rivaled you today. Wait, did you have a lot of sleep? I don't believe you. Okay, here's the thing. I was in bed for a very reasonable amount of time. I was in bed for like 8 or 9 hours, but I slept. I was laying there for like probably 4 or 5 hours overall. It doesn't, because when Nath or myself are sick, to try and avoid the other person getting sick, we sleep in a different room, and I never sleep well when it's not in my own bed. But it was most important for Nath, obviously, to get better sleep, so I insisted on sleeping somewhere else, but it meant that I did not sleep very well. We have the cutest vampire, Yuki, and the most adorable vampire, Politely, today. It's true! Amazing Umbra, it's true! Hi, Incredible Eisen, welcome on in. Tao's been cursed by the strat lack of sleep curse. It's true, it's true. I added a E to Yuki. Damn, Yuki! Yes! Yes! Mwah! Okay, that one counts. I caught that one. That means I caught all of the past. Incredible Eyes, and thank you for being the one to throw a pallet attack that I actually caught today. Yay! I feel like I'm fast forwarding a little bit. Am I speaking at 2 times the speed? You know, Precious Pocket Chalk, go. Oh, can we shout out Precious Pocky? You guys, if you haven't checked out Precious Pocky, she actually also has like a 2 times speed redeem, and she's actually really, really good at talking really, really fast. And I'm not actually that good at it because sometimes I forget what I'm gonna say. But she's very good at it. Anyway, Yuki, hi! How are you, lovely Yuki? It's so good to see you. Do you like how I was like, oh, it's gonna be a low energy stream, but now I'm just like, let's see, Cutie Cat. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. I will slowly build up my stream streak. Just glad I can watch streams more easily once the whole moving thing has settled. Yes, I'm so happy to have you. Are you feeling more settled in and stuff? I must cure, bless, another with my streak as I continue my own. The curse only compounds. I love it. I love it. That sounds great. Precious Polite. How are you, beautiful? It's so good to see you. Let me see. Magnificent Mulgrim, welcome on in. Hugs for you. I am doing well, besides being a little bit sleep deprived, but I'm doing as well as I possibly can right now, that's for sure. Oh.
TauTass vibe, TauTass heart, TauTass hi, TauTass thumbs up.
Thank you so very much, darling, for the incredible 3 months. Thank you, wonderful Waras. Thank you ever so much for the support and your generosity, darling. I really, really appreciate it. You absolute angel. Thank you, wonderful Waras. Thank you so very much. That is really kind of you. I really appreciate the support. How are you doing, wonderful Waras? Incredible Eyes, and thank you for the 15 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. I really enjoyed my time here, and we love having you, gorgeous Eisen. Thank you so much for being a regular part of this lovely community. You are rapidly working your way towards that, like, the core of the pals that I like both expect and delight in seeing every freaking stream. So thank you so much. Sita Soritsa, how are you? Strat, our amazing DJ. It's true. Strat is an amazing DJ. That's true. Incredible Icy. Uppies for you. Yay. Good, Icy. I'm doing all right. Chill day at work, and now I have tickets to see Shohei Ohtani on One Piece night. Yo, that sounds pretty sick, darling. I hope you have a great time. Radish, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Nap ended right on time. Excellent. I'm glad you got some good rest. I must say as well, Save Some Point said the party starts now, and the second he said now, you went live. He predicted it. We counted down together. 3, 2, 1, now. Let's see. Speaking of save, it's true. Terrific Talvin, how are you? Bonjour, oh, this is not Japanese. This is French. Tato, Tao-chan. Even if you're not rested as well, we will give all our energy to you so you can amplify it and feed it back to us this fine Friday. Tanton, pronounced Danton. Danton means alluring, as in interesting and also beautiful. Danton, where's the D sound? Does a T and an E make a D sound? But thank you so much, lovely Yuki. I think I am kind of grasping some of your guys' energy and turning it back on you. We'll probably chill out a little bit once we get into art's part of the stream, but at the moment, having chugged a whole large coffee and adrenaline and running and stuff, I think I'm a bit high energy at the moment. Just how are you? Welcome on in. Oh, Nath Kun, please get helped by Tao-chan and rest up well and heal up well as well. Thank you, Yuki. I'll tell him you said that. He better listen to you. Please take care of him, feed him stuff. The problem is he doesn't want to eat anything. I was like, you should have something. And he had Wheat Bix. But I'm like, you need protein, boy. You need protein. Beautiful Buplin, how are you? Umbra, Ubbies. Yee, good, Umbra. Yuki, Ubbies. Yee, good, Yuki. Awesome, Aussie, more Ubbies. Yee, good, Aussie. I have you on the TV and typing on my phone. That's the way to go, cutie catta. Thank you for having me on your TV. Ooh, what a nice room this is that I find myself. Delightful. Nix, Mato Slice, Jam Slice, Ubbies. Yes, good Nix. Okay, I scrolled all the way up as far as it will let me go. I saw a lot of precious pals here even before stream started, though, and I really appreciate you guys showing up. I'm sorry I don't remember every single person who came in, but I really appreciate you nonetheless. Thank you! Did you make tea, Proxy Tau? Wait, why am I Proxy Tau? What have I done? What have I done to be Proxy and not just me? Let's see. As you know, I had a lot of sleep, probably even raveled you today. Tao's been cursed by the strat lack of sleep. Yep. We've read this one. Hunga! Hi, lovely Hunga. Cutie Esme, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for the care package. Yummy. Thank you for the drinkies. Let's see. Gorgeous Geeks. Hi, Geeks. How are you? It's so good to see you. I did as per the instructions of mine and Strat's theme song. I shut my mouth, laid down, and didn't move for about 8 hours. Did you fall asleep in that time, or did you just lay there like this? Holy zoomies Tao has, and the Mocha Crash later is gonna be insane. It might not be insane. So far, I'm pretty good about like caffeine crashes, although they are the best when I have my Chuckies and not Mochas, because I think the Chuckies have like a gentler distribution of the caffeinated materials in them. But this was tasty. I had a tasty drink. I'm used to hearing fast talkie from a certain white kitty. I bet you are, dearest Duke, lovely Scarletta. She is a fast talker as well. This is true. You're the beautiful one. Precious politely. You, my darling, you. Thank you for the pound hat. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Welcome in, Zelicilla. How are you? I'm glad Pocky is streaming and not the evil nemesis, Chalk-It Pock. Chalk-It Pock. That's her Talcula. I'm doing good. Definitely feeling more settled. I've managed to get WoW stable on my laptop. Just waiting for a device before I can do all the other things on my PC. That's great, Cutie Cata. Big steps, big steps. That's awesome. I'm so glad you're feeling a lot more settled. Esme, hey Tao, am I late? I've been having this massive headache that's making me exhausted like no tomorrow. No, darling, you are neither late nor are you early. You arrive precisely when you mean to. All of my precious pals do. Vash! Oh, thank you so much, sweetie. That's crazy. That is so generous. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Valiant Vash. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Thank you so much. Beautiful, sweet Valiant Bash. Thank you ever so much for that incredible generosity. Thank you for the support. And amazing Umbra for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gifted as well. Thank you so much, Honey Bun. That is insanely generous. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are far too kind. Thank you so much. Save his pew-pewing for hearts instead of making hearts like me. Awesome. Thank you for the biddies. Oh, Beast Candy. Thank you. Thank you guys for getting a hype train incoming as well. Thank you guys. That's so sweet. Thank you ever so much. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Freaking angels, I swear to God. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yay! Choo-choo! Hype train time. Oh, amazing Umbra. Thank you for the gifted sub to Cutie Company. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, amazing Umbra. That's so sweet of you. Thank you for sharing the love and the joy with a fellow precious pal in the form of Cutie Company. Thank you. I've been busy, Tao. Yesterday was my birthday, and today my package came, the Lego Icons Captain Jack Sparrow ship, and currently building it while watching. I can't wait to see when it's all done, lovely Nix, or feel free to send us whips. Pinched a nerve in my back. Ow. Oh, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Terrific talent! Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted! Thank you ever so much for the incredible generosity and support, Terrific Talent! And Slita Sorita as well, thank you ever so much for the gifted sub too! You are so sweet, thank you! Thank you so much! And Storm, thank you for gigantifying a little Thank you so much, you guys. A level 6. Woo! Level 6 hype train. That's insane. Thank you so much. Joyous Julius, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Amazing Umbra! Uppies! Yay! Good Umbra! Okay. Holy crap! Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20! Thank you so much for 20. Which hand are the subs in? This one or this one? Thank you so much for the 20 gifted, honey. I so appreciate it, Yuki. That is incredible. Thank you guys for the level 8 hype train now. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Yuki. Holy, thank you for the 20. That's insane. Thank you. Oh, God. Holy shit. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 more. 10 more gifted subs. Thank you so very much, amazing Umbra. 50% of the way through level 9 because of you. Thank you so much, amazing Umbra. Holy crap, you guys. Thank you for the insane shows of support and generosity. Please never feel obligated, but holy shit, Storm! Holy shit! Thank you so much for the 2,500 biddies. Holy shit! Thank you so much, Storm. That's like the whole fucking candy box. Candy box. Box of candy. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. Thank you. That is so kind. Thank you, darling. That is crazy. Thank you so much. 83% through level 9, you guys. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the insane generosity. I really do appreciate it. Precious Lightly, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Wonderful Wadas to the movie night. My chats will be slightly quiet as my desk is covered in runners and tools as I progress this model kit. Keyboard is slightly out of reach. That's a-okay, gorgeous geeks. I hope you enjoy the semi-lurk and enjoy and be careful with your beloved model. I can't wait to see when it's all done. Or, again, whips. Let me see. I need some of your energy towel. All you need is a large mocha, and then you're good. Large mocha, a doggy to run with, and Zeller, thank you for the karaoke stream contribution. Ozzy has the list of everyone here early. Oh, perfect. Okay, once I scroll down enough to see Ozzy's list, I will thank everybody. Hello? Hi there, fabulous monkey. It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. I know you from the wonderful Save File 17 stream. Thank you so much for the biddies, darling. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in. Thank you for the head pat, Sweet Stuff. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. The T almost always is soft in French until it is not. For example, the male form would be dental, which leaves out the last Soritza. Sweetie, thank you so much for the 1, 2, and 3. Thank you for the 3 gifted and for broaching level 10 of the hype train. That is insane. Thank you so much, darling. Holy crap, thank you, level 10. That's so insane. Thank you so much for your generosity and support, darling. Thank you so much. Okay. I promise I'll get through this message at some point. Thank you so much, sweetest Soritza. The male form would be détente, which leaves out the last T. The female form would be détente. However, the hard T at the end, since the E makes it sound, but best not to worry about it too much. French is a rather confusing language, and I'm glad I learned it young. That is very fair. Just posted a tiny video of what the lounge currently looks like. It's an IRL pics. I will have a look as soon as I catch up, sweetheart. Just remind me if I forget, okay? Thank you so much for the incredible shows of generosity. That is insane. Hi, cutie company. Welcome on in, darling. Speaking of Choco Pocky, oh, yummy Choco Pocky. I finally put together your Yukiko package. I love a Yukiko package. I'm still waiting on a special final ingredient, and then it's off to Tassieland. I can't wait. I can't wait to open it on stream if you're down for that and eat everything. Nom, 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 nom. And hear all the stories that you have associated with all the goodies. Thank you, Yuki. I'm so excited. Obbies for cutie company. Boop, good company. OP supportive Umbra. This is true. Umbra, did you see Vash do this? And then you're like, not on my watch. And then you did it. Lovely Hunga. It's so good to see you, darling. Let me see. The start of a train. Oh! Strat? Holy fuck! Oh my god! What is that? Why are you... Oh my god, Strat! Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 gifted subs. What's with the number? Was there a reason for 44 exactly? Strat, holy shit! Thank you for jumping straight to level 12 for this hype train. Oh my god, that is absolutely extraordinary. Thank you so much, sweetest Strat. I really do appreciate it, darling. Thank you. Thank you so unbelievably much. That is a crazy number. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. That's fucking bananas. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Level 12, 24%, almost exactly a quarter of the way through. Level 12 too. That's insane. Did we not get enough for Chibi? And if not, does right now still count? I will actually let you guys vote on if you would like to do, because no, last week I think we got 60. So it wasn't quite enough, but because you guys did all this just today, I'll let you decide whether you want to save up more over the week potentially. Because we'll definitely be having at least one then.
We are getting old, but we have a long way to go.
We have a long way to go indeed, sweetest Strat. Thank you so much for the resub. That is so very Strat coded, putting the community before himself. 44 gifted subs, and then he's like, I guess I'll also resub. Thank you so much, sweet Strat. I really do appreciate it. That is incredible. Thank you very much for 37 months together. Holy fuck. Thank you, darling. Thank you. But yes, once I catch up with chat and this hype train dies, whenever that may be, because we're almost 30% through level 12 now, which is absolutely extraordinary. I will let you guys decide whether you want to just do a one raffle today, or if you would like to, and then I'll restart it after we do the raffle.
Oh my
or
god.
If,
what?
Who's contributed to our potential ASMR stream? Ah! Thank you so much. Whoever did that says Anon, but whoever it was, thank you so much for contributing to our binaural microphone where I can like go on your ears. Thank you so much. That is so fucking generous. What the heck, you guys? Thank you, Anon, whoever that was. If you want to own up to it, I will personally thank you. But thank you so much. And cutie cutie. Oh my god! Darling, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted! Holy hell! Thank you so much! Sweetheart, you've almost hit the 50% mark on the level 12 with that! That's insane! Thank you so much! Thank you for your incredible generosity and support, cutie cat! I really appreciate it! Oh my god! Fuck luck, you guys. Thank you so much. Okay, we got 1 minute left of the hype train. I think it might go down here. And if it does, I will put a poll up and we will decide whether you would like to do a chibi raffle today or if you would like to save it until Friday next week. And obviously everyone who's contributed today will of course be on that one too. It's just a matter of what you guys prefer. Break Tau time, got him. almost, man, that's crazy. Let me see. Thank you guys so very much. And of course, once it does die, I will thank every single one of you individually, as usual, for the incredible support, absolutely extraordinary support. Thank you. Okay. Obbies for cutie company. Yay, good company. Oh, dearest Daniel, sweetheart, thank you so very much for your Prime subby. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you very much for the support and dedication, darling. Thank you. That wasn't you, huh? Umbra. Look at all the awesome gift pals. It's true. Okay, that was crazy. I love the nice, like, triple, the 3 ones, 111 sub gifts and 2730 bits. That's crazy, you guys. Thank you ever so much. Okay, starting from the top, the original, the manifestors of the train. Thank you so incredibly much to Valiant Vash with 10 subs, Umbra, gorgeous Umbra with 10 subs, incredible Umbra with another gifted sub, awesome Aussie with 100 biddies, terrific Talon with 5 more gifted subs, Soritsa with another gifted sub, Yummy Yuki with 20 gifted subs, Sweetest Storm by gigantifying that emote with 30 bits, amazing Umbra with 10 more gifted subs, Sweetest Storm out of left field with 2,500 biddies. Fabulous Functional Monkey with the 100 bits. Hello there. Sub hype, bits hype. Keep it up. Good job. Good job. Keep it up. Sweetest Soritsa with the 3 gifted subs with that incredible show of generosity. You got Strat with 44 fucking gifted subs. Insanity. Thank you so much to Strat for that. And then the resub on top of that, that's where that must be why it was 44. So that then the resub could be 45. I see how it is. This didn't contribute to the hype train, but I massively appreciate whoever, and I'm still scrolling, so you might have revealed yourself out of the ether. And if so, ignore the fact that I'm saying whoever it was, thank you for contributing to the binaural microphone. That is with Soritsa and maybe Soritsa again, or whoever Anon was. That is looking more and more likely to have an ASMR stream. Cutie Cat with the incredibly generous 5 more gifted subs. Dearest Daniel with the Prime sub. And yeah, thank you guys so much for a level 12 fucking hype train. Just fucking crazy. Thank you so much, my darlings. Your generosity and support never ceases to absolutely astonish me. I am so grateful. I am so blessed to have such a wonderful and supportive community. I could not ask for more. Thank you so much, you guys. That is so fucking sweet of you. Thank you. And thank you for the care package, Azia. Yummy. Okay, now I will actually put this poll up for a couple of minutes because I'm still scrolling. We just hit a chibi raffle. We should draw for it now or wait till next week. That is up to you. I will put that up for 5 minutes because it'll probably take me that long.
Only aggressive people conquer the world.
I am aggressive. I am aggressively loving. Come over here. That's me hugging you. Nemeth, welcome and thank you for the planktoning. You guys, please do vote. Let me know what those 2 options mean is, see up there in the corner there, we have that little crescent moon that's got 112 out of 100 weekly subs. I started over every Friday. So if you guys hit 100 or a multiple of 100, 200, 300, 400, etc., we do a chibi raffle for every 100. With that said, if we were to do it today, for example, and you are one of the extraneous 12 subs, you will still go into this raffle. So if you guys, let's say, if you decided to wait until next week and we got up to like let's say just 150 out of 100, that 150 people that would still go into the raffle for next week. Does that make sense? And of course, if you were to get to 200, then we would do 2 raffles next week. Or we can do the raffle today and reset it after we do the raffle. And then if you guys hit it again on Friday next week, a week from today, then we'll do another raffle or 2 if there's 200, etc. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. Sorry, my brain is working on like 1,000 miles a minute right now. Thank you guys so much for such an extraordinary hype train in the first like half an hour of stream too. You guys are absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. Okay, I just scrolled past where Storm cheered 2,500
Craving
bits.
chaos.
So I'm
Shall I cause
definitely...
chaos? Greater than.
Lovely Nima. Thank you so much, darling, for the resub with your Prime. I do appreciate the awesome generosity and support, darling. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so what I was gonna say, I know that I'm quite far back here because I've only just passed the bit where Storm cheered 2,500 bits. So hold on, I'm getting there. Let's see. Holy biddies! I know! Our mic strat. We crave ASMR stream. Oh, wait, was it strat or was it you, Sarita? Just casually a song on in the background about culling. Wait, culling and wait, what do you mean? What? What song was that? That's a whole truck, actually. That's true, actually. Not me also going nom 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 with Tao. Nom 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 nom. Speaking of Choco, Pocky, and Candy, I finally put together the Yukiko package, but I'm still waiting on a special final ingredient, and then it's off to Tassie. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. Cat just needs to sniff my monster. It's true. Oh my god. When I was in Melbourne, at PAX last year, Cutie Kata was like, smell, and I was like, let's see. If he still has the list, you still it, Ozzy? Oh yeah, actually, that's a good question. The model is great. My hands, however, are in quite the state. Wait, like, have you injured yourself or something? Or is it just like they're kind of messy because of paint and stuff? We have to get to 10 though. Oh my god, this went way off the rails. I forgot that that Avantasia songs could get long. Oh, sorry, Julius. I'm sorry, hon. Is there like a radio edit or something? Gotta be on that song for being. It's just on in the background in his mixed messages. Wait, what was the song? Whoever requested it, we can make sure that they don't do it again, hopefully. But I was unaware of. This isn't from my musical playlist. I just let you guys request stuff with the knowledge that, you know, you guys are gonna be reasonable about it, you know what I mean? Let me see. Let me catch up. I was there, I did my sniffa emote, but that was like 8 a.m. I shouted up the whole time. Seems to out donut all of y'all. Today is the day, Tao. The day of what? Strat, the day of what? She has to do this 44 times. It's true, I have to count 44 times. You can open on stream, but you don't need to make it special. But please do not eat it all at once or your poor tummy will hate you. I will have little bites of everything if you'd like. Let me see. I reached 1.5K. That's crazy. Do you get like a special badge for that? Let me see. You have 25 badges, Strat. I can't actually see them all. I see your rainbow badge for 1,000 though. 12 is my lucky number. Time for me to use the rest of my per diem on funding and ASMR. Like, oh, Sunny, it was you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You were too sweet. Also, bees for you, Daniel. Good, Daniel. Let me see. Cheetah! Hello, lovely Cheetah. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Cutie Cat! Welcome. How are you? The people crave ASMR mic. It was you, Suritsa. Let me see here. Daniel, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Don't worry, I'm breathing now, Seti. It's okay. I'm still 10 minutes behind though. Let me see here. What's insanity? Talking about me again, Tao? No, I would never. I'm insane. It's not my fault if I attract other insane people. Thank you. And I know I'm just causing chaos as usual. As long as it's warm chaos, we don't mind. Praise! Hi, precious Praise. How are you? It's good to see you. Only 4K bones to go before I revive the OG model. Oh, Soritsa, have you redeemed the return before? Swedish Shy Paperback, welcome on in. How are you? How is it going to realize I remember this song was the party's theme song on the last D&D session? I'm sorry. I've actually got the music really low so that I can like hear myself. If I talk too quickly and I don't like hear myself talking, then I will just go off the rails and not actually pronounce anything that is in English. I didn't compute a word you said, but yeah, makes sense. You always make sense. Thank you. Let me see. I guess it's not common knowledge that I ruin my hands and injure them repeatedly during model making. Haven't drawn any blood this time yet. Geeks, you better be careful. Please put on little band-aids, I mean, it is officially a day, even though we celebrate it later. The day for me, at least. For what? For that time that you joined us? Let me see. Sweet Silverclaw, welcome on in. How are you? I've never redeemed my bones. Oh, fair enough. Hi there, Cutie Coda. Welcome on in. How are you? Okay, well, I'm not sure what song 80 was talking about, and 80 doesn't seem to be here. So but if anyone is aware of the song they were talking about, please never request music that is inappropriate. Dem Bones, hello, dearest Dem. It's so good to meet you. Thank you for the lurk, and I'm so glad you got a subby. Did you miss Cactus? No, I said hi, Cutie Cacto. Welcome on in. Fight Till I'm Good Enough. This is a banger song. I was very tempted to get you that tea set from Throne, but there may soon be something similar your way. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Yuki! And if it was handpicked, oh my god, that'd be so cool. I can go check the VODs later, don't worry. Well, it's not on in the VOD, right? We put it on a different track. So I don't know what 80 might be talking about. Can confirmed, I was helloed. I'm very happy to hear that, Cutie Cacto. Welcome on in, how are you? How's the writing going? We have a published author in our midst, as well as a god-tier guitarist, but he's focusing mostly on the writing stuff right now, so we will support him in his writing stuff. Pseudo Saint Saturn, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. No, if Ad mentioned the name. Oh, okay. Let's see. You go play with friends? All good, Jet. Have a good time. Doing good. Just came back from the Backrooms movie. It was really cool. Did you like it? I've been hearing mixed reviews about it, but overall I've heard that it's pretty good. Without spoiling anything, for those of you who have seen the Backrooms movie, what have you guys thought of it? Okay. Well, you guys, that was absolutely incredible. What a way to start stream. One second, I'm just pulling the wheel of names out here real quick. And I will, while I talk to you guys, I'm going to get everyone else's names on here and then we can do a raffle. Let me see here. Thank you guys so incredibly much for the unbelievable showering of support. That is genuinely outstanding. I am floored. I am constantly floored by your guys' kindness and generosity and just you guys in general, to be honest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so that's, oh, actually we can just do this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, Soritsa, I got 3 for you. Sorry, I'm just putting these on here. Tau, guess what? What's up, sweetheart? I thought it did an amazing job with presenting the concept and the unnerving liminal vibes. Oh, cool. Okay. That's a pretty good
I have a permit.
That's a pretty good review, I reckon. Have you been a big fan of
This just says I can do what I want.
This just says I can do what I want. I can't read. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god! Holy shit! Nemeth! Okay, we'll put you on here too. Holy shit, darling! Oh my god! Fuck! Thank you so much! Jesus, Nemeth! That is insane! Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20 gifted. Holy hell. Thank you so much for that insane show of dedication and support and generosity and kindness. And thank you so much. Thank you. Let me see here. Tao, did you read who came in before stream? I missed if you did. No, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Please resend it. I'm gonna go draw Tao's proxy design. I'm excited to see it. Backrooms was good. Also mid at the same time. Definitely made for fans, but it's the type of horror you watch and maybe watch again years later. But overall, 8 out of 10. Okay, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good review for a horror film these days. Thank you so much, Nemeth. Holy crap. My chaos is complete. Broke that Tao. Thank you so much, Nemeth. I really appreciate it. You will absolutely be put into this raffle as well. It was Umbra, Sedu, Cat and myself, Nyx, Bublin, Sedu, Strat, and Geeks. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. And Sedu was there twice. Thank you so much to Ozzy, Umbra, Sedu, Kata, Nyx, Bublin, Strat, and Gigs for coming in even before stream started. It always makes me feel so warm when I come in here, like to get ready for a stream. And you guys are already chatting. You guys are so sweet. Okay, all right, let me, sorry, I will, hold on. I gotta put more names on here. Cutie Crafty. Hi, darling. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Let me see. Okay, so Umbra's got one. Yeah, okay. And then we got another 20 from Yuki. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I'll just copy that and paste it again. And then that's 20. And then we've got Soritza again with another subby here. Hopefully Backrooms is better than Iron Lung, which I saw yesterday. It was okay, but I felt all the time like I was missing some crucial lore. I did not play the game before, and I like Markiplier Sand, but it felt way overhyped for me. That's fair. I get it. I haven't seen it, but I do understand, like, you know, people who are fans of people, like if I made a movie, you guys would probably go watch it and be like, it was so good, Tao, you did such a good job. But to people who are not a part of that community, this community, you guys would probably be like, that wasn't great.
Hydrate, Tao. You're frantic, lol.
I am frantic, aren't I? But no, I am good. Thank you so very much, Nemeth, and thank you for the support, darling. I appreciate it. Umbra, okay, let me see. I got another 10 from you. Give me just a second. Thank you very much for the care package. Awesome, Aussie. Cutie Crafty, hi. Wanted to give an official hi while I lurk because my internet is being mad inconsistent. I'm sorry it's being inconsistent, sweetheart, but I'm so happy to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for saying hi. It's always a pleasure to see you, darling. I hope things are going well besides your inconsistent internet. 10 out of 10. Perfect movie made by Tao. Can't be bad. That's what I mean, right? I just don't trust Hollywood adaptations of horror that originates as internet creepypasta or indie projects. They fail repeatedly to do Slenderman, where indie YouTubers like Marble Hornets did an incredible job on a shoestring budget. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I think Backrooms might actually be by a YouTuber. Is it not? Let me see here. So that's Umbra. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, and then we've got Vash with the 10 more over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And wonderful Waras. And I think that's all of the precious pals except for our 20 from Nemeth. So let me put those on here. And then we can do a raffle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then I will just copy all those and paste them a second time. Great. Okay, cool. Let me see. If you made a movie, I would criticize it on the same scale as any other movie. None are safe from my simple 1 to 10 scale. I appreciate that, Soritza. Thank you. I do. I appreciate it. Kuro! Hi, Cutie Kuro! Welcome on in. And Cutie Crafty, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. I is Delurkin now, but here. All good, lovely Nemeth. Thank you for being here. Check media when you can. All right. I also need to look at Cutie Kata's IRL pic too. As well as they can be, but thanks. My pleasure, Cutie Crafty. I hope that even if it's inconsistent internet kind of buffering off and on and stuff, I really do hope that maybe hanging out here can help keep you feeling a little bit warm and a little bit happier. Sorry, need to drop off for an hour. Be back if you're still streaming then. Oh yeah, of course, Sita Shy. No worries, darling. We'll see you later. We will be streaming then. We are streaming for about another 7 hours. So we will be streaming in an hour. Sita Sam, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Marble Hornets is quite cool, but I do not see it working as a feature movie either. I think it works better as a found footage YouTube short. That's fair, Yuki. That's fair. Have we missed those who gifted throughout the week? Ozzy, I guess I could put everybody else back on there. I'll let you guys vote on that too, because I do have that list still. But normally what I do is if we haven't hit it, by the start of art stream, unless you guys are like really close, like 95 or something, I remove that because I figure that we're going to start doing, this coming week's, raffle, but I will let you guys vote. We should add last week's people in. Yes or no? I think we will still only do, actually, no, I kind of want to reward you guys for being so incredibly generous. So if you guys choose yes, then I think it does add up to being almost exactly 200. And so then I'll just honor that and do 2 chibis if you guys want to add people in from last week, which I reckon you guys probably will. So I'm going to grab all these and then we're going to do. Yeah, actually, you guys, oh no, it was so, okay, no, sorry, it's really close. It's 194. So we didn't quite make the two raffles, but I will add you guys in because most of you want me to do that. Actually, it's unanimous. So I will add you guys in from last week, but we'll still only do 1 raffle because we didn't quite make it to the 200 even including last week's. Does that make sense? Let me see here. Thank you for the lurk, Sita Shy. Sita Sam of Cloak. Hi, darling. Welcome on in. Cutie 2, welcome. How are you? Let me see. When you want Tao, I did send that lounge, what the lounge looked like before I went manic looking for something. Having an adorable talented Tao on TV. Yee! Oh, you're so sweet. I will definitely have a look. Oh! Okay, so it's... Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, fine, we'll do 2. I didn't even think about that. I'm like, sorry, I'm really sorry, Cat, but it's before we started the raffle. So, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you so much for the 6 gifted, sweetest City. It's look at you go. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you. Okay, all right, okay, all right. You guys are okay. I'll do it. Okay, we're doing it twice. It's fine. Incredible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, you guys, we can do exactly 2 raffles. I wonder why that could be. Thank you so much. Everyone, please say thank you to Saritsa for ensuring we get 2 raffles today. Thank you so much, darling. Warthog music from Red versus Blue. Is that what's playing right now? Okay, is it 2 chibis now? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Who voted no? Edgy contrarian. That's why they're anonymous. I've been lurking since the start, but couldn't chat because of the fact I was doing a Mythic Plus dungeon. All good, darling. I hope that you had a good time. We were doing some 10s and it was fun, but also stress. That would be stressful. But we're very happy to have you, darling. I hope we can kind of chill you out a little bit. The pals strike again. It is love, RVP, Red versus Blue. Yep, it is just some silly music they played. I love it. That's really funny. Okay. All right, we do have to go on a break, but before we do, we're gonna do these 2 raffles, okay? And I will go and reset this weekly sub goal now. Yeah, I will do that, right now. But after we spin this. Boop. Okay. All right. Are you ready? We have, okay, Save, please present this to us. Present present the wheel. I see! Oh, darling, hey! Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the community. Thank you. I really appreciate it, sweetie pie. Thank you, and cutie Coral! Hi, sweetheart. Thank you for the 3 streams, 3 gone. It really does mean the world. Thank you so much. Oh, and you want some uppies? Uppies for cutie Coral. Good girl. Okay. I will add your name to the list as well, I see. It's only fair. Let me just pop this on here. There we go. Now we have 201 entries, you see. All right. We're doing this twice. Just a quick refresher. Whenever we hit that goal or do a multiple of 100, you guys get a singular chibi raffle based on whatever multiple of 100 that is. 100 gets you 1 raffle, 200 gets 2 raffles, 300 gets you 3 raffles, etc. So let's pop this over. You can stretch the raffles. We also have 7 giveaways. That's actually a good point. That is true. But I'm hoping that I can go reset the all the stuff in the behind the scenes for to get ready for and prepare for this coming week's potential raffle. So let's do this first, and then when we get back, we'll do all of your guys' absolutely incredible raffles, which of course we will go through how to enter those because they're free. Okay. If you want uppy, I will give you some because Kuro is 9'3". I accept uppies. Uppies. All right. Because Kat was like, pay attention to me, and then promptly ignored me after I got off. Oh no! Sam, I'm sorry, hon. Okay, here we go. First raffle winner is... Yuki! Congrats, gorgeous! Another chibi for you. Thank you so much, darling Yuki. I so appreciate you. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Wonderful Wolflink, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Yuki! Congrats, beautiful! Yay! Excellent. All right, and now we got one more. Thank you very much. I am honored. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Storm! You win! Yee! Congrats, sweetest Storm! Thank you so much for your incredible generosity as well, darling. We gotta add that to your ode art list. Congrats, sweetest Storm. Congrats! Thank you so very much, darling. I really appreciate you. Thank you. So that's a Yuki and a Storm for this week. I will just close that out for now. We do have to go on a quick break, but when we get back, we actually have some community giveaways that are totally free to enter. All you have to do is be a part of the Discord. So if you are not a part of the Discord and you want the chance of winning for free, you don't have to sub, you don't have to cheer bits, you don't have to do any of that. You just have to be a part of the Discord and literally click one button. You react to a game or an adopt or a key or a gift card or whatever it is that you want to be put into the raffle for. That's all you got to do. So make sure you join the Discord if you haven't yet and you want to be a part of that. Otherwise, I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dongs. This is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll see you in 3 minutes, and I am, during the break, going to go look at media and IRL for Nyx and lovely Kata. All right. Justino, welcome in, sweetheart. We'll be right back. We're just going to go on a quick 3-minute break. Love you guys so much. Thank you for the absolutely incredible show of support just right off the bat. And I will see you guys very shortly. Mwah. Master. Hold on. We'll go. Goof wants some. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you.
Teammates look out for each other. We're a team, right?
Oh. High five. Yay! Oh my god, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. So freaking cute. Teeny tiny hand. Hold on. Please say, it's free real estate.
It's free real estate. Okay, well, how do you guys feel about me only being on your left side? She did the thing.
To see ya, welcome on in. Where is Eon? He was like, that plate. No, anything but that. I'll give you multiple takes.
I crave violence. I crave violence.
I crave violence. Is that where you came up with Tau? You know, Tau is the 19th Greek letter. May I borrow your fucking babies? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. In fact, I think I'll like this one.
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Go, Tau Ranger! Thank you, Nix. This is Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts.
Music in this game, it's really good.
It's very tragic.
Story of class change quest. That is what.
What's this? What's this? Purple! Ah! No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick thing! Scary. Yuck. Oh, thank God. I was like, I've killed this before. Does it count if I killed it somewhere else? Okay, good. It's so scary. I hate these things. How many do we need to find? Over 100. I'm terrified that the final boss is actually, like, not final. Oh, God! Dude, it was huge! There you go. Go feed that to save. Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah. Ow! I'm the Sergeant Master Chief of the Safe House 17 Army, possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space manipulation. Woo! Yeah. I would like a rousing applause in the form of fuck shit, oh god. And don't worry about this art. What do you think? I've got my
Thanks for everything.
Oh god, she's gonna be so cute and draw me a
So,
picture.
Do you like it?
It's
I love that she's
that cat
reaching
again.
for the cat's
I
butthole.
drew lots. This one turned out the best.
Oh,
I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good.
Can you throw pals around? Like
Hi there,
that? I
darlings.
like
Welcome
this.
on
Here,
back.
do you wanna
Sorry, I was a little bit late. I was
I
just
have,
talking to
I have-
Nath, checking on him. Excuse? Excuse? Emails? Okay. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Hey, you beautiful being. Obbies. Yee, good Aussie. Wait, there's stuff in the way of my save file. There we go. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Incredible eyes. And Sweet Soul is here too. Sweet Strat, welcome back. Hope Nath is okay. He is all right. He is all right. He's playing some Pokopia and drinking lemon and honey tea. So, Vash Abbies, welcome back. Yee, good Vash. Incredible Ison, welcome back. Yee, good Umbra, welcome back. Yuki, I'm Yuki Abbies. Yee, good Yuki. Terrific Talon, welcome back, Talon. Abbies. Yee, good Talon, lovely la. Abbies. Yee, and Umbra Abbies. Good Umbra, cutie cat, uppies. Yee, good cat, cutie cat. Nix, metal slice, jam slice, uppies. Yee, good Nix. I am here. Hello, Tau. Hello, sweetest Solar. Hello there. Sweetest Sam,
uppies. Yay, good Sam. Jada, hi cutie Cheetah, how are you? I'm pretty damn forgetful. What are your pronouns again? I'm sure I asked before. That's okay, sweetheart. You can always ask. I don't mind. I don't mind repeating myself. I have terrible memory, so I appreciate when people are very kind and remind me of things. My pronouns are she, they. I'm happy with either one. I mean, actually, I'm also fine with he. IRL, I identify as gender fluid, but like she, they is probably most fitting for like 90% of the time. Storm, see this curls up in a dressing gown with mint and cucumber tea. That sounds delightful, Storm. I hope you're staying nice and warm. Probably quite cold over there, isn't it? All right, now let's go over how to participate in one of these giveaways. 1 second, please. All right, let me open up our Discord here. All right, so welcome to the Discord and your opportunity to get free stuff. I love free stuff, don't you? So if you guys have not participated in this before, please note that all you have to do is be a part of, so this is the pouch, this is our Discord, right? All you gotta do to participate in this giveaway is make sure you get in here, and you can't just like join and pop in. So you need to start getting in right now because we do have a rules page you need to read. But make sure that you guys read carefully because there is a keyword that you need to enter, okay? Otherwise we won't let you in. Yeah, you'll go down to community giveaways, which is right here, right? Boop, 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 boop. And then all you have to do is literally, wow, we have so much awesome stuff. If you would like to provide a giveaway, by the way, you can just do that. You don't need to reach out to me or Ahmad. You can just copy this. Make sure that you do read these rules. You can't do certain things and you can do certain things, but you don't need like mod approval or anything. But you do need to fill this out. And then you just post it in here. Also, let's see what we have on offer today. For Yuki, which we get to, we get to have our end date today, so we will be doing this raffle. This is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We got 10 people in the raffle for that, and this is all you got to do to enter, right? You literally just scroll down here and go, boop, that's it, you're in the raffle. See, so you don't have to like share any additional info or pay for anything at all. You just get a free game potentially. Get in the raffle for a free game. Pharaoh, A New Era. That's another one that is on offer for lovely Yuki. We only have 3 people in this one right now. But all you gotta do is hit this button. Buddy Simulator 1984 is another one we've got on offer. 6 people on this one. Just click on that if you would like to join. You can join all of them, but just remember that if they are from the same person, they do have to be, like if you win, let's say that you're entering for all of Yuki's, right? So you've clicked this one, you've clicked this one, and you've also clicked this one, right? If I put your name into this raffle and you win Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you get removed from the other 2. It's only fair, right? We want to give other people a chance. So if you're worried about that, then probably only enter the one that you really want, but you know, there's also a higher chance. If you like any or all of these games, then enter them all. And then whatever one you might get, you'll be happy, right? We also have a really beautiful adopt from the incredibly talented Aspen, extraordinary artist here. This is an art adopt. This is her second one that she's done for the pouch. We got 10 people who want this. If you don't know what an adopt is, it is essentially a piece of art design, a character design that if you win it or buy it or whatever, in this case you win it, if you win it, it's yours. So you can start commissioning art with it, you can name it, you can give it lore, it's yours now. Just make sure that if someone says, did you design this? You can't say yes, you know, but you can say this is, I own the design now though, because that's what an adopt is, you adopt it. Briggy also has some really cool stuff on here. We got the Arkham Asylum Game of the Year edition from beautiful Briggy, also on offer today. Only 4 people on this one. Make sure that you jump into this one. Right now you got a 25% chance of winning that. Beautiful Briggy as well on the Arkham City Game of the Year edition. Very cool. 5 entrants into that. Beautiful Briggy also is offering Fear, which is a game I would never play. Sounds scary as fuck. I see Terror here. I'm not interested in scary, but hey, if you are. We also have another one from Beautiful Briggy, which is Fear 2 Project Origin. So we got a lot of cool stuff. And like I said, you can react to any or all of these. And by the way, for example, what I was saying about how if you got one of Yuki's giveaways, you would be removed from the other Yuki giveaways. You will not be removed from the Aspen giveaway. You will not be removed from Briggy's giveaways, unless again, you react to all of his and then, you know, let's say you get Arkham Asylum as well as one of Yuki's, then we take you off of the rest of Briggy's. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So weird to hear talk call me Briggy on stream. I'm so sorry, I keep forgetting. But I'm like, wait, your name here is Briggy. So I'm like, okay, am I doxing you by saying that? But no, my bad. Okay, let me scroll up and make sure that we have everybody in here who wants to join us. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew where we were there. Let's see. I identify as a hazardous microwave oven. Oh, well, maybe we should get you away from the hazardous part. I identify as a cat owner. That's a very long pronoun, but I will try that. I mean, someone owned by a cat. Oh, I see. Yeah, a cat owner. Wouldn't that be owned by cat? Yeah, to be clear, no not safe for work giveaways in the community. It's the same stuff, you know, same stuff for the rest of the entire community. You cannot have, here, I'll just go through these real quick. It's been a while. NSFW games are a no-go even under the guise of a giveaway. Self-promotion under the guise of a giveaway is still a no-go. For example, offering giveaways as a reward for watching your stream or participating in an activity on your server or on your Twitter or something, that's also a no-go, okay? No direct monetary gain from giveaways is permitted. So you can give away, like, a gift card, but you cannot be like, I'm gonna just throw $50 at you. You know, you can't do that. Please post only 1 post per item. So if you have 3 different game titles to give away, please make 3 separate posts. If you have 3 copies of the same game to give away, please keep all 3 copies to the same post. That's why we have the quantity here as an option for you to fill out. The mods and myself will be keeping this channel clean. Every so often, myself, Strat, Red, or Sedu will have a look and delete expired or completed giveaways and move them into the community giveaways archive thread. So if you are looking for someone who, if you're looking for who won what and when, make sure that you look there. If you have any questions about what is appropriate or allowed, ask myself or a mod. It is better safe than sorry. Please utilize at least the following form minimum for any community giveaways. You are welcome to present more information than this, but we need at least this much info. If it is not filled out, we will delete your post, okay? So yeah, you just need to have your Discord handle, the date you posted it, the date the giveaway will be closed for entries, what type of giveaway it is, the giveaway platform, the quantity, so the number of winners possible. Is it region locked? And if so, where? Link to the relevant page, whether that's Steam, PlayStation, Microsoft, or relevant website. Giveaway guidelines and rules. So can people win multiple times? Can multiple people win? Is there a specific react to use, etc.? And optional, any other notes we should know before we participate in the giveaway, okay? So, I hope that that's nice and clear. Also, I better delete this tiny bit here. There we go. All right. So, sorry. That was long-winded. Let me actually, now I'll catch up with you guys. My bad, sorry. Okay. Hey, Bean, just letting you know I joined your Discord. Oh, you're waiting to be welcomed in. Oh, good. Someone got you already. Perfect. Sorry, I'm what, 10 minutes late? Sorry, sweetheart. I just wanted to clarify. Where is it? Let me see. There we go. Community giveaways. Let me see. Not me only wanting to win the Aspen one again. Bro, how many Aspen designs are you gonna get? No, 100% want Valhalla, but I'll try anyway. Fair enough, Swedish Shadowgun. Fair enough. Gorgeous Gecko, how are you, sweetie? That's a gorgeous doggo. I know, isn't it beautiful? It's so pretty. Make sure that you jump on in here if you're interested in winning this gorgeous piece. And just to be clear, again, you can this is the only thing Aspen has put up. So you can enter all the other ones as well as this one. And if you win any of the other ones, you still get put in for this raffle because it's the only one Aspen has posted. Does that make sense? I just realized we've been listening to Last Train to Clarksville. What is that? It's one of my favorite songs because of Rock Band. Oh, that's fun. I love a song that like brings back nostalgia. Yeah, Aspentown's art is super beautiful. I would have entered, but it didn't really fit my style, but still gorgeous. Oh, well, Yuki, I bet you this won't be the last time she puts up an amazing piece for giveaway. So weird to hear Tao calling Berkey on stream. Sorry. Wait, Nemeth, you don't see this. Nemeth, do you not see the community giveaways section? Do you see all these other ones? Or are you only seeing the like rules and verification? Because if so, that just means that you haven't properly, you need to read the rules here, find the keyword by reading the rules, and then enter it in verification, and then we'll let you in. Let me see. There we go, community game slash. I might play through Fear for my channel. It has been a long time and I remember it fondly and scaredly. Yeah, I would be scared too. It's correct, it's just weird. You've trained me to expect to hear geeks. That's fair, gorgeous geeks. I do want to, oh, sorry. This isn't even the right place. Ah! 1 second. I have to focus, where's the, there we go. Don't forget that if you win Aspen's Adopt, you will get it from me. That's true, good point, lovely Lav. Aspen is unavailable at the moment, but has given the full res version to Lav, and has entrusted her with the responsibility of giving it away to whoever wins it. I can call you beautiful Briggy or gorgeous geeks. Or both. ¿Por qué no los dos? Some of the parts of the Arkham games are pretty scary. Blame Scarecrow. Yeah, Scarecrow is a very cool monster. Well, monster. Dude, supernatural being, enemy, foe, or villain. Villain, that's it.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Magnificent Michael. How are you? Thank you for the head pack, cutie code. Thank you. I remember a specific part in Arkham Asylum being pretty scary, and it was after being injected with Scarecrow's fear toxin. Yeah, that would be quite scary. Lovely Layla, welcome in, darling. Thank you for the thank you, Layla. Ooh, and thank you for the Thank you guys for the oohs. Looking to make more friends? Absolutely, cutie coro. Well, this is the place for it. Everyone's very, very lovely. And if they're not, you just DM myself or a mod and we will take care of that. Thank you very much for the uwu baby talk wava we vash. Vowie and vash uwu. I appreciate you uwu. Want them all. The Aspen adopts are amazing and I want to make in a pack at this point uwu. Uwimbra, I think that would be amazing. I think you would get some really amazing people to withdraw the adopts as well, uwu. Uwimbra is a Pokemon gym weirdo. Wait, in what? Wait, where? What? What world do we? Oh, I see uwu by catching all the uwu, Aspen uwu, puppy doggy uwus, puppy doggy pawoopies. Nope. Nope. Lovely whiff. Thank you so much for the work, uwu. The work. Uwu work. Nope. Michael Woo, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge, Woo. I hear words are hard and reading is a challenge, Woo. True, Woo. Well, we wait. How are you, gorgeous, Woo? We get to it, Woo. Let's go, Woo. Okay, that noise you're waking is way too cute, Woo. Cute. I'm glad you like it, Kurichira, Woo. Double woo-woos. A lot of woo-woos. I'm excited to give away the Arkham games. They're some of my all-time favorite games and love eating my faves at people who haven't played them. Heck yeah, woo! The uwu fail of uwu. Fail. Not the pawoopies! Not the pawoopies! Mep. I have found all the gifties for people
like towel I have, but this blasted hoodie awards me. Wait, what hoodie, Will? Thank you, Will, for the Will, lovely icy Will. I've been good, Tao. How are you, Will? How are you, Will? I'm good. You said it's Tao Wiz. Remind me after we do our giveaways, okay, Will? Cutie, come on. Welcome in, Will. Thank you for the 45 stream sticker, Will. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Will. That's amazing, Will. Trying to catch back a whoop. Back a whoop. Thank you so much for the 45, Will. I'm just listening to all this with such a what the fuck look on my face. Whoops! 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 Whoomba! Whoopies! Whoopies! Vash says I don't need more whoopies. I have to disagree. Whoopies! Whoopies! Vash, you get involuntary whoopies too. Involuntary whoopies. This is Vash whoopies. This is Umba whoopies. Pat, 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 whoopies, whoopies. Ozzy wants some whoopies too. Look at me! I am fully revealed on the same stream. Scary stuff. Whoopies for Nixie, Will. Good Nix. I almost said good whoopies. Good Nix. Are we waiting for someone to enter? No, I just need to count down, Woo. I need to count down so that we can start copying the names. Okay. Let's start with Yuki's Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Woo. Hey, Bean, question for you, hun. I really enjoy giving art to others and making people smile and making their days even brighter. So if anyone enjoys my art style of work, I would be happy to do a gift art for you or your lovely beans. Sweetheart, it's totally up to you, cutie cuddle. I know we have many people who would love some free art. It's totally up to you. If you would like to volunteer it, you can probably post in the art channel and just say, does anybody want some free gift art? Or if you're worried about being overwhelmed, because you might get overwhelmed, we have a lot of very warm people who love to support some artists. You can make a giveaway of it instead if you would like, Guru. Just make sure that you don't phrase it in such a way that it could be perceived as like self-promotion. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ, this has been K-U-Wootic. It has been K-U-Wootic. Okay, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I'm going to count down from 10. If you guys have not entered this, if this does not change to 14 or 15 or whatever, by the end of my countdown, I'm just going to copy only the people who are here, okay? So you got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, all right, I'm going to copy these names. And it's really not, I just enjoy giving and making others smile. That's so sweet, cutie cuddle. Well, then feel free to just post it in art and be like, hey, I want to give away some art. Is there anyone who would like me to do some free art for them? That's really thoughtful of you, darling. That's really, really sweet. Thank you so much for being so generous. Also, I just realized I closed the wheel. That was dumb. Sorry, I'm so disorganized. Where is the raffle? There it is. Okay. Oh my god, ads, bro. Ads. There. Okay. Cool. Okay. You can see that. Okay. Let me see here. All right. Where is it? There it is. Okay. All right, so let me add, we got Solar, we got Briggy, we got, Eloria, we got Cutie Kata, we got Cutie Core, we got Valiant Vash, we got, ooh, is this Saritsa? I feel like this might be Saritsa. I need to just probably disable this so I can see. Yeah, that is Saritsa, okay. Oh my god, what was that?
What was that? Soritza, amazing Umbra, Swedish Shadow Gun, which I also didn't spell right. Shadow Gun. We've got Swedish Sedu, we got Babachup, we got IC. Oh, we did get a 14th. Okay, we got Strat, and we got Daniel. All right, here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for Assassin's Creed Valhalla from the very generous and lovely Yuki. It now belongs to Soritza! Congrats to Soritza! Yee, Soritza! Hi, lovely Latin. Welcome on in. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Thank you for the care package. Me and my silly Jeff the Shark PFP. I knew it was you. I knew it. Jester. Hi there, Joyous Jester. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Ubisoft, I'm coming home! I'm good. Need my dosage of Tau and wonderful chat. Yay! We're so happy to have you, darling. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so that is the beautiful Yukis right there. And now we got Pharaoh, a new era. This has 5 on it right now. I will count to, well, actually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put, you guys can still react to this. We got Shadowgun, we got Sedu, we got Storm, we got Strat, and we've got Core. All right, you guys have 10 seconds. Okay, Kuro? Yep, Kuro. Oopsies. Anybody else? We got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're spinning. And Pharaoh, a new era belongs to Kuro! Aren't you glad you joined in on this, Kuro? Your first one and you've already won. Let's go, sweetheart. Congrats, sweetie pie. Kuro wins Pharaoh, a new era. Sarisa-san, should redeem it quick as Japan is the one country where you can't redeem the Assassin's Creed gifter key. Shit. Oh, no way. But if it's already in your library, surely it's still yours, I would assume. Congrats, cutie Kuro. Thank you so much, Darling Yuki. And the final one from Darling Yuki is the Buddy Simulator 1984. I will put everybody on here. I will avoid Kuro, and I think that's, who is the first person? Oh my god, my memory is so dog shit. Nani? Suri! It was, was it Suri's? You are in the US right now. Okay, good, cool. Wait, who won the first one? I'm so sorry, I literally forgot. But I will remove, so we won't put Kuro on this one because Kuro already won one of Yuki's. You can stay with your entry on the other ones though. Lovely Kuro. So it was Suritsa. Okay, cool. All right, awesome. Suritsa's not on this one, so that's fine. All right, let me just retype this because I'll get lost otherwise. So we got Umbra, we got beautiful Briggy, we got Dearest Dahlia, we got Cutie Core, we got Lav, we got Sweetest Sedu, and we got Babachup. Babstup. Babachup. All right, you guys got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, spinning. Already bought games carry over on Steam. Only some in Germany become unplayable, if I remember correctly. Oh, like Wolfenstein. Yeah, that makes sense. Lav, lovely Lav, and the Body Simulator. Congrats, darling Lav. You guys, can we please say a very, very sincere, warm, and genuine thank you and express our serious appreciation for lovely Yuki for giving away these awesome games. Again, it's never required. It's not even like she gets anything from it other than the fact that, like, the satisfaction of giving you guys something. That's literally all she gets from it, you know? She's giving these keys away. So thank you so much, darling Yuki. That is so incredibly kind and generous of you. You truly do display the pal vibes with your flawless generosity. Thank you so much, darling. Okay. now we will move on to Aspens. Okay, now we're doing Aspens Beautiful. Hi, lovely Shy. How are you? Welcome back. Yay, thank you so much, darling Yuki. We really appreciate you, sweetie pie. Okay. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. Fabulous Frostbite. Welcome in, darling. How are you? Okay. So next we are doing a raffle for this adorable and beautiful
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Do you need some help understanding how to play this game, Shimigami? I'm happy to tell you. All you gotta do is be in the Discord and react to these. And everyone on here is able to join this one because it's the one and only one that the marvelous and talented Aspen has put up this week. Soritza, we got Kuro, we got Layla, we got Loner, we got Umbra, we got Bublin, we got Lav, we got Shadowgun. I can never spell your name, Shadowgun. I'm so sorry. It's not a hard name to spell, but I somehow manage. We got Jester, we got Daniel, we got Patricia, and we got Eisen. Okay, let me see. That's 16. Wait, I have 15 on here. Hold on. Oh, Shimi. There we go. Shimi got me. Shimi. All right. You guys have 10 seconds. If I see this go up to 17, then I will look for the next person. But otherwise, we will do this raffle in 10 seconds. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Spinning. For the amazing Aspen's gorgeous adopt artwork, it is for Vash! The brothers now have Aspen adopts. That's sick! Congrats, Valiant Vash. Congrats on your new pet. I hope you like your new pet. What a cutie! Ivy and this cutie pie can be besties. Swedish Santa, thank you for the 170 stream streak, darling. I so appreciate it. Lovely Lav, I'm sure you won't have any problem getting a hold of Valiant Vash to give this to him. And of course, if we can say a very, I know that Aspen's not here at the moment, but maybe she'll come back and listen to this if she feels like it. And if not, maybe Lav or Vash or someone or Umbra or somebody can let her know. But thank you so very much, Aspen, for contributing your beautiful, beautiful artwork and your time to making the world a brighter and more colorful place. I mean, look at this beautiful adopt. And she's given it away for free, which is so very sweet of her. So thank you so much, amazing Aspen. Hugs for you, darling. No, well, time to fight my brother. You have Ivy. Thank you so very much, amazing Aspen. Absolutely stunning artwork, absolutely stunning individual. We love you and we appreciate you. Okay, now we're moving on to Briggies. Oh, damn, Strat is on top of this. Go Strat. Okay, next we move on to Briggies. Gorgeous geeks, beautiful Briggy, bountiful Briggy, graceful geeks. I had to think of an alternative alliterative adjective. Okay, we have Batman Arkham Asylum Game of the Year Edition. If you have not played this or you just don't own it and you have played it, you probably want to play this. It looks pretty fucking cool, and it is one of these are some of Briggy's favorite series. So, I will give you guys. I'll put everybody on here, and then we'll do a countdown. Let me see here, and everyone once again can re-enter all of Briggy's stuff. So I'm going to put every name on here: Talon, Baba Choop, Jet, Kuro, Sweetest Strat, and Cutie Core. All right, we count down from 10, and if we don't see this go to 7, then we spin the wheel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, spinning! This is for Batman Arkham Asylum Game of the Year Edition. Did I break Tau somehow? By existing. Your epicness, it overwhelmed me. Oh, that was so close. Core, Congratulations! Congratulations, cutie core! And I saw you get in there just in the nick of time, too. Well done, well done. Congratulations, core. Wahoo! I have a question for you, Bean. I have too many fur. Can I just drop it in there for giveaways? What do you mean you have too many fur? What do you mean by that, cutie core? Thank you, thank you. Yay, cutie core! Congrats. Next we have Batman Arkham City Game of the Year edition. We got 7 people on that one. So let me see who is on there. We won't put Core on there because he just won. But we do have Kuro, we got Strat, we got Jet, we got Bubbachoop, we got Talon, and we got Yuki for this one as well at the top. All right, I'll count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we will spin this. And the winner of Batman Arkham City Game of the Year edition is Koro! Koro's making out like a bandit with 2 games today. Incredible. Let me see here. Sweetest Storm, thank you for contributing to the movie night, and Yuki to the storytelling stream. Let me see. Valos! Hi, Valiant Valos, how are you? These will be sent later once my model work is finished and my desk is cleaner. That's okay, gorgeous geeks. When in doubt, you can always check out our little community giveaways archive right here, and that will have the people who won and everything. I think Strat will probably actually tag you in it as well. I have too many furry characters. Oh, I see. As long as it's safe for work references, Kuro, you can give those away if you'd like. As long as you're not, again, as long as it's not self-promotion and it's not just giving people money, and it's safe for work, yeah, feel free to give them away here if you'd like. So well done, Yuri Kuro. Congratulations, the best Batman games. Hey, let's go. I have too many furry characters. Well over 1,000. Holy shit. Feel free to put maybe a few of them up on here if you would like to. Every week if you'd like. Oh no, my pudding is trapped. Wait, why? What does that mean, Caution? Welcome in. All right, next and our final, nope, not our final, sorry. Next is Fear. This is another giveaway from the gorgeous geeks / beautiful Briggy. And let's see, so we will have Solar and Vash and Umbra. Kuro already won something. Core already won something from Briggy. So we'll leave out Core and Kuro for this one. But if anyone else would like to join, just make sure you react to this. I'm going to count down from 10. If this changes to 7, I will add you. But if you click that after 10, then you're out of luck. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, spinning. And this is for Fear, the OG. I like it when Tau counts. I'm so glad that I do it a lot, don't I? Solar! Sweetest Solar! Congrats, Sweetest Solar! Congrats on winning Fear. Yes. Hi there, Mac. Welcome on in. How are you? I love that the new Lego Batman plays like Arkham. That's sick. Congrats, Sweetest Solar. And then the final one for the day is also from Beautiful Briggy. It is Fear 2, Project Origin. So, I will put, let's see, did Solar? Yeah, Solar just won one, so I'll leave Solar off there. Kuro won one, so we got Vash. We got, oh my god, I can't type. We got Umbra, we got Mac for this one. We got Babachupa, and we've got Yummy Yuki. All right, I will count down. If this turns to 8, actually, wait, who am I missing? Hold on, it says I've got 5. Oh, wait, no, that's fine. Solar and Kuro have won stuff. So, in fact, I'm just gonna get rid of those. There we go. Okay. If this changes to 6 before I count down to 0. Oh, Talon, perfect. Okay. Then I'll add you. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's spin for Fear 2. Hi, sweetest Saka! How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. How is Rose stream coming along? Whoever requested you say run is a fucking legend. It's true. It's true. This is a banger. The game is very old, but I remember it being fun back in the day. Well, I hope you get to revisit it now. And it's Bubbachoop! Congrats to Bubbachoop! Yay! Congrats, lovely Bubbachoop. I know that you don't spend a whole lot of time in here these days, but congratulations and thanks for hanging out in the pouch. What happened to the old Umbra Sun luck? I remember the day when you won almost everything. It's only fair if he takes a break from winning once in a while, you know? It'll be fun. Just remember some of the scares it had. Good times. Rah! Save had a clip of me. All right, you guys. Well, that's all of the ones, all the giveaways for today. Can we please say a very, very warm and very genuine thank you to the incredible Briggy, who has very kindly, very generously donated so many game keys to us and who has given those all the way to you guys. Thank you so very much, beautiful Briggy. We really do appreciate you being a part of this amazing community and making it even more amazing with your presence. And thank you so much for your incredible generosity as well. You are so sweet. Thank you so much to every single one of you who have contributed over the weeks that we have had this channel. This is like such an amazing, this started because I think Yuki and Storm wanted to give away some stuff. And it has just been one of the greatest boons to this community, I reckon. I genuinely think so, since like the creation of it, because this wouldn't have happened without you guys being like, hey, I want to just give to the community, so how can I do that? And I think that this strategy of this channel has gone really well. So thank you so incredibly much to every single one of you. Even if you don't put anything up this week, thank you so much for the times you have put stuff up. If you haven't put anything up yet and you want to, thank you so much for considering it. If you put stuff up this week, thank you so much for this week. I really do appreciate you. You guys really, like I said, you really embody those values of the pouch, just giving away to people just because, you know, it'll make their day better. And you have the means to give that. And if that's keys, gift cards, art, whatever it may be, you are so incredibly valued, so incredibly precious, and we are so thankful to have you here. Okay, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh, can we do another shout out war with Save? Yeah. Go follow this man. We're fighting over shout outs right now. Go tell him that Tau wins. Go tell him Tau wins the shout out wars. Do it, do it, do it. Click on that follow button and then go tell him. Phoenix. Fabulous Phoenix, is it a fair assumption that you came over here from Save Stream? Because if so...
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not. No. Tau's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in, Uwu. The FN, hello! SaveFile is a great guy. We fucking love that man. He is amazing. Following the shadow from Save. Thank you so much, Fabulous Phoenix. See, you guys, this is what I'm talking about. Save cultivates a pretty similar community to this one as far as like coziness goes. Please go check him out. He is absolutely extraordinary. SaveFile17 is a great guy, FN. I am a huge fan. If he had merch, I would get it. That man needs merch. Phoenix, thank you so very much for joining us, darling. It is such an incredible pleasure to welcome you in. And Titration, hello, welcome. You are here from SaveFile. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. I do appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. The guests of the SaveFile are ever so welcome here. Thank you so much for joining us, sweetheart. Everyone, please seriously, go check out Lovely Save. This man is genuinely a treasure among all men. Like, he's wonderful. There's a reason I put him on my head. And that I hide behind him being very scary. Thank you so much to Ty and to Phoenix and to FN. Thank you guys so very much for coming in from the shout out. I really do appreciate it. My community, you better go over there and go support him too, because his community just came in here too. So like, come on, go, don't make us look bad. Go say hi. Go be warm over in Save's chat. Hi there, Cutie QC. Welcome on in. Welcome to the pouch, new friends. Yes, indeed. I think Tao-chan should do a follower alert for SaveSun now too. Only fair. If he let me, I would. But like, I think he likes to have he likes his Star Trek stuff, which is totally fair. It's very good. He's got so many clips on there, and he has so many clips of me as well. So honestly, I feel like having a Tao alert would almost be just a little overkill. But yes, welcome in, you guys. It is such a pleasure to have you. Phoenix, thank you so very much for the follow, darling. We are big fans of the fabulous SafeFile17 over here. And yeah, he is a wonderful, wonderful man, wonderful streamer, wonderful individual. I cannot speak highly enough of him, to be honest. He's hilarious. He's very smart. He's a nerd in all the best ways. He's a god tier wizard king of Hearthstone, and he also plays sponsored stuff. So he recently did like Forza. He's done like Angry Birds 2. He did Roamstead, like a couple of days ago. If you aren't following him, genuinely think you're missing out, because I also hang out there just like in my own time. I'm not just promoting him because he's cool. I genuinely very much enjoy and feel very safe in his community, and you will too. Young person, since the Presbyterian Church does, they can't also teach you certainly more knowledge. They certainly can, Vetelina. Almost time for a break. Time sure flies fast. It's true. And we need to probably get into our arting after 2 hours. Oh, Star Trek, there must be a planet of Thylacines there somewhere. They have everything else as aliens. That's true. Maybe that's where we all went. Let me see. I'm thinking in the future of firing up a Minecraft Java Edition server with a mod pack. I just gotta learn how to do that. Okay. Tau is for the big. For the big, Vetelina. I am for the big. Save file is the next water cooler. What does that mean? What does that mean? All right. Well, that's all of our giveaways for today. If anyone would like to contribute to these in the future, you can do so at any point. You can make it as, you can make the giveaway as short or as long as you want. It does need to, the giveaway ending does need to probably fall on a Friday, like an Aussie Friday, because that's when we do these raffles. But if you insist on having it on some other day, I will do my best to remember to do a raffle on a day that's not Friday. 2 hours! So far I've made 2 shoes at 1/12 the scale. My hands hurt. It should not have been 2 hours. That should have been 30 minutes. What took the time, Gorgeous Geeks? Was it typing to me? Was it watching me? Oh, right, shoes. Right, shoes. Break time! 2! I'm just gonna lurk in Safe Files chat whilst I'm here. Please do see to Soritsa. Yes, go hang out in his chat. He's amazing. Distracted by Tau and chat. Listen, there are worse reasons for you to take 2 hours on shoes. I must confess. All right. Well, we do actually have to go on a quick break. For those of you who are new here, or who need the refresher, especially those lovely people from SafeFile17's chat, who we greatly appreciate. Every hour, we go on a 3-minute break. It's not very long, 3 minutes, not too long, but it is just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about it. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then I also set you guys up with some stuff to keep you occupied if you don't want to also walk away from the computer. But then we come on back and we make more content. And when we get back, we are going to be doing some art, okay? Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, and maybe go to the bathroom. And my darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Give me just a second, I'm looking for my Discord, there we go. I just started typing raid. That's supposed to be boss. We're not raiding yet. We still have 6 hours of stream. Okay. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Save is still talking though, so if you want to go talk to someone for 3 minutes, you could also hang out there. I highly recommend you do. See you soon. Mwah. In fact, I think
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. Master. Hold on. We'll go. Goof wants some. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. Hello. I am Nix. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nix. In fact, I think
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix.
This one turned out the best.
Oh,
I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat lover.
That's so cute. Oh. Hold on. Please say it's free
It's free real estate. Okay, well, how do you guys feel about me only being on your left side? She did the thing. Congratulations, Precious Emerald! I'm terrified that the final boss is actually, like, not final. Oh, God! I'm not using her power just yet, because these guys are weak sauce, you know what I'm saying? Hello, lovely Nimith. How are you? It's so good to see you. I wave at you with my book. With my book. Champions! All right. Do we get to... Actually, that's a very good point, Seti. What's this? What's this? Purple! Purple! Ah! No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick thing! Scary. Yuck. Oh, thank God. I was like, I've killed this before. Does it count if I killed it somewhere else? Okay, good. It's so scary. I hate these things. How many do we need to find? Over 100. What are you? Oh my God. You bitch, you have a shitty tail. Oh, you have a shitty tail. Oh no. Oh, owie, 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 no, no, no. Owie, no, no, no. Oh fuck, I forgot how to do this. Oh, no, I'm about to be eaten.
Teammates look out for each other. We're a team, right?
Oh. High five. Yay. Oh my God, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. So freaking cute. Teeny, 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 tiny hand. Go, go, Tower Ranger. Thank you, Nix. This is the... did I put an E at the end of his name or no? I forgot. Hi, sweet Asia. Welcome on in. Where is Eon? He was like, that plate. No, no, anything but that. Telling you that we have to, please, we have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. Nom, 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 nom. May I borrow your fucking babies? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, fuck. Sorry. The timing on both of those. Thank you very much for the very honest, fair report card, Nix. I appreciate that. I do. She's a VTuber, but she's not in... Well, shit. Sorry, I got back just in time to watch that countdown. Sorry, I'm still taking care of, or trying to take care of Nate. So I keep on getting back a little bit later than I mean to. All right, I will let you guys do this round of words, and I will try and help as well, because normally I don't, but, Hey, I'm scared! Fuck you! Oh no, the D is fake, okay. Jesus. Welcome back, sweet sister. What do I give a chicken? Actually, while you guys do this, I better Enkidu. I better, prepare there you go. The little iPad for you. Liking and then you guys can tell me what we're working on. That is my favorite darling. To work is having you guys tell me what you would like to work on. Challenge accepted, my worthy opponent. You shall not claim the blade. With my, let us call it what it is, genius, I shall bring you to justice. Wait, you wish to duel with weapons, not wits? The bridge hardly seems appropriate for such an epic battle. Hildebrand will return in the 3 collectors.
Click the buttons. Click the buttons. Click,
Yonakata! Thank you for my song. My little clicky song. Oh, no. All right, my darling. So, today, I will show you our commissions. We don't have too many to work on. But we have a few. So, I wonder if I should start thinking about things I say before they come out of my mouth.
Moving on. Lol. I can't hear me, but okay, I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go to work. And don't worry about this art. Sorry, I was looking at this thing. 1 second. I just gotta close this up so you guys can see. Better than B for bitch. Once we get back. Oh okay. Man, if we have finished. Alrighty, my darlings. ENVtuber art. Invent gun with bang bang. Sorry, that was the longest. Like not supposed to be that long of a break. Hi, cuties. Welcome back. Let me put you guys here. There we go. Welcome back. Terrific talent uppies. Yeah, good talent. Awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Some uppies for you. Yee. Good Aussie. Swedish Shadow Princess, welcome on in. Nick, Smatos Slice Down Slice Ubbies. Hi there, sweetest Steven. Welcome in, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. Have things been? Let me see. I has to go to work, but I did tell SafeFile17 you won the shoutouts. Hey, let's go, Ryoko. Thank you. Thank you. Surely he'll back down now. Let me see. Can I put the there we go. There's my save hat. We need the safe hat. Some lav uppies. Yee, good lav. And Valiant Valos uppies. Yee, good Valos. Yummy Yuki uppies. Yee, good Yuki. Lovely Layla uppies. Yee, good Layla. Incredible Eisen uppies. Yay! Good Eisen. Joyce Jester! Oh, speaking of art, not me bookmarking your VGen for future potential art commission. I would love! Look, Save is a furry too. That is not for legal reasons. That is not a factual piece of information. That's just my observation based on the fact that he turns into a guitar-wielding pink werewolf. Things are good. Busy. How are you? Busy. But so happy to see you, sweetheart. I hope you're doing incredibly well. You are so quick with the song request strat. He is very fast. He's very fast. I want to request hologram from FMA Brotherhood, but it says the song requests are out of stock. No! I'm sorry, hun. Let's see. Either strat, do you want to request that, or can you give Steven a chance to request it, maybe? Let's see. I see VTuber sometimes face reveal. Save Son does a furry reveal. True. Sure I can. Thanks, sweetest strat. Okay, you guys. So we're going to let you guys, what I always do for those of you who are new here or need the reminder, I let you guys vote on whether we have 2 votes, okay? So we either work on commissions or chibis. So I'm going to show you your options if you choose commissions, and then I'll show you your options if you choose chibis. So this is Umbra commission, okay? This is Umbra commission. We are still doing there's a shit ton more sketching to do. This is like the roughest outline. If we choose this, we will be doing sketching all day because there's a lot of little details that I need to put in here. But this is Umbra commission. Okay. We also have Yuki commission, or I'll probably call it Yuki mascot. This is Yuki's mascot, which we can, assuming that Yuki approves all of the colors and the markings and stuff, we can do the shading today, and maybe, if we're lucky, we might even get to animating, because this is going to be animated. So yeah, this is moving into render phase, unless Yuki has some color changes. Looks cool so far, really nice. Do you like it, Yuki? Let's see, for like the past year, I have been having people do art for me to put in my portfolio, my potential tattoos for my Jester sleeve. That's cool, Jester. I would love to see that. That sounds awesome. And I'd love to participate in it too. But yes, so this is Yuki mascot, okay? We also have, I am actually working on the shadows for this character at the moment. This is Coldy Calm. Okay, we have a very handsome devil here. This is moving into the texture and lighting phase. So this is Coldy Calm, if you would like me to work on this one today. So yeah, and I think that might be all the oh wait, no, sorry, there's one more. We also have we have our lovely little bird here for Alec, which is in the rendering phase as well. So if you like this, then it'll be nice and peaceful, and we can work on shading and highlighting this. And this will be called Alec com.
Kittens.
Okay, so those are all your commissions. Okay, so if you vote for commissions, that's what you're getting. One of those, and then you get to vote on one of those, right? Now, if we go to our chibi options, you can either choose from, actually, you know what? Chibi options, if you know that I owe you a chibi and you know what you want, I will just let you shout it out, okay? So if you guys, please, anybody in chat that you know I owe, if you are aware, if I have messaged you or if Strat has messaged you, and that is the only way I owe you a chibi, you do not get one just because. I wish I could do that, but I don't have the time. Say that I owe you a chibi, and then tell me what you would like. Okay, and then that will help everybody else decide if they want to vote for chibis and vote for yours. Okay, so yes, please do. And if there is someone in here that I've already started a chibi for, so for example, and for those of you who don't know what my chibis look like, this is a Strat one. This is a Strat chibi. But let me see here. Hold on. I need to show you guys. Like, for example, I do have this is a Yuki chibi that I owe her of she and I sparring. Anybody else? So handsome and tasty looking. Yummy blind. But yes, if you know that I owe you a chibi and you would like me to do it for you, please, in chat right now, post me, like say me, and then say what you want your chibi to be of, okay? And then I will put the okay, yep, Storm, that's true. Oh yeah, and Storm has a chibi coming to him, but he also has some very cute little emotes that we could also work on. These are some of Storm's emotes. That we can still work on. These are some of the lines. Okay, so we do have those as well. So we'll put Storm Talon. Yep. Oh yeah, Talon also has, hold on, where's that one? Let me see. I think it's actually in the same file. Where is it? Oh, there it is. This is Talon's. All right, so this is Talon's chibi sketch. I have one at chibi, but my commission took over, but it was going to be my Black Dragon / Dracthair and Vixia. Oh, yes. Okay, so yep, so we'll put I posted a giveaway for Soulframe. Oh, let's go, Sam. Thank you so much. Is that due for next week, a week from today? All right, so we're gonna have Storm, Talon, Cutie Kata, Lovely Yuki, what else? Is there anybody else that I didn't just name that would like to be considered for having a chibi up? I think that's the wrong song. Wait, what's the wrong song? It's not for the game this time since I am running low on those, but it's a skin for Warframe Swords. Oh, cool. Okay. I sent pictures of her in the Discord DMs. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Cutie Kata. That's all good. All right. So with that in mind, I will let you guys, oh, the one playing should be from Emily. Oh, this one's from Kayla King. How did it mess that one up? Emily, your idol. No, this is right. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was like, wait a second. I don't think it can fuck that one up. It's not fucked it up before, so yeah, someone else requested. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me put this poll up. Firstly, we should work on. We have commissions or we have chibis. I'll give you guys 2 minutes for that. I've given you a tour of which is which. Just saying, Tata, I missed you in the last chibi list. She mentioned you earlier, but she has not rested well, so she may have forgotten. Wait, what's that? I showed everybody the emotes, and I also said Storm got a new chibi as well. So, was there something else? That was a lot of art to do. Like me, for real. Yeah, true. I do have a lot of art to do. It's true. It is true. Okay, you guys, it's not even close right now. We got one person who wants to do chibis, and we got 5 who want to do commissions, and we got a gorgeous Neo Greg who just came in with his amazing community. Welcome on in. How was gambling with your friends? How are you doing, gorgeous Greg? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. You guys, this is the incredible Neo Greg who have graced us with their presence. Fresh from a most entertaining stream of Gamble with Your Friends. This Hearthstone Arena aficionado doth also enjoy rhythm games and card games. Their recent broadcasts feature a delightful mix of arena, sponsored content, and even language learning. Wait, what language learning have you been doing? Truly a diverse and entertaining streamer. One of his tags is edumacation, which is why I think that it's picking that up. But welcome on in, Greg. Gambling is fun! For legal reasons, we don't condone gambling, but... You guys, you have 40 seconds to decide if we're working on commissions or chibis. Please do vote. It's not even close right now. If you want chibis, you better, like, get on that. Language learning. I am also interested now. Greg, I'm so glad you had a good time, hun. How was your Hearthstone bit of your stream as well? Welcome in to gorgeous Greg and his amazing community. Hi, everybody. I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You did try to learn a language in one stream. Oh my God, what did you try to learn, Greg? That sounds so fun. I'm also a professional artist, so on days like today, I let you guys decide what we're working on, and yeah, oh, it was Japanese. Amazing. Yuki is fluent in native Japanese, so Yuki, if you decide to go hang out with Greg, you can go help him learn Japanese. How far did you get? All right, we're doing commissions. Okay, now we get to go back over here and decide what commission you would like to work on. I'll give you a refresher. But Greg, would you like to let us know, pretty please, when is your next stream? You guys, please do check out the gorgeous Greg. He's a sweetie pie. He's also a Hearthstone streamer and a flesh tuber. But he's got banging music playing like all the time. He also does cool sponsored streams that aren't Hearthstone. If you're not that into Hearthstone, he does other cool stuff. He's very funny. Let's see. What else can I say about you? Oh, he's super sweet and supportive. Yeah, thank you so much. I took Japanese for 3.5 years in high school, but I've been very out of practice for years. Oh, that's not too bad then. Did it kind of come back to you a little bit? Or were you like, I don't remember any of this? Let's see. Just seen a Pink Floyd song get requested. Glad it wasn't the one that'll make me bawl though. Oh, you poor thing. Fair enough. I could, but I owe you and the pals a language lesson first. That's true, you do. That's true. All right, let's see. We're gonna ask which commission should we work on? We have got Umbra, Umbracom. We have Yuki Mascot, and I'll once again take you guys for a tour of these. Let me just hold on. We got the Coldicom. Let's see, Coldicom. We've got Alecom as well. All right, I'll give you guys 5 minutes to decide on this so that I have time to show you around. I still know my hiragana and katakana, but no kanji. Oh, that's fair. Hey, Greg, you're doing better than me. I was trying to study it for a time, and I went and revisited it recently because I want to go back pretty soon, like in the next year or so. And I don't remember any of my katakana or my hiragana. Okay, let me show you guys what we can work on. So, if you vote for Umbra, this is the Umbracom, okay? So this is our sketch com. We're doing this at the moment. We have the Yuki Mascot, which is this one, and it would be convenient to work on since Yuki is here. The tails are straight up because that's going to make it easier to animate. But today, what we will probably wind up doing is rendering it, so doing a lot of texture and a lot of shadow and highlighting. So that's the Yuki com. We've got the Coldicom. That is this one. If you like the look of this, that is what we're working on here. If you like our handsome devil here. Japanese lesson stream would be awesome. It would be awesome, but I would be so bad at it. So this is the Coldicom, if you like the look. And then we've got the Alecom, which is this one. And we actually have a couple of versions of this one. There's one
in the day with the eyes closed and the eyes open, and then there's one at night with the eyes closed and the eyes open. But yeah, please do vote. This ends in 4 minutes, so please vote. You got your UmbraCom, your Yuki mascot, your CodyCom, or your AlecCom. Okay? So I'll talk to you guys for 4 minutes until you guys decide what you want to do. At the moment, it's neck and neck for Umbra and Yuki. If it helps you decide, the phases we're in for both of those is Yuki mascot, we're doing our rendering. So a lot of you think that's, well, and I think so too. That's when my art starts to really come to life, is when we're doing like our highlighting, shading, and our texturing. Whereas the UmbraCom is going to be just like exclusively sketching all day, because there's a lot of detail in that one that I need to get down before I start doing line art and stuff like that. Yuki is pulling ahead just a little bit by like 2 votes. Umbra's got 6, Yuki's got 8. Please do vote whatever you are interested in. Let's see. I'm back on my grind of learning all the kanji. Wow, that would be hard. That would be tough. Katakana and hiragana are quite easy, as you'll encounter them often, and they are, after all, a bit like an alphabet. But kanji, you just have to learn by rote and practice. Yeah. I just know that if you vote for my commission, I will have to leave for a bit in about 3 hours. But I should be back before the end of stream. Oh, that's all good, Yuki. We'll probably be working on the, if your mascot does wind up getting voted for in the next 2 minutes, which it looks like it. It's almost doubled the 6 for Umbra. We'll probably be working on, as long as you've approved the colors and the markings and stuff, we'll probably still be working on the rendering. Let me see here. Okay, I voted. Thank you, Gecko. Who was the kitsune? My brain missed it. Did you want to see it? This is the kitsune. 1 second. There we go. This is Yuki's mascot, which is in the rendering phase now, which is why it looks really flat, because now we have to make it look like fluffy and dimensional. Now, you got 1 minute to finish voting, but this is the Yuki mascot, and just a refresher, this is the lovely Umbra sketch right here. So it is up to you guys what phase you want to go into. The mascot is in render phase. The Umbra art is in sketch phase. Let me see here. Ro! Hi, Radical Ro. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. How was your stream? It's so good to see you. And thank you for Ro. Thank you. Thanks, sweetheart. Greg, when is your next stream, sweetheart? You guys, please do check out the gorgeous Greg. He very kindly just brought his entire community in, and we really do appreciate it. And also, hey, Greg, what other kinds of sponsored stuff do you have coming up? Do you have any plans for, I know that he was also playing Slay the Spire 2 co-op, yesterday, I think. I gotta go apply my face to the pillow very soon, as long as you can still breathe. Just don't, like, breathe the pillow in. It's not good. It's not healthy. It was good. I'm so happy to hear it, darling. That's awesome. Yuki and I were racing, and then suddenly Yuki shot far into the lead. All right, yeah, it looks like we're probably gonna do Yuki's mascot today. All right, we will work on our rendering of this cutie pie. Art tax. Oh, you finished the commission! Ro, would you like to share it with us, darling? Greg, I don't suppose you've done any art. If you have, you are welcome to share it with us, as long as it's safe for work. It's Tao time! Hi, State of Space Cat. Welcome on in. How are you? Of course. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me permit you real quick. Boop. Okay, hopefully it doesn't delete your link. If it does, I'll still see it. I'll still see it. Just for some reason, it sometimes just doesn't let you do it, and I don't know why. All right, so we will work on rendering Yuki's mascot. With that in mind, Yuki, please have a very careful look at this and let me know if I got all of your markings right or not. Oh, thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Much appreciated. Yay, we get to see Tao draw. Yay, we get to maybe look at some more of lovely Layla's art. Let's see. I voted Umbra-san. You are too kind and I love you. Always helping me heal and being awesome. Oh, you're so sweet, Yuki. I was lurking in Ro and Saku's stream. It's awesome, isn't it? They're so sick. They're so good at artwork and they're so sweet. Let me actually see. Did you guys post in the art section? Ooh, cool, pretty art. Love it. Proxy Towers is super cute. Let me see here. The face is perfect. The tails are super, although I wouldn't mind some rings of the same color nearer to the base of the tails. Oh, I see. Okay. So like on the blue tail, you would want some like right here-ish. And on the red ones, you would want it like here and here. And I guess it wouldn't really be obvious on this one because it's quite behind the back. But is that kind of what you mean? I have really started looking forward to Tau's streams. It helps me a lot. Oh, sweetest Sam, that makes me so happy, darling. I'm so happy that we can help make you feel warm and accepted and cozy. It's always a pleasure to have you. It may look a little blurry, but it's a screen grab of a big image. Let me have a look. Ah! This is fucking gorgeous! This is gorgeous! What the heck? This is amazing! I don't even know where my voice went! What's my natural accent? I don't even know no more! This is amazing! Oh, this is so fucking cute! Holy crap! Girl, oh, you're at it again with your painterly bullshit that I just don't understand, and it's magic and it's beautiful, and this is absolutely extraordinary. This is beautiful. Oh my god, and that sheer holographic thingy. Oh, you told me what it was, and I'm so sorry I forgot. Oh man, look at the rendering on the lace, the lacing here. That's amazing. Oh my god. Absolutely obsessed. This is gorgeous. Thank you so much for sharing, lovely. I've sent many reference pictures of ENVixia. Most are actual pictures of me in cosplay. Some are IMVU, and one is art that was done. So yeah, your take on her would just look awesome. Sounds good, cutie Kata. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to try my hand at her. Did you also message me like what kind of a pose or vibe or expression you wanted? I'm sending friends your way. Oh, please do, lovely Lith. I would love to meet some lovely Lith friends. Maybe you could do some slight light bluish markings on the flank. Ooh, okay. Something maybe reminiscent of your marking on your neck, maybe? I'm good, Tau. My hands hurt a tab, but that's to be expected between arting and games. Just got off Roblox with a friend. Was playing a cool liminal puzzle game. That's cool, hun. Please rest your hands, though. I'm in lava maze. I don't know what to tell you. This is what happens now. I don't even... Oh, this is so gorgeous. Oh, Neo! Hello there, fabulous Neo! Welcome in, the Pikmin. Welcome on in. Oh my god, sick! How was Digimon story time, stranger darling? It's such a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. You guys, this is the absolutely awesome Neo Fox, the fluffy ice cream colored red fox, and Tori, the cute Mexican gray wolf. They are lovingly married furry couple who stream together. That's so cute. They play Smash Brothers Ultimate and create art. Recently, they've been on a Digimon story time stranger kick. It is lit. Hello, sweetheart. Tori! Hi, terrific Tori. Welcome on in. How are you? Neo, Kaichi, Hellish, welcome, Nabu, Rune, marvelous Miss Vixie. Welcome in, sweethearts. It's such a pleasure to have you. Welcome. How was your stream, dearest Neo? It is a pleasure to have you here. Would you like to actually let us know when your next stream will be and what you might be streaming? And while you do let us know that, here's a little about us. Ooh, and a safe hat.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Noragami.
Favorite anime.
Also Noragami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
But yes, welcome in, you guys. It is such a pleasure to have you. Also, I did see that you are going to be streaming again tomorrow. Did you say you're going to be streaming Ferality? That sounds awesome. Do you know what you're going to do in Ferality? Let me see here. And what time? What time will you be streaming, by the way? Lovely Tori and Neo. If you guys do happen to have any, if you guys are artists, please feel free to share some art. Just let us know beforehand so that we can like permit you. The art you were showing immediately reminded me of the Pointer Sisters. Oh, that was the absolutely extraordinary Ro and Saku who just came in. This is their artwork. I wish I was this talented. I am tragically not, but highly recommend you go check out Ro if you haven't. Really, really beautiful stuff. So cute. But this is some of my art, and we're working on a little mascot, a little kitsune mascot for Yuki in the chat for a commission. Neo, that was amazingly perfect. Did you like it? I'm so glad. And Vixie already loved this bean. Oh, you're so sweet, Vixie. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. And lovely Liz. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing friends in. It's such a pleasure to meet you all. Static is the best flavor. Kaichi, you and me both, we agree on this. It's our first time, so honestly, we have no idea. 8 p.m. EST, and I can show. Yeah, let me get a link. Okay, awesome. Let me allow you real quick, Tori. 1 second. Real talk, fizzy sparkling water is so good in my opinion. Oh, thank God. Thank God I have someone else who reckons that fizzy water is the best water. Hopefully that works. If it doesn't, I'm so sorry. Our bot is a little bit overreactive sometimes. It won't do anything to your account or anything if it like deletes the message, but I'm so sorry. Oh my God, it did the thing. It did the fucking thing. Of course it did. Sorry. 1 second. Let me see here. Sorry. We tried. Do you have a links command for commissions and stuff? Oh, yes, we do, lovely Vixie. If you do exclamation point commissions. Oh, this is so cute. Look at this. Oh my God. I am obsessed with these. Oh my God, the way you do eyes. Oh, they're so cute and reflective. I love them, Tori. So cute. Oh, look at this face. Oh, so cute. Yeah, commissions or exclamation point VGen, either one, sweetheart, either one. But please do check it out. I know they say waitlist, but it's just so that I can like pull commissions as I need to. Because I have like 4 active right now, and like 2 of them are really big. So, but just know that probably within 2 or 3 days, I'll probably like bring yours through from the waitlist if you do decide that you would like to commission me. There's a brand in the USA called Liquid Death. I have seen those that markets itself with skulls and edgy names, and it works. Successful brand. I've seen that. It's really funny. Brand of sparkling water. Yeah. Let's see. Tori is super talented. No kidding, lovely Lith. Absolutely, baby. I love these. Tori, your adorable arts of the friends is adorbs. It is. Kaichi is the kobold in the middle. Cute. Oh, so cute. That was a gift for Kaichi. That's so sweet. I love that everyone is like, come here, yeah. Oh, so cute. I also prefer static over plain water, but I'm the only one in my household that likes it, so I only get it on occasion. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, she's the one who drew your ref. Absolutely extraordinary, sweetheart. I've been working off of that ref for two chibis so far. I love this. This is the quality I wanted to, the pal pile to be. Well, you are definitely well on your way to it, sweetheart. Neo, thank you so much for bringing your amazing community and darling. I do appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. And Resonant, hi, sweetheart. Welcome on in. I haven't tried Liquid Death, but my store sells it. I think it also comes in energy drink form. Energy drink water? Really? I don't know if I can blush any harder. Well, terrific, Tori. That is what I'm hoping for. I want to make sure that you are aware of what an extraordinarily talented artist you are. Look at the scale here. This is so great. I also love whatever brush you're using. Everything just looks like inherently kind of furry, and like the texture is so pretty. I love it. This is great, darling. Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you so much for bringing your guys' amazing community in. It really does mean the world. Thank you. But yes, welcome in everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I'm also a professional artist, so if you guys come in on Fridays, which is today, by the way, you get a nice long 8-hour art stream where you get to request music and help me decide what we're working on. Today, you guys have elected to work on rendering this kitsune mascot for Yuki in the chat. This is a commission for Yuki. And let's see, yeah, like I said, we go for 8 hours. Some of the other stuff that we do, I'm also a professional voice actor. So if you come on in and we're playing a game that is not voiced yet, I give it the cold read, the professional cold read voice treatment. Like for example, right now we're playing Final Fantasy 14 for the very first time. Oh, wait, I forgot to put my save hat back. There we go. And we're playing through we were playing Hildebrand, the Hildebrand quests, which was insane, absolutely insane, and very funny. It's my first time playing, so we have finished all of A Realm Reborn. We recently finished Pragmata as well, and now we're going back into Heavensward. But I'm letting you guys decide whether we do Gunbreaker quests, whether we do the main story in Heavensward, or whether we do Hildebrand quests. Also, if we do dungeons, raids, or trials, you guys are welcome. You are the first choice. I don't go to the group finder unless we don't have enough pals who are interested in playing. The other stuff that we're doing, all of these are first time playthroughs, so please no spoilers. Like I said, Final Fantasy 14 Heavensward, Persona 5 Royal, Monster Hunter Stories 3, which we might very well finish this coming week. I'm very excited. And yeah, play your character voice demo. Oh, I don't know if I'll play it right now, but I can if you want to listen to it right there. That is my character demo. You can hear my rather flexible range. Let me see here. Sorry, I'll catch up with you guys now. But yes, it's such a pleasure to have you. Oh, and when we finish one of these games, so like when we finish Monster Hunter Stories 3 this coming week, I'm putting that into the universe. I've been grinding hard. I'm hoping that we'll beat this fucking final boss. You guys, this is a democracy manifest, and it means that you guys get to actually vote on what our next thing is. So once we finish Monster Hunter Stories 3, you guys will get to pick what the next game is, okay? Let's see here. Please join our Discord. We have a ton of fun stuff going on there. That is true. We got watch-alongs. We've got, you can submit stories for our storytelling stream, which if you look, in the like channel point rewards and stuff, you guys are so close. And then I am a trained narrator as well, so you guys get to decide if you submit your own written words, your own written work, you will get to decide whether I narrate it in audiobook narrator fashion, or if you would like me to voice act it. If particularly good if you have dialogue. Let me see here. Of course, your energy is chaotic and infectious. It's so great. Oh, you're such an angel. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. And I'm getting excellent vibes from your energy in the chat as well. Please voice Pokemon because they won't. I think I did voice Pokemon when we were doing, we finished ZA on stream, and I did voice the Pokemon and all the people in there as well. Let's see. I was very sad last night. I looked into FF14 to reinstall it, but the free trial is only available for new accounts. Oh, I'm sorry, Yami. You'll fall in love with her voice. Oh, thank you, Liv. I'm so glad you think so. I'm really excited because just yesterday I got the chance to record my video game interactive demo, and I am fucking so excited about this, you guys. I can't wait until that one is all done. I've sent it off to the demo maker, and yo, I am so excited. It's gonna be absolutely awesome. Let's see. What happened with the giveaways? We did them. We did all of the giveaways, lovely Space Cat. Took about an hour and a half between our art raffle and the community giveaways on the Discord. Assuming however finishes Monster Hunter Stories 3 and isn't stuck on the last boss for the rest of time. Hey! That last boss is hard. I think it's actually just my bad. I think I need to be better prepared. Democracy! I live in America. What's that like? I'll have to submit a text adventure game. Oh! That would be so cool, Kaiji. I don't think we've ever had a text adventure game. That would be amazing. What did you think of ZA? I was super disappointed. I will say I was not, we didn't actually finish, so we finished the main story, but we didn't go, I let you guys vote if you wanted to continue on with like the DLC, and you guys didn't want to. So I thought it was kind of, yeah, I thought it was kind of meh, to be honest. I had a fun time, right? But I'm a big, like, I bet you couldn't guess it by my entire model being based around like brush in the wild and wild animals and stuff. But I wasn't a big fan of being stuck in a city the whole time. I had a great time just because I was with the pals, which is you guys. This community made everything really fun and really funny. But personally, yeah, I kind of forgot about most of it. Neo, that character VA demo was so good. What the heck? Oh, thank you, lovely Neo. I'm so glad you like it. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. Let's see, resend in case you're still waiting for my response. Connection to my own seals would be perfect. Okay, awesome, lovely Yuki. Thank you so much. Perfect. Almost as that 1-person 5 royal boss. I must say that Persona 5 royal boss, I'm pissed about that because that did not feel like my fault. This monster, the final boss monster in Monster Hunter Stories 3 felt like my fault. It still feels like my fault. It feels like I need to get better at the game and like properly strategize. Whereas the Persona 5 boss, I felt like I was just hitting my head against the wall. So that fucking sucked. Hey, Sita Skellington, how are you? It's good to see you. That's exactly the vibe. Woo! I'm glad we agree. Tragically, but we agree. Capitalism! Capitalism! Hi there, lovely Neek. Welcome on in. How are you? Are we in office hours? Can I ask a mentor a question? Absolutely, lovely Neek. As long as it is appropriate, go for it. Just as a light touch to break up the
Yugi, I don't
white.
understand
Yeah,
how
I
to play
getcha.
this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. Here we are, almost 3 hours into stream, and I still haven't drawn a single line. You did try with what you had, and we did get better. That's true. And this time we should be even better because I went and I've been grinding. I've been trying to grind. We're level 67 now, so we're like 4 levels above where we were when we last played. So hopefully. Thank you for the care package, awesome Aussie. You guys, please do check out the absolutely angelic Neo Fox and terrific Tori, both of whom are going to be streaming some virality tomorrow. Sweetheart, thank you so very much for bringing your amazing community in. Please, both of you, go practice some after-stream care. If you guys need to hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, go to the bathroom, go to sleep, whatever you gotta do, please do it. I promise that while you take the best care of yourselves, I will take the best care of your amazing community. Thank you so very much for bringing everybody in, sweethearts. And yeah, voice acting, using a stage name versus using a real name. What's your opinion? It is safer for you to use a stage name. Most people will use their real first name and then a stage last name. I am applying to every project that I do as TauTassieTiger because I want a direct correlation with my VTuber. And to be honest, it's a bit of an experiment too, because I don't know a lot of VTubers who are exclusively credited by their name unless they're huge. Like Iron Mouse will be credited by Iron Mouse, obviously. But it really does depend on what your what you desire to do. I have been TauTassieTiger for like 3 years now, and I have zero intention of stopping. And because it is because of this stream that I really started to gain a lot of confidence in my voice acting skills. I want to kind of pay homage to you guys, to this community, by continuing to use that name. Also, if I use my real name, or my legal name rather, then I wouldn't be comfortable sharing it with you guys. It's why when I've done like commercial stuff, I don't share it with you guys because that is under my legal name. So, yeah, that's my opinion on it. I hope that's helpful. Let me see here. We do indeed need to get some sleep. Absolutely. Angelic, Tori, thank you so very much for bringing everyone in, you guys. Lith, thank you so much for introducing us, or reintroducing us, to the fabulous Tori and the fantastic Neo, and to your guys' community. Welcome on in, everybody. It is a pleasure to have you all. Fantastic answer. Thank you. My pleasure, darling Neek. My pleasure. Good distinction between real versus legal name. Yeah, exactly. But if you don't have like an online handle that you are like purposefully trying to associate with, my best recommendation is literally using your first real name and a stage last name, except for like the NDA contracts and stuff. Obviously, it's unenforceable if you are not using your legal name. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. I'm imagining people looking at the credits thinking, who names their child TauTassieTiger? Yeah, exactly. I'm for like more professional stuff, I am putting TauTassieTiger, but I'm sure people are still like, wow, what a strange alliterative name. The thing is, I want people to recognize like my skill as a voice actor and consider that a lot more than whether someone's gonna be like, what the fuck is that name? You know, like if a production is that concerned with how, you know, the singular second of my name scrolling by is going to impact their project, then they don't really care about my voice acting. Do you know what I mean? So what if I legally changed my name? Well, I mean, that's up to you, Caution. Hadn't considered the stage name thing before. I'm curious, you think from your experience, does it affect the job / likelihood of being hired? I think it could in some cases. I think in more traditional or like potentially how do I want to phrase this? In more traditional productions, they will probably look at, if you were to apply as Geeks Codex, for example, they'd probably be like, what the fuck? But again, my hope is that even if I am applying with TauTassieTiger, that maybe, just maybe, they'll listen to my demos, they'll listen to the stuff I've been a part of, they'll go play the games I'm in, and then they'll be like, yeah, fuck it, you know, like, I don't really care what her name is, like, she's got the skill that we're looking for, and she's got the voice that we're looking for. I've always kind of felt that way about a lot of stuff, like, when it comes to people wanting to commission me for, I would rather someone come to me and want to commission me because they like my art style than just because, you know, a friend was like, oh, you know, you should go watch this VTuber. She's got, you know, this amount of followers or whatever. Like, I would rather not have someone come to me for that. I want people to acknowledge the skill and the talent and not the strangeness of the name or the clout you could get or whatever it is. Cutie Kaichi, darling, thank you so incredibly much for the follow, sweetheart. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Let me see here. Sorry, I just, let me see. TauTassieTiger is a rippin' good name. I don't know why rippin' popped into my brain as a synonym for cool. Rippin' is sick. I love that, Cheetah. Please, let's use rippin' from now on. That's actually a very cool synonym for cool. If I was watching credits and I saw something in the vein of TauTassieTiger when I was a kid, I'd be sitting there like, that's a badass name. Oh, good. Perfect. Well, I'm glad that for any productions that I'm like, oh, these guys might not like the TauTassieTiger, like clearly a handle thing. So I go with TauTassieTiger. Let me see. I had to do something similar when it came to writing. Yes, like a pen name. For obvious reasons, my brain has been very focused on how I market myself recently. That is totally fair, Gorgeous Geeks. That is totally fair. I think we live in a time and a place where people are getting more used to, I mean, technology is such a critical part of our world and our society that I think using things like quirky stage names and stuff, or even like marketing yourself with like an online handle, I think those things are getting slightly more acceptable, which I love. I think people should be able to market themselves. I mean, if you fucking hate your name, like some people really do hate the name they were given at birth, and so, or if, you know, even worse, if you're dysphoric about the name you were given, like you should not have to market yourself with your legal name. You shouldn't have to do it. In my personal opinion, you should do what makes you comfortable, and people should accept that. You know, within reason. If your name is, you know, I don't know, if you want to be known as like ball sack, probably not. That, let's get more mature than that, right? But you know what I mean? Like if you're clearly just like, I don't want to give away my legal name. There you go. There shouldn't be an issue with that. I put in a request for a fancy animated Vtuber. Cool, Vixie, but I have to wait a bit. But didn't want to wait and forget about it because your art is stellar. Oh, Vixie, you're so sweet, darling. Thank you so much. I may need like 3 weeks before I can actually afford it. That is totally okay, lovely Vixie. I also totally permit payment plans. Anything over $100 is allowed to have a payment plan. So yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited, Vixie. I'm so excited to work with you, darling. Thank you so much for submitting that. I'll have a look as soon as I can. I've had my name for 11 years now. It's essentially been what people know me by at this point. Right, exactly. I am considering my path. I have an alliterative real name, but I can still make a stage name. That's true. You can still make a stage name. I'm just obsessed with alliterative names. If I may ask, how did you decide on a base outfit design for your model? I basically based a lot of my model's appearance off of things that I either wear, that I am passionate about, or that means something to me. So I run hot, right? So, and I'm very outdoorsy. So a lot of my model is oriented around being outdoorsy and staying cool. The shape over my breast is actually the shape of Tasmania. For example, a lot of people just think it's like a boob window. It's actually the shape of Tasmania, and it's great because Tasmania is vaguely shaped like a heart, which I think is very fitting for this community. My belt has a totally legally distinct reference to an Australian company because I am Australian and because I'm a Thylacine, which is also Australian. I wear, depending on the time of year when I go hiking, I will tend to wear like cargo pants or cargo shorts or cargo skirt. And this is, of course, my little skirt version. My cloak is based off of a swag that I used to have when I would do endurance racing on horseback. So like everything on this model means something very personal to me. So unfortunately, as far as like coming up with the outfit and stuff, what I recommend for everybody is if you are making a character and it's not you, right? If you're making a character, think about and come up with the backstory or the lore beforehand. This character, this model is quite close to me because I knew that I would be streaming and embodying her for thousands and eventually, hopefully, tens of thousands of hours. And so I wanted to feel very connected to her. So everything about her is like me. Or like I said, something that's important to me. So yeah, I hope that kind of helps. If you are trying to come up with a character though, come up with the backstory first and then figure out what's important to them, figure out what kind of a silhouette you want them to have. This is all stuff that you get in like animation as well, in character design classes. But make sure that you, just make sure that you are being true to the character and the arcs that you want the character to go through. And the rest should come to you. Tau question, who is the guy above your head? Oh, let me tell you, that's the sweetest Safe 17. He's amazing, and I love him, and he's wonderful. He's a sweet friend, and he's a wonderful man. And he's live. He's live right now. Can I get a shout out for Safe 17? Seriously, he is awesome. He is one of the most like cozy, intelligent, nerdy, grounded, sweetest people that I have met online in my life. I highly recommend that you support him because you'll often find me there because I actually don't dwell in a lot of streams that have the kind of energy that I have because when I'm streaming for like 20 plus hours a week, I'm very high energy, right? So ironically, what I want when I'm not streaming is vibey, cozy, comfortable, and Save File 17 and Precious Politely Wicked. Those are like my two go-to like cozy, but not ASMR, but like very cozy, down to earth, lower the heart rate people. And this guy, he's fucking hilarious. He makes me laugh regularly. I genuinely think that when I'm home alone and I'm watching him on stream and he makes me like cackle, I think people think I'm insane. Thank you for the care package, Valley and Vixie. Appreciate you. Would you not be able to apply with a legal name but ask to be credited by Tau? You could, but I want to keep all of my legal information completely separate. So while you can do that, if you're not afraid of giving your legal name, I don't want anybody to know my legal name. Does that make sense? Let me see. Maybe some light blue streaks in the back head hair would look fine as well. Again, just to break up the Y. Okay, we can do that. I'll probably need you to remind me of these things once I get to drawing. I'm so sorry. TauTassieTiger is not your legal name. I know, isn't that shocking? Thank you both. Of course, Radical Row. I may be in that category of hating my own real name. Fair enough, Ozzy. Listen, and so go by whatever you want. Legal names can be changed after all in many places, but some make it unnecessarily complicated. I had to fill out many forms to get my VTuber name as my artist name here. Yeah, yep, that is true, Yuki. It's tough. I'm guessing it would also depend on where you're applying, right? Like an indie production wouldn't mind what handle you use, but some other larger company might not. But I don't think anyone would want to, but a handle like Booty69 is in the credits. Exactly, that's exactly right, Skellington. So within reason, right? But like people who are using a handle that like resonates with them, that is not clearly like, you know, Gossip Girl 69 or, you know, Smoke It 420 or whatever, like TauTassieTiger, I'm really hoping that while it's clearly a stage name, people aren't going to be like, what the fuck? I use cat basically everywhere online. It gives a separation for personal as well as internet and creeps. I wish PayPal didn't show my real name when I send invoices. Yeah, that's fair, Space Cat. You should be able to have like your business name if you have your business name registered as like Space Cat or something. Wasn't Balzac a French playwright? Like that was Balzac. Don't forget the sunscreen. That's true. Tasmania and Boob Window. Pulling double duty. And Heart. Triple duty. I've been lied to for 3 years. I always thought your name was Tau, middle name Tassie, last name Tiger. Juddy, Jessica Jones. How could you lie to me? I need a cargo skirt. It's very cool. It's generally cool. It keeps you nice and cool. Boob Window giggled at that. I guess a healing mind is immature. Can I tell you one of the most annoying things transitioning my gender to a woman? Women's pants suck for pockets and skirts so rare to have pockets. It's true. That's why this skirt is literally based off of a skirt I have, because I was like, oh my God, pockets. And they are deep pockets too. So good. But yeah, I'm sorry, Chida. I should have warned you before you began your transition that, unfortunately, women pants suck. Oh, just carry a purse. I don't want to carry a purse all the time. Exactly. Oh, top question. Who is the VTuber behind my head? I don't know, Sam, but she looks insane. You probably don't want to fuck with that bitch. She's insane. She's crazy. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'm literally, if you go to his channel right now, there is a me doing this shit behind him. One of the things that I find striking about your VTuber avatar is the plant in your hair. Oh, thank you. Yes, that is another thing. That's an Australian native plant. Also, Precious Pocky, welcome in, gorgeous. Oh my God, it's so good to see you. How are you doing, sweetheart? I'm so sorry. I'm gonna skip down to our fabulous raiders real quick. But if you guys had something that you wanted to talk to me about before. And I haven't gotten to it, please just resend it, okay? Carlos! Pocky's never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around. Lovely Lost, sweetheart, thank you so very much for subscribing with Prime. I so appreciate it, Angel. Thank you so much, Lovely Lost. I appreciate you. Thank you for using your Prime on us. Swedish Shadow, welcome on in. Beautiful Banana. Fabulous Hysteric. Valiant Valos. Lovely Lost. Precious Pocky. Lovely Lambie. Sweetest Strat, thank you for being there as well. I can stop lurking in your stream now, my dear. I hear a fellow Aussie, you do. Hi, sweetheart. Precious Pride, welcome on in. And Lambie, thank you so much for the follow, sweetheart. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Dearest Dandy Man, welcome on in. How are you doing, cutie? Cutie Carlos, how are you, you guys? This is the most precious pocket shark that you have ever seen. It appears the pocket shark hath graced us with their presence fresh from their quest in neverness to everness. This VTuber owl doth embark upon a grand Pokethon subathon, exploring the realms of anime, gacha, and story reading. Their journey through Persona 5 and beyond is truly lit. Let us welcome them with open arms and royal cheer. 100%. Pocky, can I say? Let me know if I'm allowed to say. If I'm not, then I won't say. You know what I'm talking about. You guys, if you haven't checked out the absolutely extraordinary Pocket Chalk, what an absolute angel. This person, this beautiful, beautiful lady, this outstanding owl VTuber is super interactive, super fast talking, nice and high energy, hilarious as fuck, dude. So funny. Precious Pocket, thank you so much for that 20 study. Go for it. Okay. You guys, I have been asked and invited by the Precious Pocket Chalk to participate in one of her hilarious abridged productions. And I may or may not have delivered the lines to her just yesterday. And whenever it is ready, I am so excited to share it with you guys. It was a fucking blast, and I'm really, 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 really excited to see it all done. Precious Pocky, actually, could I get you to send your most recent, your Woo-Wah abridged series in the chat? Is that okay? So that hopefully everyone can go and get a grasp of how incredibly funny you are. And how excellent your scripting is. I'm no cutie, especially in present company. I mean, have you seen how Chad is looking today? Damn. And yourself, of course. Thank you, dearest dandy man. Oh my goodness, you're far too kind. Make me blush. Thank you, darling. No, you are adorable. Let's see here. That is fantastic. More Tout on my screen. My eyes and ears are always very welcome. You guys, please, please, please go check out the Precious Pocket Chalk. Absolutely incredible streamer. She is also God tier MS Paint artist. She disparages her own artwork, but it is outstanding. At some point, I will save up enough channel points to get her to draw me in MS Paint. You can do that, by the way. You can. It's just expensive, but it's worth it. Cutie Carlos, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Appreciate the shout out, and sure, you guys, click on that. It is hilarious. I would show you all on stream, but it's actually half an hour long, so please do click on that. And if you aren't watching it now, then watch it later, but you should probably just watch it now. And that's the kind of thing that she is doing for her next project. I won't say anything more about it, but I will say I am a part of it, and I am so excited. And when I was recording these lines, I was having little giggle fits in between, because her writing is just as funny as her improv on stream. So if you want to go and have some really good laughs, truly, like, some stuff is just out of left field in the best possible way, you gotta check out the Precious Pocky. Thank you so very much for bringing your amazing community in, sweetheart. You guys, welcome on in. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, in case I haven't yet. I'm also a professional artist. You wouldn't know it because we spent over 3 hours, just chatting. Chatting while we have a cute little kitsune on the screen, but I promise we'll get into it shortly. I've said that 2 times now. 3 times? I also accept commissions and stuff, so if you're interested in seeing some of my completed artwork, ! commissions or ! VGen, either one of those will get you to my portfolio. Let's see. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of all of the following games, so please, no spoilers. I know Precious Pocky recently finished Persona 5 Royal, and I'm so excited to do that too, but we're not there yet, so please no spoilers for Persona 5 Royal, but if you want to come in and watch another person play through for the first time, Pocky's lovely community, that's day after tomorrow. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Monster Hunter Stories 3, first-time playthroughs of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward and the Hildebrand questline most recently, which is insane. I'm also a professional voice actor, so anything that is not voiced, I voice. In fact, if you watch our VOD from 2 days ago, 2 days ago, we did a whole bunch of the Hildebrand questline, and I got to VA it, and it was hilarious and so just a fever dream. You gotta head out. All good, Valiant Valos. Thank you so much for hanging out. Precious Pocky, can you let us know when your next stream is, please, so that everyone better go and join her. And Cutie Slimer, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Much appreciated. This kitsune is so good. Do you like it, dearest Tiny One? Thank you so much. I'm very excited to see this when it's rendered properly. Most of my art looks a lot better after it's been rendered. The number of times I have had commissioners commission something and I get them the sketch and then I get them the liner and then I get them the flats and they're like, Tao, I'm kind of disappointed because this doesn't look like, this doesn't look like it's coming together into what, I've come to expect from you. And I'm like, it's not done yet. Like, let me do the finals. And then they go, whoa, okay, that's better. It's not done yet. No, not even close. Also, this one, you may notice that the tails are quite straight. This is going to be animated. So I'm going to be putting it into Procreate Dreams. And so those tails are going to kind of do this. And it's much easier to animate them when they're straight. So I promise it's not like an anatomical issue. Prepare to be proxied. I shared more fan art, Riz. Ooh, I'm so excited. I'll have a look. Saturday, 3 p.m. PST, reading the Nike Prika event. Am I saying that right? Oh, it's Nikkei Prika? Event epilogue story. That's awesome. Does that mean you're nearly done with all the content that's currently available in Nikkei? I hope I'm saying that right. Is it Nikkei? But yes, you guys, please check out Precious Pocky, who actually does quite a bit of like the gacha stuff with Wuwa, Neverness to Everness, Nikkei. I hope I'm right about that. I love all the Kitsune friends and Valiant Vixie. They love you. Girl, same. It's like, give me just a bit. I promise it will look how you want it to look. Exactly. 100%. As if I would ever say something silly as that to you, Tao-chan. Oh, thank you, Yuki. I appreciate you, Angel. Let me see here. Prikarizuri. Is that right? You are saying Nikkei, right? Yay, Nikkei! Woohoo! I'm learning very, very slowly. Let me see. Spent 10 to 15 minutes scrubbing my shoe because my cat does some big droppings. Oh, and you stepped in it. Oh, sorry, but that sucks. I'm sorry. Welcome in, though. Nikkei is correct. I gotta remember to stop saying Nike. It's ingrained in my brain. But yes, you guys, please check out Precious Pocky, who is going to be doing some Nikkei on Saturday, which for my Aussies will be, I believe, day after tomorrow. And I wonder what 3 p.m. PST is. I should look that up sometime. I gotta stuff the time zones into my brain. But honestly, just follow Pocky and turn on notifications because then you'll be able to join in. And I have finally caught up. I take a while, but I get there. Thank you, Senu. It's true. But yes, welcome on in, everybody. It is such an extraordinary pleasure to have you all here. And as always, nothing but an absolute honor and a privilege to have you here, Precious Pocky. Now, I know it's probably quite late for you there, so if you need to go to bed or get something to eat or drink or go for a walk or anything like that, please go ahead and do so. Take the best care of yourself because I will be taking the best care of your gorgeous community until you come on back for them, okay? Yes, there you go. All you gotta do, guys, click that link. Precious Pocky is awaiting your presence. And trust me, you are missing out by not hanging out with Pocky. I mean that very, very sincerely. She's incredible. She's an outstanding streamer. I love her. Listen, when we collab, we can have Saku do all the reading for us. I'll let you borrow her. Thank you! Yes, and then I can be drawing and she can tell me stuff in my ear and then I can be like, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. Look, it's done! Look at how quickly we got that done because I didn't read everything. Please follow these wonderful people. It's true, we've had so many treasures coming in here today. Thank you so very much, Precious Pocky. I don't know if the fried chicken I had for dinner was taking the best care of myself, but it was delicious. Well, that's good for your soul then, isn't it? It will change your life. I believe that. I'm gonna watch the Wuwa Bridge later tonight. Yes. And you guys, please make sure that you do. Please make sure that you do. Nabu! Welcome in. Thank you for the Windows disconnect sound. Okay, I want to save up for Pocket's 100,000 reward. I want it so bad. Oh, Lith, you and me both. And someone was so sweet and was like, oh, I'll get that for Tao. And she was like, no. You have to, Tao has to redeem it herself. And I'm like, damn it. But that's okay. I lurk there all the time. So hopefully I'll eventually get enough points. I love my 100K reward. I bet you did, Zell-san Kuro. It's pretty sick. When I save up enough, that's gonna become my PFP. I can't wait. Gorgeous Geeks, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Pocky is pay to win. You can always just make up the difference with cold, hard cash. Yeah, Pocky, when are you opening up commissions, darling? Sam came back and 3 Tau tabs open. Thank you so much. Yeah, I had to like exit out of my other tabs too. From Neo, you in Pocket, and I was in Greg's. I'm in Save Still, and I was in Pocky's. All right, you guys. Well, for those of you who have just come in with the raid, or for those of you who need the refresher, every hour we go on a quick 3-minute break. It's not very long. It is just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you actually don't have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, so I'm no longer making content, and I run those ads. Then we come on back and we resume, and yeah. My redeem of that was very funny. Pocket drew the person before as a Chad and me as a nerd. That sounds like Precious Pocky. I wonder what she would choose for me. The break is truly for Tau, so she can fucking breathe in oxygen. It's still my Discord PvP, as it should be, lovely Lost, as it should be. All right, you guys, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is LC a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I promise, I swear to God, that when we get back, I will touch a stylus to iPad within the hour at least one time. I promise that. Air! You need it, darling! No, I'm very good at... I'm breathing while I talk. Lovely. On the 75th day of Tau, Miss My True Tau gave to me a 75-day streak. Thank you for the 75 stream streak, lovely. I so appreciate it. One should not live off of breathing copium. I've managed. Tao is obviously very skilled at breathing. I am! Look at me go! It's very impressive, isn't it? Okay, I'll see you guys in just 3 minutes. Thank you so very much to the amazing Pocket Chalk, to the incredible Neo Fox, and to the gorgeous Neo Greg. We got many Neos in here. You guys are absolutely extraordinary. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the raids. Gonna be working on spaghetti dinner! Yummy. Oh my God, I bet the spaghetti Pocky makes is delicious. Thank you so much again for the incredible VA work you did. The entire project is better for it. I'm grateful. Oh, gorgeous. Thank you so much for inviting me. I had so much fun doing those lines, and I hope that I will be able to join you for future endeavors as well. And of course, thank you so eternally much for bringing in your absolutely incredible community. You guys, if you're not following Pocket, please follow Pocky, okay? If you're following me, you should be following her, to be honest. All right, cuties. I will see you in 3 minutes. To answer your question, Lith, no, I have not drawn anything yet. Whee! The real world, not the digital world. Digimon lived there. That's true. That's true. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. All right. Do we get to... In fact, I think
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. Did I get it? Sorry, that was very strange. I just listened to it. That's really weird. All good? Sorry about that. What is happening? This game fucks my entire computer up. Or so it seems. Yeah, I'm back. Don't worry. Hello, I am Nix. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for bringing my boat, Nix. There you go. Go feed that to safe.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved. Overall a good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow. B for beautiful, B for bow, B for barely, B for break. These are all much better than B for bitch. Oh man, if we had finished with a nose. My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! I'm shocked. May I borrow your fucking babies? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way, but it's a good intro. Can I get Oh, do I not have any oh, what? Oh, fuck. I hate this fucking game, dude. Oh my. What? Where did it? She's a Vtuber, but she's not in. Sleeper agent activated. That was the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander, the Sergeant Master Chief of the Safe House 17 Army, possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space manipulation. Yeah. Fuck! I forgot how to do this. Oh, now I'm about to be eaten. Oh my god! I'm so fucking dead. Whoa. Oh my god. Heals need heals. Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah. Ow! With my, let us call it what it is, genius, I shall bring you to justice. Wait, you wish to duel with weapons, not wits? The bridge hardly seems appropriate for such an epic battle. Hildebrand will return in the 3 collectors. Can't hear me, but okay, I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go to work. Telling you that we have to, please, we have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. Master. Hold on. We'll go. Goof wants some.
Hi, precious pals. I'll let you finish your words, and then we'll get back to our art.
Okay,
or get to our art, I should probably say, because getting back to it means that I've been doing anything. And I have not been doing anything. Welcome back, Sita Seti. Okay, good.
It's so scary.
Welcome back, sweet star.
How many do we need to find? Over 100.
Well done on your words, you guys. Excellent work. Welcome back, Captain. Thank you, Codex. I appreciate it.
Extending stream by almost 2 hours.
Set course for Amara 3.
Third option?
Hi, awesome Aussie. All right.
Want to test a
Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Missed you too, sweetie pie. Alrighty. Oops, hold on. I gotta give you your little guys. There we go. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Abbies. Good Aussie. Incredible Isa. Welcome back. Yuki Uppies. Incredible art stream. Listen. It's true. It's true. Incredible Eisen Ubbies. Nix Vinta Slice Jam Slice Ubbies. Good Eisen. Good Nix. Trying to design a humanoid Neko version of Space Cat. Ooh, sent pictures in the art channel. Awesome. I will have a look. What were your thoughts on Codex's design? Oh, well, I think it looks cool, but it's really up to Gorgeous Geeks, what he thinks. How's your model going, by the way, Geeks? I must leave once again. I hope you'll allow me a moment to remind chat that they are all beautiful people, deserving of love and happiness, and that you are all valuable for who you are and not for what you can do. And that is the truth, dearest Dandy Man. Thank you so much for dropping in. I do appreciate you. Have a good one. And you gotta go to sleep now, sweet stuff. Fair enough, hon. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Lovely Layla. Uppies. Good Layla. Hi, sweet Skellington. Welcome on back. Well done on your boss, you guys. And Uppies for lovely love. Good laugh. We all know art stream is gonna be like every other Tau stream. 95% yapping, 5% progress. It's true. That is factual. Checking on the Aminals? Absolutely. Geeks really loves her, then I love her just as much. Thank you for the lurk, Valiant Vixie. I appreciate you, sweetie pie. Have a good one, dearest Dandy Man. I attempted to mention earlier, but Blue invited me to join another D&D campaign as a player, and I really need to work on my voice because your British mom voice was in my head for the character. I effectively made female Hildebrand, the Lady Camilla Ashworth Pembroke III. So yeah, pointers would be good for a voice. I would love to help you with a voice. You already have a pretty smooth voice, Geeks, and of course, like, obviously your British accent is already
very convincing. Shocking as a native British person, but you need someone to read everything for you. I do. Lift uppies for you. Hey, good lift. All good, Strat. We'll see you soon. Valiant Val, how are you? It's so good to see you. I is here and I is EP, but not EP enough to EP. Okay, fair enough. Well, until you are, feel free to hang out with us. Let me see here. Okay, pointers for your voice. I think you are probably best off. So let's see. For me, I lower my voice, obviously, but that's because I have a feminine register in general. You could probably afford to tighten your vocal cords a little bit. So you'll be kind of up here a bit more. Let's see. You already have soft R's. Drag everything out. Don't talk very quickly. The queen takes her time, darling. Thank you for the headbat, Radical Rel. Thank you, gorgeous. Okay, sorry. We're gonna look at these real quick. Some Riz, some more Riz. Oh my God, cute. Oh my God, I'm what is the ZZZ? Oh my God, I'm so cute, dude. Oh my God, I'm so cute. Look at my little leggies. Oh, adorable. I'm a big fan. Oops, hello. There we go. I am a big fan, my dear. Proxy, that's it, Proxy, thank you. Fox is very cute, by the way, even if you haven't actually worked on it yet. Oh, thank you, I'm glad you like him. Her, they, them, it. Southern Belle, you got it, darling. Absolutely, Ro. Happy to help. Happy to provide some Southern Belle ringing in your ear. Oh, cutie cat, I love this. This is so cute. Oh, bless your heart, darling. I absolutely love this. This is such a cute design. I get the vibe that this one is like the hero form. This one is like a ball gown kind of thing. This is the casual one. I love all of them. I think you should refine all of them, to be honest. So cute. I love it. Southern Belle, my home country. Home country. Sweet home Alabama. Running around getting ready for appointments in a couple hours. Oh, that's okay, Yuki. I better get to work on this then, huh? I better get to work on this here drawing, eh? Let's see. Okay, all right. Let me do the things in the order of which I have been given them to do. Oh, hey, thanks for the palette techniques. I appreciate it. Tao sounds more southern than me right now. Yeah, I do believe that. I ain't too surprised by them feelings of yours. As a Kitsune yokai and chat representative, they would represent as they them, of course. That makes perfect sense, Yuki. Excellent point. Excellent point. All right. With that in mind, all right, we won't do anything over there just yet. We gotta do a little something with this tail though. A couple little rings around here, I believe. Oops, hold on a second. Well, hold up a minute. Hold them horses. I just gotta, oh my God, sorry. I don't know what's going on with my selection tool there. That ain't particularly attractive. Rowan I Southern. Wait, are you really? Why have I ain't noticed that in your voices.
Buttons.
Buttons. Oh, because we hide it. That makes sense, darling. That makes sense. Fair enough. All right, let's see what we can do about some little circles around here. Yuki, is this more or less what you were kind of talking about? Having like a ring like this, maybe? And then maybe another one like around here? Obviously, without the clipping issues. Kind of like that? Is that what you're kind of looking for? It doesn't help half our family is English and our other half is redneck. Got a couple of friends who live in South Carolina. Every time they get on Discord by me, I'm blown away by their accent. It's pretty fun though, ain't it? Did not have enough points at the beginning of stream, so now I throw pals. Perfect, thank you very much. That looks perfect? Okay, brilliant. I mean, ain't that sweet as honey? Oh, shoot. We just need a little bit of texture here, I reckon. If you're happy with that, let me just get a little bit of texture going on. A little bit of suggestion of some fur, you know what I mean? And now I just gotta do these lines. Gotta get the right shade of red. Let's grab this. There we go. We'll just put it in the right spot. Whoops. Oh my God, it's Booby! Liv, thank you for the ooh will. Thank you, Will, for the ooh will. Yeehaw! Thank you for the head pet too. Thank you, thank you. Do me a favor, say flippin' flapjacks. Flippin' flapjacks. Full steam ahead. Look at us. I promised I would place stylus to iPad glass within this hour, and I've already fulfilled that there promise that I made to you. All y'all can trust me now, can't you? All right, and then we gotta do it on the blue tail. Why? Why is it so strange? Why is it doing this flashing shit? Hold on. Wait
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely. I gotta turn this one off. One sec. Our community made me do a southern accent and say "nya" after every sentence simultaneously. Just talking like this and then "nya." Tao, have you played Borderlands? I have played the first and I want to say the second ones. I might not have finished the second one, but I did finish the first. Yes, yeah. And this time I built half a motorcycle at 1/12 scale, yeah. My husband says you sound like Ellie. Ellie, from where? Thank you very much for that Southern Belle, Ro. I appreciate it, darling. Thank you. Bless your heart. Oh, Ellie from Borderlands. I did not make that connection. I'm so sorry. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Do you like how my memory is so bad that I literally am like, yeah, no, I played Borderlands. I haven't finished the second one though. What's an Ellie? Magnificent Mogram, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate it, and thank you, Will, buddy. Will. Thank you, Will. Thanks, sweetheart. Girl, I'm a goldfish. I can't remember shit. Hey, me neither. I mean, neither. It's so weird not hearing Aussie Tao, but that was an experience I somewhat enjoyed. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. She can sound anyone, honestly. Do you reckon? You reckon? Truly? Truly? All right. Oh, like anyone. Oh, thanks. Oh, right. Wait, what was I doing? Oh, it's, sorry. I'm not sure why that's flashing like that. I hope it's not giving anyone, like, a headache or anything. Okay. This one is gonna go right here. And right here. Ah, this tail's in the way too. There we go. Okay, there's that, and then we'll grab. There we go. I'm a cat. I'm a kitty cat, and I go meow meow meow. Go meow meow meow. Cat. I'm a kitty cat. and a meow, 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 and a meow, meow, meow. That really awoke something in me there, Liv. She can sound like Ash, an Aponsu, a queen, an isekai protag. I would love to be an isekai protag. Someone hire me to be an isekai protag. That is like the visual version of the famous musical Brown Tone. Oh, wait, I don't know that one. What is that? Oh, also, I should remind you guys, actually, I think I've got it in the events channel. Let me see. Yeah. You guys, there's 2 days left to decide what FPS you would like me to play for funding our monthly sub goal for May. For those of you who don't know, at the end of every month, if at that point, if by the final day of the month, we have hit, or I'm not gonna say the final day, the final week of the month, if we have hit 950 subs for the month, because it cycles through every day, so we have to wait until the end of the month, right? But then you guys get 6 hours of an FPS, which I never play FPSs, so that's the only way to get me to play one. But you guys have suggested a bunch of really cool games here. We got Halo Reach, we got Half-Life 1, Ready or Not, Doom, Mouse PI for Hire, Titanfall 2, Far Far West, Void Train, Sulfur, and Kill It With Fire. So please go and make your opinion known. It looks like we might be playing some Mouse PI for Hire. Expect me to be screaming a lot. I have vote on Mouse PI for Hire. It's got puns! I do like puns. Puns are great. But yes, if you have not voted in this yet, please do, because this is gonna get you an extra stream for the week. Probably next week. I'm gonna see about fitting that in next week. Let me see. My disappointment that Doom isn't higher. You youngins don't know classic games. Never! You don't find them punishing. I do, actually. Tau screaming! Classic Tau stream, that's true. Is it really a Tau stream if I'm not screaming at some point? I don't think so. Not me sprinting to the poll and voting for Halo Reach. Go for it, cutie cata, go for it. That is a PsyOps legend. The brown tone is said to be the certain frequency which is supposed to induce diarrhea, although there is no real evidence for that. What? I have not heard of that. That's pretty funny. All right. Okay. So we've got the rings on the tails. Is this kind of what you were looking for? Lovely Yuki, on the tails? And then we want blue. Do we want this shade of blue on the fluff in the hair here? In the like back hair? How'd the amazing artwork going, Tau? It's going great, lovely. Oh, I see we've just started. Yes, you are correct. It has been 3.5 hours, but we've just started drawing. So classic. Let me see here. I gotta organize all this shit too. There's the chest fluff. I haven't organized the back fluff, it looks like. Looks beautiful, just like yourself. Oh, for the seal and hair, a bit lighter, more ice-like. Gotcha. Okay, hold on. Let's do a quick discernment. Are we thinking? I am putting this on the tail, but it's just so that you can like compare it. Is this too dark or too light for what you're looking for in the hair? What's your preference? Honestly, don't mind you just started on it. I enjoy the vibes here. You in the chat make this a welcoming place, Tau. Oh, darling Cheetah, you're so sweet, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for being here. We really do appreciate it. And you know, you contribute to it as well. Too dark? Okay, let's try a little bit lighter. Is this more like it, or is that like too gray? Here, hold on. I can probably make it more blue. I'll give you like a set of like 3 here. So we'll call that one. This is 1, 2, or 3. Or none. None is what I meant. But yeah, Cutie Cheetah, you make this a welcoming place as well. Thank you so much for contributing to the awesome vibes. Confirming that we're just bantering and talking, and taking the mic. Art for, or no, this stream is my fave. Oh, I'm so glad, gorgeous geeks. Although, let's be honest with each other, geeks. It may only be your fave for a limited amount of time, particularly if we continue to do Hildebrand quests. I think that will be your favorite stream. Looks closer. 3 could work. Maybe try one on one hair strand, and if in doubt, make it wider. Okay, sounds good. All right, let's go work on the fluff there. 1 second, I need to get the face and stuff here. What do you think of that? Do you like that? Yeah, won't lie. The first Hildebrand stream lives in my head rent free. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. I'm so happy to hear that, hon. That makes me really happy. I forget how beautiful the song sounds. It is very pretty. It's very pretty. DM'd you a whip of what's been done since the start of stream. Hey, you're supposed to put that in IRL pics. I want to see too. It's really just so the white of the fur isn't too uniform, and for an eagle-eyed viewers to see, oh, hey, isn't that like the seal on the neck or back? That looks cool. I will say, Yuki, the reason because we're gonna do some really serious like fur texturing. So if what you're afraid of is like having just like kind of uniformness, that won't actually happen. Each of these strands is gonna look like a fully formed like chunk of actual hair. So, but the only problem is that I can't really change the colors of it after I have made that texture. So if that is the only reason that you're concerned about it, then we could probably like not have it. But if you actually want to have a specific distinct color, we can. It is up to you, but I will tell you that everything is going to look a lot more defined once it's rendered. So yeah, just want to make that clear as well. And lovely Ro, I just gotta love you, sweet towel. I'll be lurking. Gotta lay down and sleep for the day job. Of course, Radical Room. No worries, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for the raid. Or wait, sorry, not the raid. For sharing your beautiful artwork with us. And Maya, welcome in, sweetheart. How was Resident Evil 7? Welcome, welcome. You guys, this is lovely Maya Merline, a dragon Vtuber of great renown who hath graced us with their presence. They are known for slaying digital beasts in games such as Resident Evil 7 and Dark Souls. Their realm is a welcoming one where all may gather and enjoy the festivities. 'Tis lit, fam. It was good. We managed to finish it. That's awesome. How good. How good. That's fantastic. Congratulations and well done. You are a brave being indeed. You guys, Maya and I did a little interview yesterday that will hopefully be out in the not too distant future. Yeah, it's such a pleasure to have you, hon. What a fun person to talk to. How was it? It was good. But when is your next stream, lovely Maya? Naruhodone. Oh no, I would like the seal at least on the flank as well, and a couple of strands on the head. Okay, cool. But the color looks fine. Okay, sounds good, darling. Sounds good. I might do this a little bit different. Hold on. I want it to like flow with everything else, so I might do it like this if that's okay. There we go. And another piece here. Did you want all of the pieces of the like back fluff area to have something like this, lovely Yuki, or just a few of them here and there? Bot busted and I thought I requested this. Wait, did you not request this? Should we skip this one? What can I say? I love Halo, up to and including Reach. 4 and on, it's... I just scared myself with my alarm on my phone, which I set myself, but as I am wearing headphones, I didn't notice until it started vibrating, and I nearly jumped out of my chair. Oh, fair enough, Yuki. Sorry, hun. Oh, I hate when that happens. I do that with headphones on as well sometimes. It'll just be like listening to something that's like substantially quieter than a lot of other things, and then an alarm will go off, and I'm like, ah! Oh, you requested this one, Mac. Okay, all good. This looks great. Okay, awesome. Okay, so we'll put a little bit of suggestion of this on everything then. I am going to actually bring this up. This should be in front of that, but behind, oh my gosh, please. Behind there. Cool. No, wait, no. All right, I need the other tuft here to go above that. Cool. And then there's that one, which also needs to be situated on top of there, on top of there. And this one probably needs to go under. Yeah, that goes under that one. That does have to stay behind there, but just for the purposes of this, so that I can see, I will select that. You know what I'm here for? Give me that intro video. Ah, well, if you insist.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch pal.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Fully and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! As requested, darling Maya. I hope you enjoyed. Magnificent Maid, hi sweetheart, welcome on in. How are you? Norigami, talk about a blast from the past. The opening is a banger though. It's so good, isn't it? I am a huge fan. Equal with Link Click. Link Click has banger music too. I better queue up some of that. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Yummy. All right. Let me see here. We got to do a little bit more texturing. All right. There's that one. We got to move that right there. And how goes the arting? Sneaking in while at work? Hey, Magnificent Maid, how is work going, sweetheart? Yes, it is going well. We have just started doing the art part of the stream. The rest was just chatting. Hope you're well. Hi, lovely Alec. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you, darling. Hope things are going great for you. I will have your completed pieces to you hopefully in the next week. We shall see. could be a little bit longer. I appreciate your amazing patience though. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Sheesh Tao, when will you get over your Alma fangirl face? Stratos fucking Edge. Diabolical. Pretty chill night so far, so no complaints. Art is looking great as always. Thank you so much, darling mate. I appreciate you, sweetie pie. I'm glad that it's been so chill for you, darling. That's very good. You pretty well rested? Maya, did you already let us know when your next stream is, hun? Let's see. Tao is always an amazing artist, and you're always a sweetheart, amazing Alex. Thank you, darling. You don't see me bobbing my head to the music now, do you? Yes, I do. I see you, Strat. Uh-huh. Yeah, I do see. Yeah, and now you're smirking. I see you. Look forward to seeing that interview. Yeah, it'll be great. It was a lot of fun. We talked for like a couple hours, actually. A little more fluff here. There it is. How do you know? Caught me smiling. Aha, because I also see you bobbing your head, boy. Still perturbed by that thing that ADD said earlier. I don't know what song that was or anything. Have my privacy camera on, right? Well, that's what you think. I mean, that one's on. So, you know, Stroud, this is what you get for being like, oh, pretty little baby's I'm in your backyard. I'm in your backyard. All right, there's those. And then gotta go behind the ear. I think that's all the fluff on there. Now you wanted a sigil on the hip. Do we want it to be, because I can just make it, hold on, I do have to import it though. Oh, fuck. 51 layers. Okay. Okay, one second. I gotta find your symbol there, Yuki, the really high res one. We can see how that looks if you like it. Just gotta find it 1 sec. Oh, there it is. All right. Cool. Okay, now I can bring this back. There we go. If it was someone else that said that, I would shiver in fear. You gonna sleep, cutie cheetah. All good, darling. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thank you for hanging out with us for so long. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I shouldn't have to say this anymore, but was right to trust you with all this. It's all coming up, Yuki-chan. It's all coming up, Yuki-chan. All right. What do we think about having this? Like right there. And then we can... I kind of want to make it the same color as these, so let's see what that looks like. Okay. What do you think of, actually, I'll turn on all the layers so you can actually see what it looks like. Okay, what do you think of that, Yuki? Do you like that? Do you like that? Yeah, cool, awesome. And then was there anything else that I missed as far as colors or markings on this little cutie pie? You know what I might also do, if it's okay with you? I might, in the texture phase anyway, I might put some blue on this. Oops. Be back in just a bit. All good. See you soon. I think you already went above and beyond. This looks really great without getting too complicated. Very, very cool. Love it. Yay! Okay, sounds good. By the way, they have finally made a move and I am free. Oh my god, Strat, fucking finally. Does that mean you're actually gonna get any rest now? Please say yes. Okay. Now. Okay. All right, time to do, let's see, what do we want to start with? I think we're gonna start with texture. Let's start with texture. All right, here we go. You know what, I might actually need to... Okay, that's that. So I'll lock it and let's begin. I gotta find the right, which one is it? This one. Okay. I say this every stream, but Tau just helps me draw. Oh, lovely Layla, I am so flattered that I can have that effect on you. Thank you so much for drawing with us, with me. And I love seeing your beautiful art, by the way, so please keep on sharing it. I was almost ready to ask my Shinto priest to come to an exorcism for you, fucking for real. Yes, I will. Ah! Finally, Strap. Please do get some good rest. Late night co-working with these streams is very cozy. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, darling. That makes me so happy. How good. How good. Just gotta find the right blending mode here. This is my second art stream where I've pulled an all-nighter to build a model kit. Best part of being unemployed currently. Oh my god, Geeks, please tell me you got some good sleep before this then. But I'm so excited to see your model kit when it's all done. Are you gonna be able to finish it tonight? I would love to remind you all are all loved and treasured by at least one person in your life, and never forget your worth, which is more than the universe itself. This is true. Although I get easily distracted by Tau's drawing skills. Oh, Isa, you're so sweet. That's okay. I love to draw on stream because I hope that it can help other people like figure out, you know, their own styles and stuff like that. Val, wish me luck. Munchkin starts potty training again tomorrow. Hopefully the new potty training underwear will help. Oh, best of luck, lovely Val. Best of luck. I hope Munchkin has a quick and easy trajectory towards being potty trained successfully. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Yummy. Been looking at the fur like it's magic. It'll look a lot better when it's all done, but I'm just trying to, I'm not, ooh, this is tough. I might have to go with a different dark color at this rate. Yeah, let me oopsies. Let me experiment with this real quick. No. No. What about the inverse? Let's try orange. We could do that here. Oh, that's actually very pretty. Okay, kind of like that bit. Now, how do I make the rest of the fur satisfactory? Is that 100%? Yeah. I mean, that looks kind of fuzzy, but it's not quite what I'm looking for. Let me see what happens if I duplicate this. Looks too mix up. No, that's not gonna do it. I think it might be just subtle enough. And I might be able to go back over it with a different texture, maybe. Let's try that. I've been trying on and off for 2 years. Nothing has clicked in his mind yet. He's autistic, so his doctor said it might take longer, but here's hoping it sticks this time. I hope so, hon. I really do. That would be great. The model kit is an original character from a company called Nuke Matrix. As close as they can get to a common rider girl without getting sued. I have completed the girl. I'm working on the motorcycle, and then there's the stand in the second body civilian mode. I'll maybe finish the bike by the end of stream. Okay, damn, that sounds so cool. Are you gonna share them with us, or have you already shared some and I haven't gotten a chance to see? One of the best kits you've ever built. Damn, that's some high praise. The eyes look so fantastic. I could look at them forever and lose time. Oh, I'm so glad you like them. They're not even like fully done yet either. I just wanted to, like, get my base colors on there. We'll do some more, like, dimensionizing of it. We actually need to go on another break, even though that was very quick. I feel like that was really fast. I just gotta get the right, hold on. I just want to get my darks and lights here. My dark and my light is an orange. I mean, oh, well, actually, no, I could actually just do something intelligent, but no, I don't think I will. I don't feel like doing something intelligent. Nah, you can't make me. Okay. We'll just do it this way. It's 100%. Yeah. And then, oops. Get rid of the alpha. Actually, I'm debating maybe I shouldn't smudge that into, I might erase it. I might do some little, like, slashes through there. Maybe like, oh my gosh, please. I do like that a little bit more, I think. Probably do need a little bit. And then we can move that in a tad, and then it will blow around appropriately. It probably does need a little bit of softness on the front end there. Gotta be careful about it though. Can't cut up too badly. I just did. Ah! Oh no! All right, let's see. Okay. Cool. Okay. That's essentially going to be the template that I continue on with. The rest of that fur, I think that'll look nice. All right, let me see here. I wanted to build a stand so I could at least take a decent promo style photo before sharing in the Discord. Oh, fair enough. But I have sent, I had to share whips with strap because model kit. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We had a break like 5 minutes ago. That's what I'm saying, right, Skellington? Skipped breakfast today. I was so focused on stream that I left it out for too long, and Sir Maximilian II enjoyed it instead. I hope there was nothing poisonous to cats. Purplish highlight is a great idea. I'm glad you like it. Excellent. All right, so that is what I will do for the rest of these tufts. We do have to go on a quick break, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And dogs, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Fanart, if you are just coming in now, we still have about 4 hours of stream left. So there's lots of time still for you to hang out with us and for us to enjoy your amazing company. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah! The real world, not the digital world. Digimon lived there. That's true. That's true. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. All right. Do we get to...
I'm confused. Why doesn't that work? It said when there are four things you can get.
They made the iconic
Save cuties. I can't save in the middle of battle, but I promise I will. Oh no, it's sorry, it's save. I say it's save. I say hold on. Please say it's free real estate. It's free real estate. Okay, well, how do you guys feel about me only being on your left side? She did the thing. Telling you that we have to go to Taco Bell, please. I haven't been to Taco Bell in like 3 days, please. I hate this fucking game, dude. Oh my. What? Where did it? Mazebot? Hello, I am Nyx. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nyx.
Phew. Thanks for everything.
Oh god, she's gonna be so cute and draw me a
So,
picture.
do you like it?
It's
I love that she's
that cat
reaching
again.
for the cat's
I
butthole.
drew lots. This one turned out the best.
Oh,
I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat lover.
That's so cute. She's a Vtuber, but she's not in. Sleeper agent activated. Tau is the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant Master Chief of the Safe House 17 Army possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space manipulation. Yeah. I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way, but it's a good intro. Can I get Oh, do I not have any oh what? Oh fuck. If that I do. Third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Taz or Darling and the Brim. Oh no. On safe rates.
That same fiance guy, right? You know what's going to happen.
I wonder if I should start thinking about things I say before they come out of my mouth. Moving on. Well, okay. Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah. Ow! Yeah. There's a reason why 18 plus is at the start of every stream channel. That's true. That's true. Power P! When an AoE attack is happening, use a trap.
I have not.
Oh, that's a good idea. I think I only have like one.
Not as usual. Stupid salty nuts.
Go goof on some.
Let me finish your word.
Hello, lovely Nimith. How are you? It's so good to see you. I wave at you with my book. With my book.
Ozzy.
Yay! Oh my god, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. So freaking cute. Teeny, tiny hand. I'm gonna be
They can't make me go blind. I already can't see. Welcome back, sweet strap. Welcome back to the shout. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Abbies. Good Yuki. Welcome back, Ozzy. Hey, you beautiful being. Abbies. Good Ozzy. Abbies for Incredible Eisen. Good Eisen. Incredible Icy. Abbies. Welcome back, sweetheart. Lovely love. Abbies. Good love. Welcome back, Captain. Thank you very much, Codex. Much appreciated. Could I get a read on your fuel stores? Actually, don't tell me. I know you can't read it. Out of everyone in this chat, there's 2 people. If Precious Politely is lurking, there's 2 people who will understand why that's funny. It's either very high or empty, Captain. Thank you very much, Codex. Really do appreciate that. That's a great read. Lovely Layla. Welcome back, uppies. Good, Layla. I tell you the sad tale of not having eaten breakfast, and you return with wet nuts to tease me. Fortunately for me, wet nuts are not as appealing. Listen, if I had more than 3 minutes, right, I would probably dry the wet nuts off, but I don't. So I go grab a scoop of way too salty peanuts, I run them underwater, and then I just down them. Captain, I pressed the big red button by accident. Eisen! Good thing Codex has a failsafe. Welcome back, Sita Seti. Okay. I gotta find the right. Which one is it? Boop, boop, beep, boop, boop. Oh, it's that one. It's that one. No. Why does that look like it's so far behind everything else? All right. Okay. What about drawing them before the stream? Well, I don't realize that I want them until the middle of the stream. You don't understand. It's a very complex situation. Wet nuts do sound quite naughty without context. I wonder if they don't sell unsalted nuts in Tasmania. No, they do, but Nath likes salt, so he gets the salted ones. And I'm like, you can't, it's so bad for you. So I just wash them off. I just wash them off. Codex has a failsafe? When was that established? Well, I just made it up. I just made it up. I know. Tao out here waterboarding her snacks. Diabolical. Just wait until I tell you that I like to wet my chips. Tao's the captain and knows everything about the ship. Surely. That's true. That's true. Sorry, geeks, you've lost control over your own creation. Poor Briggy. Poor beautiful Briggy. I'm the captain now. I've always been the captain, but now I'm the captain of your story, too. Can you please add a packet of dry nuts in the Yukiko snack box? Please do. I see. Let me see what I can do for you, Nutty Wise. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just made that up. That was learning the secret of being a DM. It's all about improv. I was just thinking the same thing. All right. We got that overlay. And we'll merge that down. Do some thoughtful erasuring. Gotta bring this here and make sure it's fade properly. Which it is. Might put that behind those, actually. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. Bring that back up. Looking good. Okay. Good feathering. I'm sorry, Tao. I have to weigh on this. You like your chips wet? No, I actually don't. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I like crunchy chips. Don't worry. I don't like wet chips. No. When do I roll for intentional critical failure? Eisen would be an absolute chaos gremlin in a D&D game. Maybe that's just what she tells people. No one has bothered to confirm this. That's true. I do just tell people that. I love the almost pink highlights. Oh, I'm so glad you like it, Vixie. I figure that it kind of makes it, gives like a little bit more of like an organic sort of reflective look without being too forward and too obvious. I think when all of it looks like that, it's gonna be really pretty.
You mean crisps? Yeah, I mean crisps. I'm sorry. Sorry, darling. I didn't mean to confuse you. We meant crisps. Yes, not hot chips. No. That's separate. Although I also don't particularly like wet hot chips either. That's gravy. Smack bumpy wet. Looks so pretty. I'm so glad you like it. Yay. All right, let me see here. Let's do this one next. Boop, boop, boop. Sorry it took us 3 hours to get into it, but at least now we're making progress. Oops, hold on. I didn't think. I did not think before I dabbed. I didn't think before I dabbed. And by dab, I mean with the pen, with the stylus. Either way, soggy crisps and soggy chips would be vile. Actually, yeah, smack bumpy wet. Yeah, smack bumpy wet. Wiggum kebab, you know. I have no idea what she said there, but it sounded like smack your bum. No. It is a British dish that I cannot imagine being good, but apparently it is. And there's a video on it. You know what? Just so that everyone knows what I'm talking about, I've been so cagey about informing you guys about like so many of these D&D things. I feel like I have to show you the smack bumpy wet. Hold on, smack bumpy wet. You guys can tell me what he's saying. Wait, what did I just type? Hold on, I typed it somewhere. Smack bumpy wet. Here we go. Wiggum kebab. Here we go. That's what you call it, bossy. Okay, here. Let me explain this to you. Sorry, we gotta pause the music real quick. I'm going to educate you guys on traditional British cuisine. I know people have pretty awful views of British food, but we do not use water as a condiment. Okay, let me teach you about this. 1 second. So. I want to make sure this isn't too loud. Hold on.
I've been hearing about the Wigan kebab for years, and now I'm finally here in Wigan at the Trawler Man, one of the best chippies. I'm gonna go and try one. Let's go. Right, mate, I've been told to come in and order a Wigan kebab, but I don't actually know what it is.
You don't know what a Wigan kebab is?
No.
It's not bumpy wet.
Buttered meat and potato pie on. You're in heaven.
Carbs on carbs on carbs.
Absolutely.
That's what I like to see.
Go on.
Yeah, go on, mate. Is it a popular dish?
40% of people come in. It's quick and ready.
And did he call it a Wigan kebab, or is it pie bomb, or what did he ask
Wigan
for?
kebab.
Wigan kebab.
Wigan kebab.
Class. Good.
Where is it?
There you go, lad. So enjoy, lad.
Bruh, you have to say it.
Wigan kebab. Actually,
it's only 3 minutes. Hold on.
Right. That is sensational.
Not use water as
spot on, mate. So I'm
it's
just
after
looking at the
Wigan.
menu here,
That's
mate.
true.
So I can get a smack for 40p.
Yeah.
So what is smack?
It's well known in Wigan. Smack burn pea wet.
Smack burn pea wet.
Yeah. It's a cheap treat for a kid. Some grown-ups get them, but you're looking at 80p. You've got some.
One more time.
Smack burn pea wet. In Wigan, smack burn pea wet. Wigan, smack burn pea wet. Smack burn pea wet. In Wigan, smack burn pea wet.
Smack burn pea
Remix.
wet.
Yeah. It's a cheap
Smack
treat
burn
for a
pea
kid.
wet.
Some grown-ups get them, but you're looking at 80p. You've got some hot potato batter
Mate.
on top.
What's pea wet, mate?
Mate.
What's pea wet?
What's pea wet?
It's as good as gravy. It's the
Good as
water
gravy.
off the peas. You get a few peas in as well.
Yeah.
You don't. It's free. Just moist your chips up. Oh, you smack.
I think I've got room for a little bit more, mate. Can I get a smack bar and pea wet?
No problem at all.
Smack burn pea wet.
You pay wet. There you go, young man. Enjoy.
Cheers, mate. Smack bar and pea wet.
There you go. That's what that shit is. Aren't you so glad that I taught you that? Yeah, pretty marvelous. Pretty good stuff. I have no idea if it's actually good. I believe that Briggy has said that it's probably quite good. Surely I'm not hearing that right. No, you are. Smack bomb pea wet. I can tell you what's pea wet. The peas on there look evil. They're just sugar. Apparently, it's like sugar and water. Beautiful Brennan, thank you for the lurk, Dolan. Welcome on in, and thank you very much for the support. I might end up moving to the UK after knowing they have chicken schnitzel. Sure, I gotta sacrifice a portal, but I can't say no to a good chicken schnitty. Well, Australia's got some pretty good schnitties too, though. Then they are evil. What, with a fuck ton of sugar? Yeah, could be. If you need a breakdown, smack is potato fritter, bam is a bread roll, pay wet is mushy peas, which in the UK is a high sugar content and delicious. So when I come visit, geeks, are you going to take me to the best place for smack bam pay wet? And are you going to order it for me, or do I have to humiliate myself and do my best Queen's English and say, could I please get a smack bam pea wet? I must sleep. Best of luck with the art. Thank you so much, darling Layla. It's been a pleasure to have you hang out so much today. Thank you for being here. Keep up the gorgeous work, and I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I may visit in August next year to test the waters. Oh, do it, Ozzy. The food looks so beige or inky green. Take you there, absolutely. But I'm making you order it for my own amusement. When they say, what are you saying? Strangely American Australian lady who's trying to mimic our accent. And I'll just hide behind you geeks and be like, he's gonna order it. I'm kind of glad my parents never got that for me when we lived in London. Might mean the streak is in danger. Uh-oh. I don't know. Briggy's doing it, but I suppose, you know, if you're trying to go to sleep at regular times and not stay up all night, that might not be ideal. People always say that English food looks beige and then forget that beige is the best flavor. I mean, is it the best flavor? I don't know if it's the best flavor. It could be a good flavor. I mean, beige is the color of strawberry shortcake, and strawberry shortcake's tasty. Potatoes? Smack. The British are not beating the allegations of vile-looking foods, but actually most of it is quite tasty and not as unhealthy as most stuff in the US even. Yeah, that's fair. The beige sticks to your bones. Maybe part of the beige is your bones. Oops. All right, let me see here. That's actually pretty clean. I think we can leave that how it is, actually. Okay, this one can go on top of that. Beans! Our food looks bad and boring, but the taste is great. You better not be coming for our beans, Seto, or we're gonna have words. Don't bully the British guy. That's my ship you're talking to. Bold opinion here. Beans suck. I'm a certified bean hater. Hey, as long as you hate all beans equally. Listen, if you hate British beans and baked beans and Mexican beans and I'm sure there's a lot of other cultures that have beans, but I mostly think of really amazing, yummy Mexican food when I think of beans. Then that's okay. But if you are racist against beans, we will have a problem. You can have the beans. I want y'all British waffles. Ooh, you're all taking the mick. I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I make sure it is British. Wait, Irish beer. I have an important call to attend to. All good, Strat. No worries. Have a good call. Yes, they all suck. Okay, very well, lovely Lost. I'll allow it. Taking the mick. That's so British. Aussies say taking the piss. taking the piss. I think that British people say that too, but I don't hear many Aussies using Mick. Don't worry, they have a lot of other things that make no sense. Mexican food is some of my favorite food. Me too. Me too. It's why it's so unfortunate that Australia doesn't have a lot of really good Mexican food. That's okay. I make it at home. Oh my god! Sorry. Panic, panic, panic. Okay, that's good. You're gonna love my short story I'm submitting for the storytelling stream then. It's chock-a-block with Britishisms. You're gonna have to, is there gonna be anything I'm gonna be like, can I get guidance on how to pronounce this properly? It's kind of like how when I'm doing my British accent, I have to remember not to say advertisements. It's advertisements. Advertisements. I mean, much of our food is kind of bean-based, so I do love them, but there is quite a bit of variety of beans, like white beans, red beans, soy. Ah, I love adzuki beans. Yummy! Yummy! Oh, shit. What? Well, hold on. That's charged. My external charger, I mean, my external battery is not, let me just a sec. I gotta go grab the correct, adapter. Okay. All right. It wasn't even fully charged. I meant to have it fully charged, but, I hope this is enough to get us by. We shall see. We shall see. Okay. Might need to grab Nath's external battery as well. Cheese, baked beans, toast, simple, delicious, cheap. That is very tasty. That sounds so good, and it's so much better than putting Vegemite on things. If you've ever read my any Pratchett, you'll be fine reading my short story. Don't know if I have read any Pratchett, to be honest. Valid question. Okay, where was I? What was? Oh, I guess I finished one, and now we gotta do this one. Yeah. What is Save doing? He's silly. Just so good. You should totally read anything Pratchett sometime. Peak fantasy and comedy, in my opinion. Are there like short stories? And are they in public domain? Because if so, we could add them for the next storytelling stream. Maybe it can be my warm-up before I read your your story. Okies, new game raffles posted and giveaways for next week. Oh, amazing. Let's have a look. 1 second. Just gonna get this one done here. All right, let me see here. Cool. All right, that's looking nice. Very pretty. Okay. Let me see. Wonder if I could ask Save to give you head pats. If you did, I would purr if he goes boop 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 boop. Okay, let me see. Giveaways, right. Community giveaways. Okay, so we've got one from Sweetest Sam, which is the Warframe. That's right. There's 5 longsword skins, which is pretty cool if you are interested in Warframe. Yuki Indica. Indica does have some region lock. But this looks interesting. So you can join the Indica, the Hell Clock, if you would like as well. Right here. The Rift Breaker. Yeah, cool. Nice. Love that. Very cool, Darwin. Thank you so much. You guys, please go and react to these with whatever react you prefer, and you will be included in the giveaway next week. Which, yeah, all these end next week. Thank you for the head pat. Why would you betray me, Umbra? Thank you for the Umbra. Thank you, Lou. Thank you for my pallet attack. Don't believe any are public domain, unfortunately. Though I have known some streamer friends way back to read them on stream. I voiced Death at one point. That is awesome. That's so cool. He gave me head pats. Sam gave me head pats. I saw that. I saw that. It's very funny. Let's see. He may give head pats. He did give head pats, and he got up for it. I did give head pats before fish. That's true, but I was busy purring, and then you ambushed me with fish. The Indica region lock list looks scary, I know, but that is mostly because I believe it's banned in Islamic and Muslim countries, sadly. Oh, interesting. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Let me see here. Umbra cleaned the head before he fished you. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, let's see. It begins again. Time to do it. Arg. Go get him, you guys. Shout out war. Go get him. Aw, man, I gotta be a PNG. Man. Okay, fine. All right, and boop and boop. Ah! Hello. Hello there. Hello there. Let's see. Yes, we're winning save. He thought with a shout out he was winning, but we've got 2 channels that he can shout out. Wait, that we can shout out. He's only got 1. Ha 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 ha. You know, it's really funny because we've been calling it a shout out war, but I don't think he's ever called it that. I think we're just fighting against him for no reason. Gonna call it a night, Town Pals. Have a good rest of the stream. Keep up the fun yaps and the amazing art. Thank you so much, Incredible Eisen. It's been such a joy spending so much time with you today, as always. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. And hopefully we will see you on Sunday for some Persona. Good night, darling. I bet Save will try to convince you to make a Hearthstone channel just so he can shout out again. Fighting for no reason? Well, yeah, you crave violence. I crave violence! I crave violence. I crave violence. I might do a giveaway as well. Yeah, of course, Ozzy. Please do. If you feel up to it, then go for it. Wait, I have to lower my save hat to be at the correct height for my PNG. There we go. Thank you for the lurk, Incredible Eisen. Outfit colors and designs posted. I still can't choose. Again, Sweetest Space Cat, I don't think you should choose. I think you should do them. I think you should gradually do them all. If you like them all, then go with them all. Wait, whoops. There. I genuinely think that accents are some of the coolest things in the animal kingdom because humans are not the only ones who have accents, you know, like birds of the same kind that are in different parts of the world, they have different dialectical differences, which is awesome. Really, really cool. Just find it fascinating that depending on where you are or where the bird is from or whatever, that we and they get completely different sounding tonality, and yet you can still understand people as long as they speak in your language. I assume it'd probably be the same for birds, but I don't know about that part. I just know that they have dialectical differences. Very cool. Wow. Hello? Okay, sorry. I'm not sure why it did that. One sec. It just crashed the... Like, my iPad screen is fine, but, Let's see. Okay. Weird. That was very strange. Very strange. Whoa, whoa. Yikes. Sorry, I just had to rant about accents for a second just because, you know, I'm thinking about the fact that we have so many different accents, regional, national, international, globally. It's just really cool. This model is probably my favorite one of yours. Wait, you like this one more than my 3D one? I mean, I'm flattered because I made this one all on my own, but it's 2 a.m. Uh-oh, Sweetest Space Cat, is it time for bed? Is it time for bed? I like cute stuff. What can I say? Hey, fair enough, hon. Fair enough. I'm really glad you like it. You're always welcome to redeem it for as long as you've got the points for it on our art stream days. Always. I don't remember where this went. I don't remember this one is. I think it's down here? I hope. Okay, we got that big chonk up top too. Fluffy! Hi, fabulous Fluffy. Welcome on in. How are you? I like your little bunny emote. Very cute. Especially chibi models. Fair enough, gorgeous gecko. I'm really glad that you enjoy. Hey, I'll never be upset at somebody enjoying my artwork. I love chibi models and would like to see more VTubers in the style of chibi. That's fair, that's fair. I would love to get like a 3D chibi model at some point. That'd be super fun. Giveaway posted. Let's have a look. Oh, Shimi is also giving something away. Oh, cute! Shimi's giving away an art adopt. Very sweet. A cow lion. Oh, that's adorable. So if you guys would like a little cow lion to add to your roster, I'm just always curious how yours works. I can't figure it out. What my little PNG here. Oh, that's so sweet. Ozzy is giving away Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, the original one. If you guys would like to play with my cousin. That sounds weird. If you guys would like to play my cousin's game, Ty is my cousin, canonically. You're really talented as an artist. Oh, thank you, gorgeous gecko. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, sick, it's Ty. I haven't played that since the GameCube. You should go react. I'm giving away your cousin. I'm sorry. That's okay. I'll see. Fluffy, hello, sweetheart. May I ask, how did you find us? Were you scrolling through VTubers art? Were we in your recommended? I got a question. Ever played the Spyro games? Because I beat them last year. I have not played. I have done a little bit of Spyro, but not on stream and not for like 10 years. So it's been a long time. Uh-oh. Oh no! Save! We've lost save! Oh god! Save's disappeared. I have a blue box on my head. Welcome back in, Jet. I was given a gift sub. Oh, that's awesome, darling. How good. Who do you recall who gave it to you? We had some some extreme generosity this morning. Fabulous Fluffy Bunny, darling. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much for coming in. Nom 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 nom. Thank you for feeding me, Jet. I heard Spyro. That's true. Cutie Cat is a big Spyro fan. Save is now a blue cube. Save down, panic! The dreaded blue cube of doom. What happened? Did anybody... What happened? What happened? Did the race of the one persona get him? Oh no. Oh no, Save. I was thinking about throwing fish, but I'm a good guy today. Oh, thank you for being a good guy. The blue cube of doom. But lovely Fluffy Bunny, it is a pleasure to welcome you in, and congrats on the gift sub. I hope you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes. I have a PNG, but it only changes when I speak. Would I just insert an idle gift for no speaking? And I have no clue how I would do the thinking/focused. I don't know if it takes how long I've been quiet. Yeah, so you can obviously do a gift sub. Wait, hold on. Is he back? Did he get back? Is he? He's still offline. No. Annoying. He says, no, Steve. I wonder what happened. Tragic. Tragic.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
He's back. He has returned. The prodigal son has emerged. Anyway, sorry, Space. It depends on what you want to do. You can have like triggers, like hotkeys, or WebSockets if you have a Stream Deck, to switch between things if you want to be quite complex about your PNG. But this model only has 2 settings. It's got this one, which is my active, and this one, which is my idle. I have to talk quietly or else she'll talk. But yeah, I remember my first time in here after we'd been playing D&D for a few sessions. I was fully intending to subscribe, and before I even got the chance, I'm 90% sure it was Umber that gifted me even before I spoke. Yeah, we got some incredibly kind and generous people in here. Fluffy got a sub from Sweetest Strut. I'm so happy to hear it. Amazing. Yay, good job, Strat. Good job. Uppies for you, gorgeous gecko. Save the stream. Go, save, go. I thought it was 3. Nope, just 2. Just 2. It's just animated. Been a while since I was 3 numbers with channel points. I feel like a new foal finding their legs, Yuki. Oh, that's very funny. Vixie, that is such a cute lurk emote. I love that. Thank you for the lurk, darling. I appreciate you. Fluffy, can I ask what kind of stuff you're interested in? Do you like art? Are you an art fan or an artist yourself? Or are you more into games? Got it in a bundle from Etsy. Cute. Oh, very good. Very good. It's really cute, sweetheart. Trying to work on a space cat rig, the cat version, but rigging is so confusing to me as it doesn't work like animation. Maybe I could save for rigging, but it's not looking that way at the moment. Yeah, it is very hard. I spent 3 months learning how to rig in Live 2D. Which legend added talking heads to the playlist? Good question. Does it say? I think it usually announces it when it first. Oh, no, it didn't announce that. I have an art degree, but I also like games. Oh, cool, Fluffy. What kind of stuff do you like to do for art? Are you like a painter or like a you like a sketch artist or? And what kind of games do you like to play? Because we do both on this channel. Today is our long ass art stream. We do 8 hours of art today. And you guys get to just vibe and request music. And then on Sundays, we are doing our very first playthrough of Persona 5 Royal, so please no spoilers. We're also doing our very first playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward as well, which is pretty cool. What else are we doing? We're doing our first playthrough of Monster Hunter Stories 3, which we hopefully will finish this coming week, and then you guys get to vote on what we should play after that. This one is when he flips people off. That's cute. That's so funny. That's very funny. Realize that I have a gifted sub. Someone tell Umbra to treat themselves. Aw, that's so sweet. Well, I'll tell you what, Umbra's, I do believe that Umbra is actually live right now if you want to go and say thank you. Umbra's a sweetie pie, a very, very beloved part of this community. You could stipulate no spoilers for Hildebrand, but even if we told you, you wouldn't believe us. See, that's true. That's very accurate. That is incredibly true. Who said something about rigging? I have a friend who could help. Oh, it was Sweetest Space Cat. Umbrasound is live. Yeah. All right, let me see here. Hold on, I gotta get rid of all these. Wow, there it is. Nope, wait, where's the fuck? Oh, it's that one. Okay. Here we go. I'm doing painting for cosplay. Oh, cool, cutie Katha. For your Invixia? Okay, hold on. This has to be plugged in. Let me check on the power here. Yikes. I'm gonna need this thing real bad. 1 second. Oh, a new one. Is it a character that we know, or is it an OC or what? Hold on. Just gotta plug this in real quick. All right. Mr. Snipey Wolf can help with rigging. Nice. Okay, cool. How much does he charge? I dabble in many forms. I became visibly impaired, so my ginger days are gone. I am older, pre-computer days with graphic design, old school inks and paints. Oh, that's awesome, Fluffy. That's so cool. Well, if you have some safe for work art, please do feel free to share it in the Discord if you would like to. 1 second, I'll get rid of this. We don't know what the Hearthstone deck thing is anyway. We don't know what that is. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. If you know murder drones, you will know what I'm doing. Oh, cool. I know that, like, I did some art for you with murder drones inspiration, right? But oh, gamer days are done. Gotcha. Okay, fair enough, hon. That's all right. I'm sorry that those are over and done with, but I hope that if you decide to continue to hang out here, maybe you'll be able to kind of live vicariously through someone who likes to just scream about games all the time. I always say I scream a lot, but it's never at you guys. Do we consider my model kit work art or IRL? Ooh, I suppose that depends on you. I would probably say with the amount of complexity and stuff, sweetheart, I'd probably put that in art. I would say that's definitely art. I believe it depends, but he also streams and he did my models rigging and color running for 150. That's incredibly reasonable. Okay, fair enough. Nice. That might be a good person to reach out to, Cutie Space. Are you making Uzi's hoodie jacket? You did, but that was me as a murder drone. This is an actual character. Oh, I see. Maybe. Have to get ready for going outside and touching grass, but I hope to be back in 3 hours at the latest. Don't finish Kitsune-kun without me. Don't worry, lovely Yuki, we won't. I'll just be texturing and doing some shadows and stuff. Yuki, actually, sorry, just real quick before you leave, do you want Kitsune-kun to be facing the left as they are, or do you want them to be facing the right? Like how Pouch Pal is. Sorry, 1 second, I don't know why this is crashing. Well, I kind of do. This is actually a really big file, but still. Thank you, Mac. You too. Sleep well. Sweet dreams, hun. Thank you for coming in.
Two years of sub. Thank you Talent and Pouch Pals for making me smile infinitely these past 2 years. I fucking love you guys. You're great and deserve all the good things you dream about and desire and love. I want to someday hug every single one of you in the future. When I've had bad days, it gets better when I just think about all the lovely people in this community. Here's to another with all of you. I love you guys.
Aw, Kat, that's so sweet, honey. Thank you so much. Thank you for 2 whole years of Prime. That is absolutely outstanding, darling. Thank you so very much. Oh, you're so sweet, hon. Thank you. I would, of course, give you hugs. Thank you so much for such kind words. Thank you, lovely. Welcome on in, by the way, Kat. Facing the right. I guess most of us take up the right corner for streaming. So yeah, Kitsune-kun would be on the left. Okay, then I'll be shading him. And I better actually spin this real quick. I'll make him face this way so that I can shade him in such a way that it looks like the light source is coming from your screen, which will be on the right.
join the Discord. We'll check it out later. Sounds good. Fabulous, Fluffy. Now, Fluffy, you said you did mention that you are visually impaired. Is that right? We do have a rules channel that you have to read, but because there is a specific little keyword in there. But if that's an issue, I can read it to you. I will. We have a. You've come in just in time for a. In about 2 weeks, we're going to be doing our first alternate outfit debut. And at that point, I'm actually going to be like, I'm going to put an actual like voice file, sound file in the rules channel for people who are visually impaired, or who just, prefer to have someone speaking in their ear. But obviously want you to get in there sooner than that. So if you do need somebody to read those rules to you, just let me know, okay? What was that song that was added? Let me see. Many hearts. I will be back later. All good, lovely Yuki. We'll see you soon, sweetheart. What just got added? Surprising click, baby. Oh, banger. Cheering up with happy tears. Oh, cutie cat. As long as they are indeed happy. All right, I think that's... Oh, no, this one's also got... This one's... I need to do... Oh, I have tools to adapt? Okay, fair enough, lovely Fluffy. Sounds good, sweetheart. Always want to be as inclusive as possible in this community. Yeah, I always try to offer whatever I can to help people get around here. But awesome. As long as you got the tools, then I will leave you to it. Posted a whip in art, not of the kit itself, but the process and how I trim the parts. Now, imagine this, but hundreds of times. That's what 5 hours of stream has been for me. Oh my god, should I be afraid? Let me see. In art. Oh, cute outfit. That's right, cat. Cute. Oh my god, these are such cute outfits. Oh, you should absolutely keep all of these, hun. These are awesome. My favorite is this one, but that's because it reminds me, like, don't worry, it's really quite different from my outfit, but like it is reminiscent, and I'm a huge fan of kind of medieval looking stuff, and this looks more medieval than the others, but I think that you should refine all of them. Whoa, technically art. That's crazy. That's incredible, hun. Wow. Oh my god. I don't even know how pins work. I don't know why you put pins where, but I believe in you. Holy shit. Whip whilst I'm still working on it. Here's an example of the process for building. If anyone saw Tau's stream building the Pokemon kit, and a close-up as best I could showing how I snip parts off the runner and then trim them with the God Hand. Holy. Wow. Dude, this looks like doing math. No wonder you're a programmer, dude. This is crazy. This looks like you're doing math, and it's not even in English. I would be lost. Oh, wait, does it turn down? For what? Did you have to assemble this? Is this like multiple parts? Holy. Whoops, sorry. Oh, and then you clean up. I see what you mean. You trim it with the God Hand. Right. Okay, so like you snap off this part and this part and this part, I guess? And then you get that? Almost completed one side of the jacket. That's awesome, cutie cat. How cool. I can't wait to see it. Wow. That is amazing. Beautiful, Briggy. Well done. Holy shit. I'm very impressed. On the verge of crying, but I feel so good about it. Well, fair enough, hon. Fair enough. Happy tears are always a good thing. All right. Let me see here.
You got it. I do that for every single piece before assembly, and then I build it all before I even start painting. Wow. I could not, I actually don't, I genuinely don't think that I would have the patience to do that. And then, like, wow, yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know if I could, I might have the patience to do the cutting thing, the cutting out thing, but I don't think I would have the patience to put it together before painting it. I'd be like, nope, I'm painting each piece individually before I even begin. Thank you for the lurk, Valiant Vixie. I appreciate you, Talon. I can do a cost test tonight and share it in the Discord. Yeah, please do, Cutie Cat. We'd love to see. All right, I think that's all of the... I think I said this 3 times already, but I think that's all the tufts there. Now we got the ones near the ears. We'll see if the chest fluff needs a different kind of color and texture. Yeah, dependent. Painting each individual piece is also something some people do. I've done it before, but I assume when you art, you enter a Zen flow state. It's the same for me. It's almost meditative. Yeah, that is true, Geese. That is true. The number of times, I cannot count the number of times that I've, like, started a drawing and then and it's like, you know, 10 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm like, why is it getting dark? And I'm like, oh, it's 7 p.m. We can take that break? Yeah, we'll take that break. I'm gonna, gotta find the, where is it? There we go. The ear. I will pop these down though so that we can see this better. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Yep, cool. All right, when we get back, we will work on our earballs. Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourselves something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And, darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. My 3D model will return when we get back, unless you guys once again redeem the PNG model. And I will see you in 3 minutes. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah.
Teammates look out for each other. We're a team, right?
Oh. High five. Yay! Oh my god, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. So freaking cute. Teeny, 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 tiny hand. Actually, that's a very good point, Seti. What's this? What's this? Purple! Purple! Ah! No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick thing. Scary. Yuck. Oh, thank God. I was like, I've killed this before. Does it count if I killed it somewhere else? Okay, good. It's so scary. I hate. Hold on, hold on. Please say it's free real estate. It's free real estate. Okay, well, how do you guys feel about me only being on your left side? She did the thing. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. Music in this game, it's really good. It's very tragic. Story of class change quest. That is what. Did I put an E at the end of his name or no? I forgot. Hi, sweet Asia. Welcome on in. Where is Eon? He was like, that plate. No, anything but that. Third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Taz, but it's a good intro. Can I get? Oh, do I not have any? Oh, what? Oh, fuck. Dude, it was huge. There you go. Go feed that to safe. I wave at you with my book. With my book. I'm confused. Why doesn't that work? It said when there are four things you can get.
They made the same iconic
the same cuties. I can't save in the middle of battle, but I promise I will. Oh no, it's sorry, it's save. I see it's save. I see. How are you? Oh my god. Explosions. Hello, I am Nyx. I am Tao's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nyx. I hate this fucking game, dude. Oh my. What? Where did it?
Teammates look out for each other.
We're
We're a team, right?
Oh. High five. Yay! Oh my god, look how tiny her hand is. In fact, I think I'll like this one.
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nyx. Pacific Franks or Darling and the Brim. Oh no. On St. Freaks.
That same fiance guy, right? You know what's going to happen.
I wonder if I should start thinking about things I say before they come out of my mouth. Moving on. Lol. Okay. You bitch! You have a shitty tail! Oh, you have a shitty tail! Oh no! Oh! Owie! 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 No! Owie! No! Oh. Can you throw pals around like Pikmin? Well, I can do some. Here, do you wanna explode? I have bombs. Here you go. Hi, precious pals. Sorry, I was just talking to Nath about dinner and stuff. And also finding his external battery thing.
She's showing her
So
feline
that way,
side.
hopefully my iPad can stay awake and alive.
Go Tower Ranger!
Thank you, Nick. Oh, fuck! There goes my fucking. Oh my god, Jesus, man.
May I borrow
Hold
your
on.
babies?
I'm not sure how much you guys just heard, but my stylus exploded in one direction. Nath's external battery exploded in the other direction. I have to go crawl behind the desk. Hold on, I gotta go get my stylus. Everything okay? Yep, I'm okay. I just gotta hold on. I'll give you multiple takes.
I crave violence. I crave violence.
Good thing I keep a relatively, I mean, all things considered, a relatively clean studio area, because that would have been covered in dust in a less clean, room.
A rousing applause in the form of fuck shit. Oh god.
Sorry. Ow. Everything's good. Don't worry about it.
It's gonna be such whiplash to go from playing this to.
All right, we're back.
Challenge accepted,
Wow.
my worthy opponent.
Let me see. Let's get our model back. Lancer! Hello there, lovely Lancer. Welcome on in. Sorry, we just got back from a break where I was frenetic as all get out. Hello there, sweetheart. Welcome. How was your stream? You guys, this is the lovely Lancer the Hedgefox who hath graced us with their presence, fresh from a valiant quest in Mega Man X. This intrepid gamer doth traverse the realms of Sonic, Resident Evil, and Kingdom Hearts with equal fervor. Their recent exploits include speedrun attempts and Puyo Fest playtime. Truly a diverse and skilled adventurer. Welcome on in, hun. How are you doing? Also, awesome Aussie, welcome back, Abby's. Hey, good Aussie. How was Mega Man X, hun? Welcome back, everyone. Lovely Abby's for you. Hey, good lad. Nix, Matos size, jam size, Abby's. Hey, good Nix. Hey, Tao, I've been meaning to raid you for a good while, hon. Oh, all good, lovely Lancer. I'm flattered. Thank you so much for the raid, darling. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream? And would you like to let us know when your next one is so that maybe we can come and join you? Mega Man is such a fun game. Strat is a big Mega Man fan. It is true. Facts. Facts. What is that? What is that phrase? Fax no mail or something? Fax no phone, fax no I don't know. Fax no copy? I think that's it. Fax no copy? Is that how that goes? Sorry, I don't know. It was good. I still don't like Sigma Final Boss. Oh, fair enough, Lancer. Fair enough, Dolan. Me and Strat once again sharing a brain cell. It's true, geeks. I think that you are just the hybrid of Strat and Save. All right, let me see here. Oh, I love this song. This is such a pretty song. Right now, I do not have a set time frame when I'll stream again. I usually play by ear. Fair enough, darling. Fair enough. Well, you guys, please do check out the lovely Lancer who brought in their gorgeous community and is playing some Mega Man whenever they do stream. Thanks so much for coming in. I appreciate you. Gonna check the mail. Oh, good. Lovely Aussie. I shall see you later, hon. Have a good time. Thank you so much, Dylan. I appreciate it. We'll see you later. Have a good one. Thank you for bringing in your awesome community. My hand hurts from drawing. Now I'm finished. It can be tough. Drawing can be quite rough on the hands and the wrist, especially if you haven't conditioned the tendons and stuff there. How to do a software update. I'm back. Welcome back, Valiant Vixie. I hope that your software update went swimmingly. You'll post in arts? Please do. Is this charging? Hold on. I gotta check and see if this. Yeah, it is cool. Nice. The all-powerful external NAF charger battery. Lifesaver for art streams. Oh, I love this song. I don't know if I've got this in my liked. I don't. Now I do. 'Tis but a banger. Nerd! Hello there, lovely nerd. Welcome on in, sweetheart. How are you? Can I call you Tao instead of Tao? Jokes most people don't get. I only think of my Final Fantasy character. Welcome on in. How are you? My Final Fantasy character is TauTassie. Tao like that, and then T-A apostrophe C. Welcome on in, nerd. You may call me Tao if you would like. It still feels so unreal that it's been 3 years we have known each other. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. I agree, right? Like, time has flown. Time really has flown. The typo gave you the correct song. Perfect. Tao is a race or faction Warhammer 40k. Oh, right. Okay, gotcha. I have had a few people ask if my name was like inspired by Warhammer, and I'm like, no, I'm sorry. But I'm well, and yourself? I am doing grand, darling. It is such a pleasure to welcome you in. Could I ask, how did you find us? Were you scrolling through VTubers, art? Were we in your recommended? Did you get over here from save? I'm always curious. Regardless, it is a pleasure to have you in here. Thank you for being here. I was just in live channels and I wandered in. Oh, how good, nerd. Well, it's a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in, sweetheart. Welcome. I'm going to give you the quick rundown since you've just found us. But hi there, I am Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer in Tasmania, Australia. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist, so we're actually working on a commission today. We're doing an animated PNG tuber channel mascot, a little bit like my little guy over there, but this one, like my channel mascot, he follows my cursor around. This one won't do that, but it will move its little ears and it'll talk when people redeem TTS. Yeah, it's a commission for someone in chat, and we also do a lot of games. We're doing first-time playthroughs of all of the following, so please careful for no spoilers, but Monster Hunter Stories 3, Persona 5 Royal, Final Fantasy 14, and we're almost done with Monster Hunter Stories 3. So once that's done, I actually let you guys, the community, vote on what our next game should be. As you can tell, we really love RPGs and like story-based games here. I'm a big story-based arc person. And I'm also a professional voice actor. So any dialogue in games that is unvoiced, they get the cold read voice actor treatment. Spoiler for Monster Hunter 3, there are monsters. Ban them. I'm just kidding. But no, you are correct. That is true. There are monsters in Monster Hunter Stories 3. Excellent. Very intuitive of you. Oh, check the art that Icy posted? Sure. Wow! That looks amazing! Damn! Very nice. Love the nice ref. I love the expressions too. That's sick, hon. Well done. Very cool. I love this hair. That's awesome. I see. Excellent work, Dolan. Great work. I couldn't spoil those 3 if I tried. Okay, I could try and Google it, but you get my point. Yeah, I gotcha. What kind of stuff do you like to do, nerd? Are you a nerd? May I inquire as to what breed of nerd you are? Pals, did you guys see that P5R is going to be on Xbox Game Pass from June 9th? I did see that you posted that. That's very cool. There are monsters in the monster video game. Ban them for life. Let's see. Oh, look, there's a me behind a save. Would you scroll back a bit since you're there? Yeah, sure. Ooh, more progress on Cutie Cata's awesome cosplay. Yeah, I've seen all of these, huh? What was there anything you wanted specific input on? Indeed, Warhammer, D&D, quite a few RPGs, but usually CRPSs, not JRPGs. CRPGs rather. The only art I have is the ones I commissioned. Okay, fair enough, lovely nerd. Very cool. We actually have we don't stream it yet. But I am actually a part of a D&D campaign with my lovely DM who is actually in here, and also 2 of our players tend to frequent this space as well. I reckon, based on your interests there, nerd, I think that you would probably really enjoy this campaign. It's a really fun one. It's very like spaghetti western, sci-fi, space western. That's it. But very cool. We played through all of Baldur's Gate 3. Do you like BG3, nerd? Who is this DM? I shall have to deal with this competition. I mean, Geeks! Hey, Geeks! It was good. It was good, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a good time. We had a really good time with it. I posted my son in the art channel, giving credit to the artist because I wanted to share. Okay, Vixie, let's have a look. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if it's is that appropriate for on stream? I didn't quite look. Yes, Captain. Codex. It would appear that we have a bit of a competitor for you regarding DMing. Please welcome a lovely nerd who appears to be a DM. How would you do an iridescent or holographic color on white? I like to do something on the hair of the character. Do you mean kind of like what I've been doing with like all of the feathering here? Like all this? Like that iridescent kind of thing? Oh, you're posting an art. Oh, okay, very good. It's fine. Okay, she's not got nips. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I just wanted to double check before we pulled it up. Oh, cute. Okay, new arts from Marisol Sci Shop. Cute. Very cute. Oh, she's adorable. She's the SFW. Okay, nice. And then Briggy, build progress. Oh, that's cute. Oh my God, how much did you have to assemble everything of her? That's crazy. My hands hurt. The bike is complete. That's awesome. Holy. Nerd, are you into model construction and stuff as well? Because Briggy loves it. This is incredible, hun. Man, you have to be so careful about like getting rid of all the little bits and pieces, huh? Oh, you hadn't out, Lovely Lost. East Coast time strikes again. Good luck on the rest of the commission. Thank you so much, Lovely Lost. It's been a pleasure. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. Geeks is assembling every single part of it. That is incredible. Full articulated, many pieces, all trimmed, no paint yet. Wow. That is absolutely amazing. That's so cool. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Not overly much, but I have done a bit in the Warhammer 40k space, but it's not anything like actually trying to make big fancy models. That is fair. That is fair. Do you actually, I assume you probably play Warhammer 40k? There's like a tabletop game or something of it, isn't there? Alrighty, let me see here. Let me turn these off. I forgot what I had them on for. I don't need them on right now. I need to see behind them right now, in fact. I'm more used to. I don't anymore, but I used to. On the tabletop is indeed you make little models and roll dice to shoot at the other models. Very cool, nerd. That sounds super fun. Very, very cool. I'm sure that we have some people in here who are into Warhammer, but unfortunately, I tragically don't have very much time to get into it. So very swamped with life. I have 4 jobs, so if you include streaming, I'm just kind of very busy all the time. I would love to have some kind of a hobby like that. That would be so cool, though. Nerd, I'm in the East Midlands, UK, where 40k was born. I didn't know that. It's how I started, but I left 40k because of the price. That kit I'm working on was 64 pounds. I can barely build a few Tau Crisis suits at that price. 64 pounds for that? That's amazing. It looks beautiful. Like less saturated, more blended, like sparkly with the light hits the type coloring. You could probably do what I'm doing if you follow through with what I'm doing and then put like some individual sparkles, like little singular dots of white. It'll look shimmery that way, if that's kind of what you're talking about. All right. Anyone wants a great show to watch, go watch some Link Click. That's what this song is from. They got banger music, just saying. All right, we got to do the inside of this ear now. I don't know why, but I strike out with all my hobbies. Ah! Shit! My save hat has become a torso hat. Ah!
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Hi, sweetest self! Welcome in hobby strikeout raid! Save! Hi, sweetheart! Oh my god!
Whoa,
you guys, if you want to know who was on my head for the entirety of stream, that is my dear friend, the sweetest Save File 17. Actually, hey, speaking of nerd, if you like Hearthstone, if you like Star Trek, if you like Star Wars, if you like Firefly, I do reckon that it's a really good idea for you to go follow this guy who's just rated in. He's actually a Vtuber, and he mostly does Hearthstone. He's like a god wizard king of Hearthstone, like constant leaderboard stuff. But he also is like super well educated in so many various nerdy things. Save, are you much into Warhammer though? We have a new pal in here who's really into Warhammer. Hi, gorgeous Gundam. Welcome on in. How are you? Did you sleep well? You guys, this is the sweetest of save files. This is Save File 17, who hath graced us with their presence, fresh from the Hearthstone arena. A true connoisseur of the game, boasting over 50 times on the leaderboard. Their recent exploits include miraculous victories with Prince Malchezaar and a dual-class arena extravaganza. Truly, this is the arena way. And it is. Hi there, magnificent men. Hi, sweeter Save. Hi, precious, politely TauTassieTiger. Precious, thank you for coming in with the raid. Strat, thank you so much for raiding in with Save as well. Oh, you're back from work. Oh, I'm sorry, Gundam. I hope that you get some good rest. JT, hello there, Jolly JT. Welcome on in. How are you? Politely is the Warhammer expert. I know very little. I played Warhammer Mechanicus, and that's about it. Nerd, go check out Precious Politely. Absolutely amazing VTuber. Velvety voiced as well, which I will brag about momentarily. But first, I wish to brag about this amazing sweetheart that is just rated in. If you guys have not checked out the sweetest of saves, he is an absolutely outstanding streamer. There's a reason there are hundreds of people watching him at any one time. He's extremely funny, like genuinely laugh out loud funny. He's very quick-witted. He's also super grounded and super fun to just like pop into stream and interact with. He's super, again, despite having like hundreds upon hundreds of people watching him at any one time, he's like really interactive. He'll like scroll back up and see your messages and stuff. He's very thoughtful like that. He also does a lot of really cool, like actually sponsored content, a lot of stuff that you wouldn't expect from like a Hearthstone-based streamer. He's been doing some Forza, he's done some Roamstead, he's done some Angry Birds 2, he's done some Neverness to Everness. He's done a lot of, oh, what was the Fork Mugger? What's that one from? That's Mongil Stardive, I think. I always forget. But yes, you guys, you are missing out if you have not spent some time over there. And honestly, you guys should go over there, if only because besides the fact that it's very much worthwhile, I spend a lot of time in there. Like, if you ever are like, Tow's not replying to my DMs, I'm probably in there. Sorry, I'm probably in there. So just go on in there and be like, Tao, why aren't you replying to me? I had Tao up on the laptop, but I think it crashed, so now I can auto-claim points again. Thanks to Save! Hey, good job, good job. Keep it up, good job. We played some joke/meme decks, and they did fairly well, which is always fun. Also had a stream outage for a few minutes.
Keep it up, good job.
I wanted to ask what that was about. I suppose the Save hat must have blipped out. Yeah, we had a blue box, and I was like, what happened? At this point, you've advertised the Stardive more than me. They should pay you too. It's just because of the Fork Mugger thing. That sounds like such a fantasy slur, but it's they just casually call other characters that, or like it's a race or something in the game. I don't know. I'm still not clear on it. He can't leave his room, so that's why he streams so much. Wait, what? What do you mean? I was in there and I was about to comment Tao caused it, but you got back soon. That's true. That is true. Yeah, I was like, oh no, refresh. And I was like keeping an eye on chat too. And I was like, scroll. Oh, the room thing was a joke about he's so grounded. Okay, here you go. You get this. This is deserved. We were so on the edge here. Yeah, I know. I was like, what happened to my safe hat? What happened to my safe hat? I need my safe hat back. Thank you. I'll show myself out. Actually, Save, could you let us know when your next stream is? I think it's 18-ish hours from now. Do you have any sponsored content coming up as well? The Fork Mugger was a particular group of giant pigs with giant forks, but if they mugged them, I guess some other group in the start time must need giant forks. That's a good point. I mean, personally, I would like a giant fork. It would help me consume food much more efficiently. Thank you for the care package, Austin. I'll see you. We were so relieved once the stream was back on. We were so worried. I see you hopped off Tao's forehead. Well, he was there, and then he raided in here, and then it was just my torso. Because apparently my torso is located in the same part of the screen as his faces. Back to having lunch. Be back soon. See you soon, sweetest ride. Uh-oh, my hand's just unplugged. Hold on, my little hand cam. But yeah, Save, let us know when your next stream is so that hopefully everyone can come and join you. I'll hop on Discord just so Tao can keep us safe. Yeah, do it. Call me. Call me. I'll mute you so no one's gonna be able to hear you. You can just like blah 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 blah, and I'll just have you right up there. Is that a new emote there, Save? Oh, a new emote. Wait, are you talking about the fur peril one? I think he's had that one for a while. Hold on, I gotta unplug the hand cam. It seems to be rejecting my my. There we go. All right, let's try and wave our hands again. Yes, it's working. Yay! Ha ha ha. Fur apparel is tier 2, so it's very exclusive. Club of furries can use it. I love that save. Very exclusive indeed. But yes, you guys, please do check out Lovely Save. There's proof in the pudding, you know, you guys. So there's a lot of you in here right now who have actually gone over to his stream and have had very long and drawn out conversations with me and or him because I'm hanging out there too. Please go see Sweetest Save. He is so much fun. I genuinely would say that he and Politely are my favorite places to hang out and lurk on Twitch because they are part of the cozy trifecta. Myself, Precious Politely, Sweetest Save. All kind of create this various forms of like cozy calmness. Mine's not calm. Mine's chaotic. I scream a lot, but as you guys know, it's very secure and safe and cozy here. Save is like the kind of cozy where you go in, you vibe, you laugh, you talk with like a best friend about you know, the stuff you like to nerd out about like new games and movies and like Star Wars and Star Trek and stuff like that. He had a limited time badge for The Way with in reference to the new Mando movie, Mando and Grogu, which is very cool. Actually, you're the first channel I saw that used one of those, that like made one of those badges, Save. Next stream is 18 hours, I think you said. Still have Realm of Eden coming up since it got pushed back a week by that Roamstead game. More Arknights Enfield also coming up and a movie trailer. Very cool. Save with the money. Get that bag, boy. Get that bag. You guys, please go check out the Lovely Save. He's an absolute angel. I genuinely really love hanging out with him. So you go hang out with him too. And if you're interested in some Realm of Ink, which Strat insists that we have played before on this channel as a demo, I have no memory of this place, but he says that we have, so I'll trust him. He's got better memory than me. And Arknights Enfield. I know a lot of you also are really into Arknights, so please go check him out. He will be doing that. And a movie trailer. I wonder what the movie will be. We are winning the shout out battle, even though Save isn't competing for it. Yeah, that's true. We are winning. Someone today said Save is the only streamer I can bring up Freakazoid and they know what I'm talking about. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what that is. But you know what else I don't know what it is? Hazard, Dukes of Hazard. Dukes of Hazard. Trust me, we have. Okay, I trust you. I trust you. I just don't remember it. Hey, Freakazoid. Oh, shit. Nerd. There you go. See? Well, Nerd, I think you save a follow. You go talk to him about Freakazoid, whatever that is. Whatever that is. Green Acres is the place to be. I know that one. Here on Gilligan's Island. I know that one too. The famous Mr. Red. I also know that one, but I have no clue what Dukes of Hazzard is, and I have no clue what Freakazoid is. So, there you go. I am an anomaly. I am an anomaly. Sweet to say, thank you so very much for the raid. It really does mean the world. I so appreciate your amazing, amazing support. Save is so sweet. He gives like lots of smaller VTuber shout outs. He has his own like VTuber army. I'm a commander to the 10th power in the army. Okay, so you can't have a position above mine. Like, it's not allowed. Now I am curious, what season of Zoids is Freakazoid from? Valid. There we go. I am the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit, Captain Commander, Sergeant Master Chief in the Save File 17 Army, possessing fire and wind and water and earth and light and dark elements, time and space manipulation, and saving power too. So there. I am the quintessential Mary Sue. Freakazoid was a very silly meta cartoon about a guy who got zapped onto the internet and became a very insane superhero. Keep in mind, he got zapped onto the 1995 internet. What a place to be, dude. What a place to be. Accidentally find yourself in AOL conversations. I knew he was recruiting an army. This is the last piece of evidence we needed. Nerd is a sleeper agent. Amazing. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome on in. How was gambling with your friends? Greetings, everybody. This is the illustrious Umbra Kit 31. This cunning kitsune seeks to spread joy and grow in power, all whilst trapped in a prison of their own making. From gambling escapades to fatherly simulations, they traverse the digital realm with style. Their recent adventures in Pragmata and the Wyvern SMP are particularly noteworthy. Truly a streamer of noble character, and that is very true. Another raid! Hello, amazing Umbra. The tavern may be closing, but the tavern crawl continues. Welcome on in, sweetest Umbra. I'm so glad you had a good time, darling. Hey, listen, since we just had Save's raid, and now we've got yours, I'm gonna show you guys a little bit about us.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! Welcome in, amazing Umbra. Sweetheart, how was your story? You lost so much, did you? Uh-oh. When is your next stream, Talon, if you happen to know? But thank you so very much for the raid, honey bun. Now, Save and Umbra, both of you. You guys, please do check out both of these absolutely extraordinary men. They are wonderful, wonderful people. And if you guys, either of you, need to go and, I don't know, shower or eat or sleep or walk or whatever else you need to do, please go and take the best care of yourselves, because I will be here to take the best care of your lovely communities. Thank you so very much for joining us, and thank you for trusting me with your amazing, amazing friends and people and pals and files and tavern crawlers and the amount of times Umbra took to get into the game, we had to gamble to even get into the game. Wow, very meta. The VTube army is always recruiting. That's true. Look at all that. Look at all the army. Look at the army of stairs. I would love to go gambling with you someday. We got this, bud. We are going to make them run out of money. Oh, no, that's not the way you want to look at this. But thank you so very much for the read. Yeah, if you happen to know when your next stream is, lovely Umbra, please let us know. As we already know, Sweetest Save will be live in about 18 hours. And we'll be doing some Arknights Enfield, some Realm of Ink, and a movie trailer. Can I know what the movie trailer is? Ha 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 ha. Can I? It was great. Got to play with many friends and play amazing games. I will be streaming again tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Tomorrow, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Same time zone as you, Tal. Let's go! Awesome. Well, you guys, please do check out lovely Umbra, who will be streaming about 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in. I so appreciate you guys. Thank you. It's probably almost dinner time for you, Umbra, and it's probably almost sleep time for you, Save. That would be my guessing based on time zone differences. So if you need to go eat or sleep, please go do those things. We're working on a commissioned piece of art for the loverly Yuki, who is currently off on a quest to go to appointments, and we are chilling here and doing a bunch of rendering stuff for her. I can English, I swear, but nah, movie time for me. Gotta catch it. Ooh, wait, sorry, what movie are you watching, Umbra? You gonna go see, the Backrooms? Okay, let me see here. Oh, the Amazing Digital Circus. Oh, yeah, you watched Backrooms last week. I was like, wait a second. I could have sworn you already saw Backrooms. But very cool. You're going to watch the Amazing Digital Circus, huh? And I hope you have a great time. I hope it's awesome. I fell off of that show quite a while ago, but I hope that everybody really likes the finale, because that's what it is, right? It's the finale. Oops, this needs to be... Why do I have 2 Tau tabs? It's for the big, Vetalina, it's for the big. It is, but for the big. It's so funny. I absolutely love that I see my modager strat coming in with, I think, pretty much everyone who was rated in today, because they've all been lovely, lovely people that have come in before. He's been lurking in pretty much all of their streams, or actively participating. I'm not really sure, but he comes in and he's got the raider from blah, blah, blah. And that's happened 4 separate times today. I love Yuki's little guy. Me too. It's so cute. I really like him a lot. He's a very sweetie pie. Strat, be an amazing mod. He is an amazing mod. All right, let me let's do this one. Time it took for Tau to stop being far too sweet and draw another line after raid 16 to 18 minutes. That's way too short! What am I doing? I'm supposed to be doubling up on that. If Sweetest Save doesn't send a message along the lines of, aw, Tau being far too sweet within the first, like, 3 to 5 minutes, it means I have not done my job. Magnificent Myth! thank you ever so much for gifting that sub to the Valiant Vetalina. It's for the big. It's all for the big. Don't worry. Thank you so much, darling, for your awesome generosity and support. Thank you. Same brain cell. I too feel we need to double that time. I was literally thinking, I don't know, working is rather generous wording after the rain. Yeah, listen, the big fun. The big fun. We do actually have, oh, and the other thing that I need to say more often, but people haven't used the, like any, not just yours save, but people haven't used a bunch of our voice commands today. We actually have a bunch of voice commands. Many of them are from moi, but many of them are from Save. And he is the only other person on this channel who gets built-in voice commands because he is just that treasured. Allow me to demonstrate.
Buttons. Keep it up, good job. Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game. Keep it up.
Was that all of them? I thought I had 4, but I might be wrong. I think I've got 3. I definitely have, oh, did I do this one?
Job.
Oh, maybe I did. But yes, I would not put him upon the channel if it were not a necessity for my sanity to hear his wonderfully
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Frequently. Oh, no, I'm too far away from the microphone to play this game. Scowy. That's true, that was thanks to Save. Like, that's me saying Scowy, but that's because of him, yeah. Someone follows, we might have another save line too. That's true. If anyone follows, we do have a save line. Anybody in chat want to follow? Anybody at all? I promise, even if it's not from Save's community, the next person who follows, whatever that may be, tomorrow or Sunday or whatever, I will push the button and they will be like, who is this guy? But that's okay. They will learn in short order. It's a necessity if you're a part of this community to know the greatness of the save file 17. I love that eyebrow emote though made. That's very cute. Also, repost, since it was a direct question, the movie is By Any Means, which looks very intense. Lots of swearing in the trailer for my Say So Plus furry stream, but they're paying for the privilege. Are you saying if I want to curse on your stream, I have to pay you? How much? What's the going rate? What's the going rate? I'll think about it. Fuck. Sorry, I should have said that earlier because there are some clips that Save has of me. That's the other thing. If you go over to his stream, he's probably got a VTuber clip. If you think that no one else knows this like niche VTuber, he probably has a clip of them. And they probably communicated directly with him. But there's a fucking lot of clips of me and of Precious Politely. And a couple of mine where he's like, oh, I don't have these on buttons yet. He'll play them and then he gets, boo, jump scared by me saying, fuck. Thank you for the care package, Magnificent Monk. How are you? You and Save were playing a sort of life game together now. That stream gave us the Skewy command. Yes, that's right. I think that's right. Yeah, we were playing Walk of Life together, I think. That was really fun. It scales based on number of viewers. Price per swear per concurrent viewer, the old PPS PCV. I see why they abbreviated that. That's very long. Swear scare, Oh, Skelly. Oh, you watched Backrooms? Did you like it, Monk? Don't spoil anything, but did you like it? Sweetest Sin, thank you so much for the lurk, darling. I appreciate you. Oh, shoot! Fudge! Crud! How dare you? So let's just imagine you enter Save's chat and you want to go swear. What would be your preferred swear word? Oh, that's dirty. You're playing dirty. You're playing dirty, you butthead. I guess I say funky fresh. Funky fresh. And I say it angrily. Funky fresh. Still watching it. Oh, as I speak, are you texting in the theater? A spoiler, it has yellow in it. There is yellow in it. Yes, that is a good point, nerd. That is a good point. They just patched Walk of Life today with a new hacker job. Ooh! And a new world event where a giant chicken fights a giant robot or Godzilla. I forget. Oh my god. If you get another You get another opportunity. I gotta play that with you, Save. That sounds really funny. Also, thank you for the unlurk and the head pat, Sea Storm. Thank you, thank you. That was a good one. Thank you. It's fine. They're watching from the back rooms, and most of the rest of the audience is clipped into the floor. That's good. That's good. Yeah. I mean, as long as you're not disrupting other people's viewing experiences because you're stuck in the back rooms, fair enough. Mr. Giant robot or Godzilla, you say? You have my attention. Oh, maybe you should go collab with Save and play Walk of Life. I think I'm getting the head cold that's been going around. Oh, I'm sorry, Storm. That sucks. I hope you don't have what Nath has got. He's got this like awful like strep throat kind of pain, and I'm like, oh god, I hope he doesn't pass that to me. I'm sure he will because like we are in such close proximity to each other. But they actually put you up on the video screen, and everyone's watching the back rooms on their phones. Oh, hello there. Hello. You better watch out behind you. There's a bit of a monster. Right, almost, right there. Yeah, go. That's the one. Ouch. Oh, I'm so sorry, Storm. That sucks. I hope you feel better soon. Lots of lozenges and ice and liquids and lemon and honey tea. Do that. Do that. Who's Nathan, if I may ask? That's my fiance, lovely nerd. That is my fiance. He's a sweetheart. You guys do sometimes get to hear him, particularly on these streams because he brings food in while I'm streaming. Yeah, he's an awesome guy. He's well loved in this community. If only there was a giant robot Godzilla, that wouldn't be so cool. But they would never do it. Never ever. Impossible. Meaningless. Oh well. Parasocial comment about leaving. Kidding, obviously. I appreciate your joke. Nath is awesome. Yeah, he's fantastic. I still want to get him back on stream for a charity stream sometime, where he can play some guitar for y'all because he is a pro level guitarist and he is a jazz muser as well. So he could do some improv for you guys if you wanted, which would be awesome. Please tell me he is not cooking today. No, he's gone to get KFC, baby. Oh, I'm so excited. We don't get KFC unless we go for like really long hikes with the puppy and then wash the puppy. But because he's sick, he's gone to go get food. Which, don't get me wrong, I tried to stop him, okay? I was like, I'll go get food, or we can order. And he's like, no, I have to drop this thing off at the post office, and I have to do this thing, I have to do that thing, and I gotta do that thing. And I'm like, okay, you better be careful. Don't you go out there with your fever, boy. I just sweated myself for a few hours by sleeping with both a heater running and fully wrapped in as much warm water as I could, and it seems to have helped a little for the other effects I had. I'm happy to hear that, so make sure that you're hydrating really well. Make him play, what's that angry game? Fever Meme. What is Fever Meme? Is that like a Faudian game? Hands hurt, tools away, time to switch lanes and move to riding mode. Geeks, incredible. What time is it for you, my British DM? How good? Getting the old dirty bird. I love that Australians call it dirty bird. That's so funny. I'm hydrating right now. Get out of my webcams. Oh, Storm, you got a little bit of sweat right here. Make sure that you dab that, okay? Get out of my webcams. Multiple cams. I think I will go get some tomorrow. It's been a while and I do crave some KFC. KFC's pretty fucking bomb. I don't like it in the US, but I love it here. It's 8:20 a.m. Oh my god, I was thinking it was like 4 or 5 in the morning. It's 8:20. I can nap midday to get some sleep before Summer Games Fest announcements. Geeks! Boy, due to feverish lack of focus, Nath will return with 16 buckets of chicken. Phew. As long as at least one of those things is the zinger wrap, because that's my favorite thing there. Tao, I said get on my webcams. That was actually real. I know, man. I'm actually pretty good at this, aren't I? I scared Strat, too. I was like, I see you smiling, Strat. And he's like, what? Listen, Save, if he comes back with 16 buckets of chicken, I'm mailing those to you guys around the world. I had some yesterday. $10, not much, but it's enough for me. Tinderbox is so funny, and it could be quite dark if you think about it, because like Australia is prone to wildfires. Tinderbox, but I do like the play on words. Sorry, I do like that. Quickly unconnecting his webcam. Oh, and that privacy screen won't do anything for you, nerd. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The email says 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern time, 9 p.m. God Mountain. What is GMT? What is that? General Mountain? But I think there's some stuff before the main show. Oh, so you're going to be watching the whole thing. Why did I think that oh wait, there was a different, was it State of Play recently happened, is that right? This is unrelated. The winds of Arizona, such a fine sight to see. My love. God. There is no privacy in the pouch. Our streamer is stalking us. I don't have a webcam, but there's two separate parts of my of me that had that kind of thought. I'm like, that is an invasion of privacy, and also they want to look at me. Okay, weirdos, they're lost. They're lost. What is GMT? Really? Greenwich Mean Time? Greenwich Mean Time? Greenwich. Fuck, it's not mean time. What is it? Greenwich Mount. It's not mountain. Greenwich, green space witch. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for correcting geeks on that one. Meridian. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Greenwich Meridian time. Right. It's the same time zone as UTC. Don't sigh at me, geeks. I hear your disapproving. It means good main Tau. Oh, true. That's it. General main time. There you go. I love that. Maybe that's what we should go off of. General main time. Okay, I wanted to see how this is gonna look on the red. Time zones have no power here. pulls the staff out of the robe. Let's see. I think we all heard Geek's sigh. That was a really loud sigh for 8 o'clock in the morning, Geeks. But that's true. Time zones don't really have any power. But to be fair, I don't go by UTC. I've never understood where UTC takes place. Is that a British thing? I've heard of it before, but Universal Time System? Universal Time. Oh, that's pretty. I like the red. I like how that looks on there. Beautiful. Look at that immaculate fur. Precious Pumpkin! Hi, sweetheart. How are you? I was lurking in your stream yesterday? Today? I've lost track of time. I'm so sorry, but it's so good to see you, Precious Pumpkin. How are you doing? Universal Time Command sounds like a sci-fi agency. Actually, it does, nerd. It's like yeah, they're beyond the International Space Station. Universal Transportation Unit. Unfortunate of his great majority city hall in the pimping mainland in this area. Save! Sorry, Save might be asleep. I probably shouldn't do that. But Save, if you're here, can you translate Vetalina's English to Mandarin to English Star Wars reference? How are you doing, Precious Pumpkin? It's so good to see you. It's the time zone. GMT was used as the International Standard Time. Info dump. Synchronization of a chronometer on GMT did not affect shipboard time, which was still solar time. But this practice, combined with mariners from other nations drawing from Neville Maskelyne's method of lunar distances based on observations at Greenwich, led to GMT being used worldwide as a standard time, independent of location. Listen, I only know Aussie Standard Time. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. Pumpkin, do you actually have any artwork you would like to share with us? That one, I'm not sure. It's one Vetalina who hasn't used frequently. Vetalina! Have you become such an integral part of this community now that you are using phrases that even Save has yet to hear? I'm glad you're getting comfortable, darling, even if I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Oh, look, I'm okay, cool. I was like, oh, I cursed, but no, that was 11 minutes ago that you redeemed that, so there's plenty. I have plenty of time to coist now. Okay, there. Fur is immaculate. I'm good. Happy to just chill out here. Oh, very good, lovely Pumpkin. Well, it's such a pleasure to welcome you in, darling. I hope that things have been going really well for you. And that your artworking has been going great too. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I played up the sigh. I'm just a nerd because GMT is also railway time. I should have known. Hey geeks, hey geeks, hey geeks. Listen, listen. Come closer, come closer, closer, closer. Okay. Geeks, tell me about steam-powered trains and locomotives. Go. Commander Cody says it, or was it Captain Rex? Which of the two was in episode 3? It was a clone. It's probably him talking about him securing the area while handing Kenobi his lightsaber, and then Obi-Wan rides off on the dinosaur thing. And then moments later, Order 66 happens, and they shoot at the dinosaur thing. Aha! But of course, I like Maid being like, hello there. Hello there. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Understand the power that's inside. The dynasty opens fire, 66, 60 feet, 0 inches. No wonder I caught this. The weather here has gone not so cold. Right now I'm in the coldest capital city in Australia, more than anywhere in Tassie. Hobart, Lonnie. Don't forget your break coming up. Oh, thank you, nerd. You're so right. Oh, good job. Good looking out, mate. Good job. Thank you. Keep it up. Good job. Good job. Keep it up. Exclamation point. Good job. You are right. We do need to go on that break. Quick 3-minute break.
Keep it up. Good job.
Keep it up. Good job. That's it. Manna! Magnificent manna!
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not. No? Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in. Ooh, thank you so much for the follow, lovely man. I appreciate you. Back with ice cream. Want some? Maybe. What flavor is it? It's also true, I forgot to say, I hope art has been going well today because I got so wrapped up with you being far too kind. Then again, why would I need to ask? Obviously, I've seen everything while on your head. That's true! You have had an excellent vantage point as my hat. Thank you for the Vetalina. Thank you. But thank you so much, sweetest Save, for asking. I appreciate you. Yes, I'm ready to be far too kind to you all the time. You deserve what I can give and more. The first full-scale working railways. I'm going to trigger everybody's individual hyperfixations. Okay, ready? Here we go. Hey, Save. Tell me about your favorite episode of Star Trek. Okay, next. Hey, Strat. Tell me about your favorite mech in history. Okay, I am taking you all down this rabbit hole with me. Everybody, all together now. Tell me about your hyperfixation. Go. The first full-scale working railway steam locomotive was the Cole Brookdale locomotive built in 1802, built in the UK. Of course. Where else could it possibly be built? No shot anywhere. It's anywhere but the UK. Canberra's 10, feels like 4. Hobart is 12, feels like 6.5. Wow, Jesus. I hope you're staying super warm, hun. I forgot that Australia is currently celebrating American Thanksgiving. Yes, that's exactly it. She doesn't know mine. Oh, that's okay, nerd. Actually,
Nerd, hey, come closer. Nerd, tell me more about Warhammer 40k. How's that? Pascal! Hi, precious Pascal. How are you? It's good to see you. Lav! Let me do yours. Hey, lovely Lav. Hey, Lav, can you talk to me about Afmal? Tell me a little bit about Pierce. Tell me about Pierce. It's good. Fuck! Okay, well, listen, Nerd, you hang out here a little bit more, and I will get to know you, and then I will ask you about your hyperfixation. I'm fine, and how are you? I'm doing great. Vetalina, tell me... Sorry, I just saw Save's message. Hello there, Mana. Welcome in. Wait, is that a save file 17 Star Trek reference? Is that a hello there? I sadly don't have that exact clip, but I hello there. How are you doing, sweetheart? Let me see. Raise an eyebrow. Good thing I don't hyperfixate often. Storm, do you want to tell me about your favorite setting to run a D&D game in? Maybe? Or your favorite subclass of your favorite class in D&D. My favorite episode of Star Trek is probably In the Pale Moonlight because it specifically plays against the general morality of Star Trek and it asks questions about whether it's morally justified to kill and lie in the name of trying to save millions of lives by manipulating an entire nation to join a war that you're losing. That sounds interesting, Save. Tell me more. That actually does genuinely sound really interesting. I love morally gray shows and games. Why do you think I love The Witcher so much? Tail. Pascal, is your hyperfixation in the name? Tell me about your favorite animal tail. Let me enjoy my ice cream, and it's not a flavor I could describe to you. It's an Indian sweet. Oh. Is it one that you have introduced to me before? Did you say Pierce? Yes. I like the sound of your voice. It's very nice sounding. Oh, thank you so much, Magnificent Man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'm really glad that you like it. I have a fairly flexible voice. I'm a voice actor, so I will go all the way up and all the way down and all the way around. And I hope that you enjoy all of those versions of my voice. It is a pleasure to have you here. A DS9 episode. I'd have gone with Measure of the Man for obvious reasons. Oh, hi, Coda. This doggy is cute. Hold on, he wants pets. My current hyperfixation is you going on a break before it makes you go on an ad break. Okay, nerd. Okay. Come closer. Come closer. Okay, we're gonna go on a break pretty soon. Zaya, is that right? Zaya? Skybreak, my OC that I talk about as if she were real, internationally recognized pop singer from Canada. That's pretty cool. If nothing else, which there is much else, Measure of a Man ensures that I can never tell people to skip straight to season 3 of The Next Generation. That's true. That's true. No, I have never once mentioned it to you, but I would love for you to try it one day. If you find an Indian sweet store there, let me look at their menu. Okay. Mana, I'm having an ADHD attack. I have 2 Discord streams open and a Twitch stream. 1 lore dump, 1 rave, and you. My phone is glitching hard. What? This is all on your phone? When you were saying that, I was like, oh, okay, they've got like tabs, tabs on their computer. But damn, okay. I'll tell you my real one after I get myself some water. Okay. Nerd, you're absolutely right. You guys, we gotta go on a very quick break. For those of you who are new here or who need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about missing any content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and we make some more content together. We still have a good, 2 hours of stream left, an hour and a half to 2 hours. So don't worry, you're not gonna be away from me very long, and honestly, that's more my problem. I don't want to be away from you for very long. Hello there, lovely Ren, welcome on in. All right, we gotta go on that quick break. I'm gonna set you up with a boss battle. If you'd like to participate, you are more than welcome to. I'll also set you up with words on stream. Both of these things are totally accessible without any extensions or additional programs. You can participate in both using the chat box right here on stream. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. Darlings, this is also your measure reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins, and I love you lots. I'll see you soon. Mwah. I would like a rousing applause in the form of fuck, shit, oh god. I'll give you multiple takes. I crave violence. I crave violence.
Third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Taz Master? Hold on. We'll go. Goof wants some. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you.
And don't worry about this art. What do you think? I've got my roll to the 10th power cadet recruit captain commander sergeant master chief of the safe house 17 army possessing fire wind and water and earth and light and dark elements time and space manipulation. Yeah. What voice do I give a chicken? Enkidu.
The best.
Oh,
I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat lover.
That's so cute. Oh. My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win! You win! Congratulations, precious Umbra! Okay. Dude, it was huge! There you go. Go feed that to safe. Quest, that is what. Go, Tau Ranger! Thank you, Nix. This is the kill! Oh no! Oh, owie! 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 No! Owie! No! Oh fuck! I forgot how to do this! Oh no! I'm about to be eaten! Oh my god! I'm so fucking dead! Whoa! Oh my god. Heals need heals. In fact, I think
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian Tiger, who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. What is that? Hi, precious pals. I'm just Nate just got back with the food, so I might be just like, oh my god, that scared the fuck. You guys be playing, okay? I won't be super longer than 3 minutes. God. Jesus, explosions. The real world, not the digital world. Digimon live there. That's true. That's true. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. Hello, lovely Nimith. How are you? It's so good to see you. I wave at you with my book. With my book.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved. Overall a good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow! Oh my god! Sorry. The timing on both of those. Thank you very much for the very honest, fair report card, Nix. I appreciate that. I do. Wits? The bridge hardly seems appropriate for such an epic battle. Hildebrand will return in the 3 collectors. Hello, I am Nix. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for bringing my boat, Nix. Hey, way to go, you guys. All right, we'll head back over here, but you gotta deal with me eating.
He brought me yummies! Ooh, tasty!
Hi there, awesome Aussie. Welcome back. Some uppies for you. Yee! Good Aussie. Lav uppies? Yee! Good Lav. Welcome back, sweet Strat. TauTassieTiger crunch or whatever was the KFC thing Tau said she liked. Actually, that's pretty close. It's a zinger wrap. A zinger wrap. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back. Okay, you guys just gotta bear with me because I got a yummy dipping sauce and I got a zinger wrap and I got some chibis. And Nath was like, we shouldn't do this. It's not our special occasion. And I'm like, that's too bad. It's a special occasion because Nath is sick. Poor Nath. My poor beloved. Yummy. I'm eating crackers. What kind of crackers have you got? Zinger! I got the wrong Z word. Zesty. That's because you were thinking about my other obsession that I sadly can't have because it is literally, there's not a single Taco Bell in all of Tasmania. Taco Bell. Zesty wraps or whatever they have. Yummy. Yummy. Gotta go get ready for work. All good, lovely lab. We'll see you soon, hon. Club crackers. Wait, I don't know if do I know what a club cracker is? What is that? Whoa! These chips are so salty. That's crazy. Because there's not a single Taco Bell in all of Tasmania. The Big Mac. Ah! I'm not a big Hungry Jack's or Macca's fan. And fun fact, when I lived in the States, KFC was my least favorite thing ever. Right after Church's Chicken and Popeyes. All that sucked. But here, it is so good. Time for wet chips. No! No, please. No wet chips. I hated that twist in season 5 of the TauTassie show where she deliberately got Nate sick just so she could have KFC. It felt really out of character. Those fucking riders, man. I think that was during the rider strike, wasn't it? Towerly jumped the shark. Oh my God. Nate brought that one up the other day and I was like, what does that mean? And then when he explained, I was like, wait, the pals told me this actually. Popeyes is bad, true, but holy heck do I like their mashed potatoes and gravy. I must confess, I only had their chicken, and it was many years ago. But it left an impression, not a positive one. Welcome back, Next. I can't check media right now, and I can't give you uppies, unfortunately. My hands are full of food. I'm sorry. I guess it depends on location. KFC here is really good, but the one in the city is so bland. Yeah, I think it does depend on that, actually. I think you're right. Mm. The first jumping of the shark was on September 20th, 1977. Personally, I subscribe to the community train of thought when they have Troy point out that there really was an episode where they literally jumped a shark and that was the best one. No, I'm not greasy. I have a zinger wrap, so nothing is like greasy, but I don't want to get like salt on my stuff, you know? Hi, Radical Realm. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I'm sorry? Does Neopets have rage? I'm falling asleep to the stream, which means I need to head to bed. Oh, good, gorgeous gecko. Thank you for hanging out with us for so long. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And maid, nom 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 nom. Thank you for feeding me sticky hearts. Hollywood Part 3. Richie must choose either a 5-year Hollywood contract or college in Milwaukee while the father accepts the California Kids Challenge to perform a dangerous water ski jump over a shark. I'd watch this one particular episode. As promised, I'll tell you my favorite topic, but I can almost promise you won't prompt me for it. I love debating religion and theology. You know, nerd, you are correct about that. It is against the rules to talk about religion and stuff like that here. However, I will say I love philosophy. And I do have conversations like that in my real life. But yeah, unfortunately, the pouch is not the place for that. So I tragically cannot prompt you for that. But I do appreciate you letting me know. You can munch on these hearts too. Thank you, May. No, I'm just procrastinating. I've been staring at a blank page for the last 20 minutes. Starting the first sentence is always the hardest part. I have the idea, but I can't begin. Tell us. Maybe we can get you, help you with a hook. For their current event, they have a raid boss right now. A Lovecraftian horror with 850 billion health. Oh, so this is, sorry. This is like a world boss that like everyone is contributing to like taking down. Is that right? From before break, my current hyperfixation is Warframe and Monster Hunter. I would have said Monster Hunter for you, Nix. And I would say Adventure Time, or specifically Marceline for Bublin. Skip the first sentence and write the second sentence. Oh, that's a good strategy, actually, nerd. Yeah, not bad. Thank you for the lurk, lovely love. When I'm writing modules for D&D, I usually start somewhere in the middle of the first chapter. That's not a bad idea, and then you kind of fill it out, and then you know where everything starts from afterward. I get it. Yeah, because this isn't the D&D campaign. That work is done. This is my short story. Oh, for the storytelling stream, hun? I should probably mention to Umbra and Saves communities and also to Nerd. You may see, if you click on like the little channel points thing, you can see that there's like 3 different goals. If you're a writer and you would like a, you know, trained narrator slash voice actor to read your stuff on stream, once we hit those goals, specifically the storytelling stream, I open up a thread for you guys to post stuff in. It does have to be within the Pouch Pals like TOS, but it's always a really good time, and we get some really amazing stories from some really amazing writers who are a part of our community. So if that's interesting to you, make sure you contribute to that, because once that is reached, I schedule like a 6, sometimes even 7-hour period where I get to read all your amazing stuff. BRB, all good, Sue Strat. I'm glad you're vibing to the song. I am, Magnificent Maid. It's lovely. In fact, I'm gonna put this on my personal light. There we go. If I'm writing a story, I always write a super disappointing ending and then work my way back to the super awesome start, and that'll get people's hopes up. Save! That's how you troll your audience. That's so sad. What's the worst possible way I could end this? And what's the best way I could start it? Do you think that's what the new Star Wars movies have done? Ooh, sorry, I'm not that well versed in the Star Wars movies. I just know that a lot of people are disappointed with the new ones. So, just making a joke. Just making a joke. Don't kill me. Hi, lovely Reaper. Welcome on in. Sadly, I have no stories to offer, only D&D modules, and reading those would go up and down between mildly interesting to boring stat blocks. That's fair enough, nerd. If you do any world building, we like to read like world building stuff as well. It's up to you. Somehow, Tau returned. Somehow, some way.
I got some more progress and got us a victory Nikkei. Cool. Very nice. Ooh, chicken nuggies. What is that? Are those tenders?
Mm-hmm.
Is it just me or are the chips super salty?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, leave it. Leave it. Hold on, Nate just came in. Go with daddy. Go with your daddy. It's okay. He's like, but I want the food that you just dropped off to mommy. Bye bye, baby. Thanks, Nemo. Your theory would credit someone involved in the production of the Star Wars sequels with actually thinking far enough ahead to actually plan anything. Damn. It's not even planned enough to troll, huh? There's enough in there about the races that you might find interesting. I'll think on it. Yeah, absolutely, nerd. That sounds good. Nath, I'm sure, says hello. Hello. Hello there. Hello there. Hello. Doesn't it seem kind of counterintuitive that oftentimes when you're sick, you don't want food? It's like you need nutrients. You must fight the illness. Hi, Magnificent Mogrim. Welcome back. Hold on, it's been like 20 minutes. But I just now realized there's probably have something on the screen. Let me see. Wait. Cool. There we go. Now we've got something on the screen. Look, finished art. Woohoo! I always bring my Derringer to fight any illness. I can't give you uppies right now, Mogren. I'm sorry, I'm eating, and my fingies are covered in salt. Here is a Prime Month comment from me. I am not on the primary pride flag, as polyamory is not an orientation, but I am the pole, straight and supportive of all. Sometimes in a strong wind, a flagpole flexes. This is never more true. So do not be afraid, prideful ones. I support you constantly, even when it's difficult. That's so sweet, Storm. Thank you. Is a handful of chicken enough for you? Don't you crave something more? A salad bowl? Do you know what? My little zinger wrap has slaw in it. There's vegetables in that. I'm not picturing a super serious scene where Obi-Wan Kenobi is mulling over having to make a really serious moral choice in the Clone Wars when he grimaces and spits out a big wad of space chips and goes, ugh, too salty. Hugs for you, lovely Mogrim. I hope you sleep well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. I'm so sorry I can't give you uppies. That's a reach, but I will let it pass. What? Rude. Rude. Aren't you guys glad that I just came back and I'm just eating and humming and you guys don't even get to play your words on stream? You just have to watch me dance and hum. How did you get so lucky? The old dancing hum, that's right. Just like Mama used to make. Friggy, are you gonna go get a smack bomb pirouette today? I'm just here contemplating playing the Henry Stickmin collection again. How many times have you played it, nerd? How does Kenshi just release banger after banger music? That's a great question. I wish I could tell you. I would do it myself if I knew how. But I know nothing about music. And I'm tone deaf, so. I am tempted. I do love a good smack, by which I mean potato fritter. No, we don't need that last part of the sentence. I see your interest, geeks. A good smack. Okay, noted. This song is so cute and I love it so much, and the voice actor is super cute too. All the way through just once, but it's a game you go back to and go through a few funny scenes now and again. Okay. Okay, fair enough. What's your favorite game?
Hello,
Did you tell me this
motherfucker.
earlier? You'll learn this very quickly. I have a really bad memory. Zenos, hi lovely Zenos. Aussie, thank you for the care package. I will have water after I eat. You sing pretty well, just so you know. Aha! Strat is getting more honest as time goes on. Mr. I used to say you sing like an angel. Now I'm being more honest. You sing pretty well. At some point, we'll get you down to where you belong, which is, yeah, you're right, Tao, you should not sing again. Thank you for the head pat. I promise I will give you head pat purrs when I'm done eating. The video for this song is super cute, too. It is. For the vibe of this story, the first sentence is so incredibly important. So much effort for the one line. What did you choose? I want the hook. Give me the hook. Marley was dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. Mate, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Wait, what? You said you know nothing about music. Don't twist my words. I win. I win! Boom! For the big Vetolina. Heck, I have no idea. Favorite is hard to say, but one of the very obscure and unique ones I very much enjoy is the old Kessin and Kessin 2 games. I don't know if I've heard of those. What kind of game is that? CRPG or? You will sing more. Mate, no! Don't do this to yourself or the other precious pals. Don't do it to them. Come on, come on. Don't be cruel. Don't make them suffer. I must confess, normally Nathan and I are like sitting in the car and eating KFC, if we have KFC, because we're way too far out to be going home first. So it's really weird to be here with you guys and eating it. You have bad news! Everything okay, Zenos? More tactics/strategy games. First one, more tactic focused. Second, still tactic, but with a bunch of magic character nonsense as well. Did anyone play Saga? I think it was a
free to play at some point. I was a teenager then. It kind of reminds me of Saga based on that. Xenos, honey, I am so sorry. Oh, darling. Oh, I am so sorry, sweetheart. That's terrible. Oh. Yeah, I think all we can really do is give you some virtual hugs, dear Xenos. I'm so sorry for your loss. Oh, that's really terrible. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Yeah. That's so sad. Doing a little better today. I'm glad to hear that, sweetie. I hope we can make you feel a bit better. We're still live for another hour or so, I hope that hanging around here can at least help you, you know, relax a little bit and get your mind off of things. Sorry, I'm eating. Bad timing for eating, but what is this emote made? That's so cute. Oh my god. It's a beautiful emote too. It's so well animated. It's really cute. That's a good idea, Zenos. Yeah. No worries. Thank you for the lurk. One Punch Man opening needed the punches. True. Actually, good point. Valid. I don't know why, but KFC barbecue sauce is really good. I like it more than the store-bought stuff. Maybe there's more sugar. Maybe there's more sugar. Yummy. Yummy. What are in the famous bowls again, Maine? Are those the ones with corn and popcorn chicken and potato? Is that right? More towers? Okay, once I can put my hands back on my electronics, I will have a look. Thank you. Damn right, those are so good. We love corn here, we sure do. Yummy! Oh yeah. Mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and popcorn chicken and cheese. Oh, delicious! So bad for you. Yummy! Don't make me hungry? I know. Okay, I have bad news and good news. The bad news is I'm full. And I can't eat anymore, even though there's some more here. And the good news is I'm ready to draw again. Kind of. I'll try and eat some of these insanely salty chips. While I simultaneously stream. I am not as good of a multitasker as Save is. He's actually amazing at multitasking. Somehow leaderboarding constantly and still talking to chat and like looking through his clips and keeping track of conversations. Insane. But damn it if I can't draw and occasionally grab a chip. Yummy. Yummy. How nice that I always have little napkins. I mean, Soviets at my side. And sometimes also eating a sandwich. That's true. You also are sometimes eating a sandwich. It's crazy. Genuinely impressive. Everyone go overwhelm him with lots of things to do and see how many times, how much stuff you have to do to overwhelm him and make him go, I actually am not keeping track. No, don't do that, please. No, force yourself, Tam. Please wash the chips if you have to. Oh, God. I don't want to wash my chips. I already washed the nuts. Did not think about that before I said that out loud. Okay, the story is Nath really likes... There's the multitasking. These are so good. I wish I was a fly on the wall when you recorded these emotes. Excuse me! Okay, listen. No. I'm just saying about, like, okay. Nath likes salt. He really likes salty stuff. So he got salted peanuts because I told him, hey, go get some, like, healthy-ish, like, you know, high in mono and polyunsaturated fats because it's really good for you. So, like, nuts and stuff. And I want some protein, too, during the day. So he went out and got these salted peanuts, and now they're just, I don't like salt very much. So I wash them during the day. I wash them to get the salt off. And then I come in here and I'm stuffing my face with my lovely little wet nuts. Okay. I'm, fuck me, dude. This is, I don't know. Peanuts, these are the peanuts I have just washed because they were too salty, and I am trying to eat them, and then you guys make fun of me, and then I have to be like, I need a script. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Anyway. Excuse me. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. I love this song. The ish is doing a lot of work here. So many jokes I'm not going to make. I appreciate that, nerd. Thank you very much. I'm so glad you're getting the vibe of the community. Listen, this is not a completely say-so stream because I curse a lot, and I do genuinely, unintentionally end up making some lewd jokes, but I don't like being objectified, and I don't like overly lewd stuff in my chat. So good job reading the room, nerd. Thank you. Wet nuts, soaked chips, drowned corn. Okay, drowned corn? It's good to drown the corn. Because you see, once you have drowned the corn, you dry the corn off, and then you grill it. And it's really, really good. So, there. These are all water-based. I don't like water, but I do like that I can wash the sodium off the nuts. I'm not really one for dirty jokes, but I will totally make jokes about dirty jokes. Okay, interesting. I look forward to experiencing this. Drown in butter sounds amazing. Yummo. Hi, wonderful wyvernry. Ahoy. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? Okay, I'm gonna have that sodium thirst quencher from Ozzy. Another dirty joke. A pig rolled in mud. That is a good dirty joke. I can appreciate that kind of a dirty joke. Also, I know it's 10 minutes late, but Zenos, thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Why does my hand keep coming up here? I think I might be getting hair in the way. Yeah. Fuck. Hold on. Second. I have to take my headphones off. Okay. Ow, ow! Double ow! Okay. All right. I am here to draw. Everyone say things! I can hear you now! Politely, I said many things without realizing what she has said without context. Yesterday, I sent saved photos of me tying people up. Politely? What? She's so cute, dude. Oh my god, I love that girl. She's adorable. Yeah. I enjoy catching her out of context. I just don't say it very often because I don't want to fluster her. But I do sometimes hear her say things and I'm like, oh, oh my. Man, I cannot get enough water after those chips, dude.
Oh, it's Scowie with a W, Sudaceti.
Oh, Scowie.
Okay. Oh, Scowie. There you go. All right. Where the fuck is the thing? What's the... Oh, this one. Why is there a strange orange... That's very strange. Very weird. Very weird. I have forgotten. It has been 84 years since a Tau stream. You mean 24 hours? Yeah, it has been a while. I'm sorry. Is there art on or just chatting stream? Oh, we're supposed to be doing art. It's supposed to be art, but honestly, all of my streams end up kind of in some way or another becoming largely just chatting streams. We do start every stream with an hour of just chatting. So if you come in the first hour, you are guaranteed to be like listening to me blab and read everything. Oh no, it's art. It was just a joke about the length of time there wasn't art. Yeah. Yeah. Trust me, we get that one a lot. We get that one a lot. There's often the query of what am I watching? I thought I was in the art category. Shh, shh, shh. It actually took us 3 hours today, nerd, to actually put a singular line on the proverbial paper. So valid. Oh, Fanart is right. Sorry, let me look. Ooh, hold up. Cutie Cata did a great job on this painting. Very cool. I don't know this obviously, but it's really cool. And also Briggy's model is looking sick. That's really cool, Cutie Cata. Oh, cute! Look at me! I'm a proxy! I'm a proxy! It's so accurate to the show! Is it? I believe it. I do believe it. I'll tell you what, Cutie Cat has got an outstanding eye for detail. A proxy? Apparently. I guess that's what your like MC is called in Zenless Zone Zero. Sorry, ZZZ Zenless Zone Zero. The pro tag from ZZZ. Yeah. Nerd, I assume you're not much into gacha games. Is that correct? Yeah, I'm so cute. Look at me be cute. I like my little stockings. They do be hugging them thighs. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Nice. Yeah, that's covering enough of that. That it looks really good. Okay. Good God, no! I mean, no, not particularly. Fair enough, nerd. Fair enough. Oh yeah, Nick's made Lego. Built Lego. Oh, let's see. Media. Oh yes, your One Piece. Very cool. Looks awesome, hun. Well done, well done. I love the little lanterns. That's sick. Very cool, Nix. Well done. One Piece? Is it? Wait, was it not One Piece? What is the boat reference? I'm so sorry. I really do have the worst memory. I thought someone mentioned something about getting One Piece, something from One Piece today. Was that not you? Pirates of the Caribbean. Fuck, that's it. The other pirate one. I'm sorry. Pirates of the Caribbean. My bad. Sorry, hun. That is my bad. I really have truly bad memory. Nyx actually poured the bricks. Impressive stuff, Nyx. The One Piece is real. Hi, wonderful Whitechapel. Welcome in. How are you? Shit. You know what? I gotta show everyone your beautiful art. I was in your stream earlier. What did you get done today? Did you have anything you wanted to show us, or shall I just look for from Whitechapel? Fuck, why don't I know how to do this? Oh, is it just chapel? I think it's, wait, is it underscore chapel? Fuck, I don't know how to look things up. Damn it. White, fuck! Just send me, I did get it! Is it underscore chapel? Why doesn't it, in the art section? Hold on. Ah!
You need their Discord name? I thought I had it. I thought it was underscore chapel. Is that not right? Nerd extraordinaire, please don't expose my secrets. Type the Whitechapel from the White. Wait, the what? Yeah, I don't think that's right. It not comes up. It doesn't come up. Let me add something that's a whip. Okay, so it's just chapel underscore. Oh, damn. I found you. Thank you. Look at this, Matt. Look at the I love so Whitechapel, if you don't know, is a literal god tier pixel artist, an animator, like worked in games and stuff. And banging music, banging playlist, banging art. Please do check him out if you like seeing people like actively work on art and not actually just talk for the entire time without touching any pen to paper, proverbial pen to paper, metaphorical pen to paper. He's definitely the go-to. Like, this is amazing. You get to see a literal actual master at work. He's gonna post a whip for us as well, but no one's secrets are safe from the revealer. I wish it was a superhero. You could be. And then I'm obsessed with this one because I love the little detail of her like smoothing down the tresses in her dress. So incredibly cool. Oh, amazing. Did I just hear a badoop? Was that an art? Was that an art from lovely Whitechapel? Oh, cool. Oh my God. Oh, so this is a whip, right? You're gonna do like, that is so cool. I would love to learn how you do this. This is so beautiful. This is so cool. She should see a doctor about that leg. They're not supposed to do that. Thank you. Of course, wonderful Whitechapel. Thank you so much for sharing. I love how you have distinctive animation for all of the different materials and stuff, and it always just looks outstanding. So fucking cool. It's nice how you can see the direct progression from these plague doctor techniques to my modern dentist. Say terrifying. Oh, this is so cool. Lovely Whitechapel. Beautiful. Is this a boss, or is this like just an upper echelon mob? This is so cool. Gorgeous. Stunning stuff. Thank you so much for sharing. He's with pain. I'm joking. Please do be joking. If it's too painful, then you won't do it anymore, and then we can't see more of your beautiful art, which would be really genuinely tragic. But yeah, if you guys aren't following Lovely Whitechapel and you love pixel art and you love seeing someone who's both an outstanding artist and also an outstanding animator, look no further, to be honest. Gorgeous work, bud. Thank you so much for sharing. Feels like Hollow Knight and Blasphemous had a love child. I will be playing the fuck out of that game if and when Whitechapel comes to me and says, "Hey, Tau, do you want to test my game?" And I'll be like, "Yes, please. Don't even ask. Just send me the code." Upper echelon character. Cool. Very cool. I'm so excited to one day be able to test that. That is awesome. I'll just be marveling. I'll be like, "Oh, I died, but did you guys see the animation on that one?" Oh, did you see the dying animation? Yo. Dentist. Do any of us ever truly pay our dues, Mr. Smith? Patient. Again, I have a new dentist. Exactly. Exactly. I would be like, you know what? I forgot something in the car. Pew! How's the art stream? Wonderfully unproductive. I mean, there's art on the screen. Look, do you want to know literally what we've done today? We got this little design done, which for the record, before you say, "Wow, that's really impressive," this, I already made it like several weeks ago. So I just put it on there. So when I say got it done, I just mean I imported it and sized it properly. So that's where it is. And we put these lines on the tails, and then we textured this, and that's everything that we have done in 7 hours. Someday I'll make a Tokyo V3 boss fight. That'd be sick. Sweetest Spotted, thank you for the care package. Quick, everyone, distract her with more art in the channel. Go for it. I love seeing other people's art. I love seeing other people's art. You can't stop me from enjoying other people's art. All right. Okay. All right. We gotta do some more texture. Everything's texture today. We're all yap and no art sometimes. I sent a link to Geeks about a game and playtest, but I think even you might want to check it because it's cool. It's about making virtual model kits. Yes, no more purchasing and physically struggling to read instructions. Virtual model kits? I feel like Geeks probably prefers the physicality. Is that not right? Is Geeks might have like crashed out in front of his computer. Poor Briggy. Worst timing in the world for Europeans. That's fair. It may not look like it, but I too barely get stuff done. I think it's relative, right? I think in 7 hours, you probably would have gotten more done than this. You already downloaded it. Oh, I'm good. I'm just crafting the sentence. Okay. Fair enough, Geeks. Okay. Right ear is there. Okay, I need the other ear. Where is it? There it is. Get rid of the head. Bye. Oh fuck, I need to get rid of this. If I get the opening perfect, the rest will just write itself. Wow, Geeks, that is impressive. When I used to do creative writing, I used to struggle at every single stage of the writing. I would be like, okay, write that first sentence. Okay. And the second? No. Okay, what if we skip ahead? What if we go to another chapter? What if we skip to the ending? Is there a Discord command? There is, lovely nerd, there is. Just make sure that you very carefully read the rules because there is a verification code in there and we wanna make sure that the community is very, very intent on making everything nice and cozy, comfy, and secure. So we have some critical rules that you must abide by. There is no rule, I realized this very recently, there's no rule about not discussing like religion and politics, but don't do it, please. We are actually writing a new rule set for the outfit debut in a couple of weeks, and that will be longer, but it will have more information. So yeah, for now you'll just have to take my word for it. As far as like, it's against the rules to talk about religion and stuff. Since Tau's the proxy of the pouch, she's gonna need some agents. Hell yeah! Just take a look at it. I think it's pretty impressive. Okay. All I remember is like the first hour and last, so who knows? Ooh, the flow state. I love the flow state. Make sure to read the rules and regulations and find the secret password. Exactly. Gasp! Critical rule, as in critical role. No. I wish. That would be cool, but no, it's a critical rule. All of them are critical rules. Critical rules. I'm a sociopath and can't read emotions. I've learned when to keep my mouth shut. Okay, that's good. That's okay then. I would love to be in one. Oh yeah, actually, what if you made the agents out of the mods first, hun? Would that work? My Discord doesn't want to let me in. Oh, that's weird. What's it saying? Okay, I think I've got it. I think I have my opener. Awesome, Geeks. Okay, fair enough. What is it? Tell us! I have to know! Oh, I'm planning on making you a mech? Oh, Seti, you sure do know how to make Strat happy. Let's go! Yeah, I thought so. I thought so.
Deep in the decrepit spine of post-lockdown England, tucked away behind 3 vape shops and a Turkish barber, the Department of Arcane Affairs occupied 3 temporary portable buildings, officially temporary since 1974. Holy crap! I love the specificity of where okay, firstly, I genuinely love the line of deep in the decrepit spine of post-lockdown England. Very cool. And then the 3 vape shops and a Turkish barber is very funny. So specific. The Department of Arcane Affairs occupied 3 temporary portable buildings, officially temporary since 1974. When does it take place? When does it take place? Temporary since 1974. Where are we now? What timeline are we in right now? We're not taking this break, are we? No, we are not. But you know what I do need to do? I need to go and put the food that I cannot consume in the fridge so that we can have it later and not risk being food poisoned. So I'll be right back. Like literally, you guys can count 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Whee! I'm back. Did I make it? Did I make it? Did you guys seriously set a 2-minute timer? Fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, I did tell you to time me. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you for the pal tack, Ozzy. I made it. Food poisoning builds character. This message brought to you by the National Endowment for Refrigeration Elimination. The National Endowment for Refrigeration Elimination. Ah! That's why we salt everything. And all of our people live into their late 30s. Welcome back, Suda Strat. Welcome back, Precious Polly. A 7:31 run today. Felt strong, but lost momentum, it seems. 7:31 is still great, sweetheart. Please don't put yourself down about it. Good job for rushing and not tripping. Thank you. I even had a conversation with Nate, too. Look at me go. Thank you for the pal attack, Suda said it. Just make sure the pals know that you are a thylacine of your word. That's right. See, exactly. That is the critical, fuck. Hold on. God damn it. Why does this always happen? Why does this always happen to me? Oh, it's in 2026. I'm hoping England isn't the only place you find those portable prefab office buildings that are supposed to be temporary and then end up remaining there for years or decades longer than they were meant to be torn down. Yes. No, that's absolutely right, geeks. That's why I was like, I'm guessing this is quite funny if this takes place at a certain time. Which it does. So yeah, the fact that it's been temporary since then is very funny. Is this gonna be like a dark comedy, hun? Okay. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. I answered your question about the setting during your dash. Well done, thank you. Honestly, are your 40s gonna be that great anyway? This message brought to you by the National Endowment for Refrigeration Elimination. Save, this has to be a character now. This has to be a character now. Not if my blood, the blood that runs through my veins is made of 75% salt. Demountables, we call those. We call them, what do we call them in the States? Shit, what do we call them in the States?
I wouldn't call it a demountable there. What would I call it? Americans, can you tell me what we call them? Pretty please. There's the music volume up a little bit, Strat. Hopefully that's okay. Fuck, I wouldn't call it demountables. Portables. I think I would probably call it portables. I can't help you as I have no idea what a demountable is. Portables? Did you guys call those portables? Or is it just me? It might have just been me. I don't know. Good? Okay, cool. How's turning Aussie? She forgot American things. That's true. I think we did call them portables. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, mate, I know I'm like buffering. The concept is that magic is real and is now boring bureaucracy overtaken by technology. Why get a long ritualistic reading for crop growth when you can check the weather on your phone, etc., and how a witch working in that government department deals with disillusion of the modern day when she could have been a great mage? I love that, geeks. That sounds fascinating. Oh, that sounds like a really good time. And it sounds like there's a lot of potential for humor to be in there, as well as some very topical very, very topical interactions that are that run parallel with today's day and age. Portable homes? Yeah, portable homes are like portables that you would have like at a school maybe. Can I ask, nerd, are you American? Are you from the US? Or are you from somewhere else? Because yeah, I think that's what I would call it. Yes, Oregon. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we might be talking about the same thing. Yeah, they're like let me actually, you know what? I'm gonna Google that shit. Hold on a second. Portables USA. Okay, I'm just getting porta potties. That's not what I was looking for. What the fuck? Hold on. Portable school building trailer thing. Yeah, I guess okay, yeah. So like, yeah, portable. I think this is kind of what I'm thinking of. And yeah, instead of calling it portable classrooms, we would just call it portables for short, probably. ADHD go brrrr. The most common ones I'd say are the portable homes, but there are portables of other things. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I'm kind of picturing. Is this kind of what you're talking about, geeks? I'll post something in art then, but first I need to go find Bon's DeviantArt so I can link him. Okay, as long as it's safe for work, yeah, for sure. That is exactly the sort of building I'm thinking of. I DM'd you an image. Oh, perfection! Hold on, let me go look at it. Oh, yes, exactly. Yep, that's very familiar. This man has the biggest cup of... Is that a coffee? Is that... What is... What is in his hand? That's totally irrelevant and not at all, like, required for me to know that, but I am curious. Wait, is that on the wrong fucking layer? No, it's fine. Okay. Almost had an artist panic, but it's fine. A mug? No, it's in a cup. That's James May and Richard Hammond returning to the Top Gear office, which has been that way since the mid-90s. That is crazy. Did you get time to see the women-led games showcase of the Summer Games Fest? No, I have not had time for anything except for working. My day yesterday consisted of, in no particular order because I forgot how it goes, I talked to my mentor. I talked to Maya for the interview. I did my my demo reel for video games. I made my dog food. I I sent off a couple of sketches for commissioners. I worked out. I watched Save. I made dinner. What else? I did auditions. I edited some. I sent stuff to Pocky for her project. No, I haven't had time. It's so odd to have a Summer Games Fest while it's pouring. Yeah, it's not pouring in other places. Legit question, did you grind in Monster Stories 3? Not yesterday. I did actually late last night, but I've mostly been grinding. I did the day before, I think. But yeah, we're like 4 levels higher now than we were. And I also upgraded my armor and I upgraded my hunting horn. So I'm hoping that'll be enough. I also slotted it with a new gem that's going to let us have dodge up and defense up. And I really hope that'll be the ticket. That's good to hear. What? So that I can stop smashing my fucking head on the wall? Keep it up. Keep it up indeed. Lucky you. You get to freeze instead of getting wet. No, it's pouring here too. It's pouring here too. And in fact, oh, that's the other thing. We have a leak in our house, and not the yummy kind. We have a leak in our house where water is getting in when it rains, and we are not sure why or where it's coming from because it's on an internal door hinge, or not hinge, door frame. And that's very weird. But yeah, so we have that to deal with too. Thank you for the care package, Iridius. Wait, what? I thought it was winter for you guys. It is, but it pours in Tasmanian winter. Thank you, Incredible Iridius. Next Monster Hunter Stories 3 stream, I am ready to help if you need or want it. Thank you, lovely Nix. I appreciate you, sweetie. The problem I'm having writing right now is that I have the full plot of the short story in my head, all the beats, the jokes. It's just structuring them into something that reads well, and comedy is hard. Geeks, if you would like me to, because I really want to read this thing, if you want to send me like either chapters or like paragraphs that you're not feeling certain of, and see how I will read it, and then you can be like, I don't like how that flowed or something, I will do that for you. Also because I really want to read more of your writing. We don't get rains during winter. I wasn't aware that's how it is for you guys. Yeah, no, in Tassie specifically. In Tassie, it's very, very wet winters. Very wet. I think, and Storm, if you're still here, you would be able to correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that Tasmania has the most, or actually I think it's Hobart, specifically Hobart, has the most number of days a year that it rains, but not the most rain of a capital city, I think is what they say. And so all of Tassie gets like inundated with deluges of rain. My number one objective is to make you and chat laugh. If I can do that, I consider it a success. Well, Gorgeous Geeks, you are very funny. And even that opening, like that hook there made me laugh. So good job. I think that is absolutely something that you have accomplished / are capable of accomplishing. Sorry, I'll just move this through here real quick. Yo, there was so much sodium in that food. I'm like, I refilled my water twice already. Ah! Okay. When Veiled Shadows comes out, do you guys want me to do a playthrough of it on stream? Would you want me to do that? Take an unredeemed care package. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Ozzy. Don't mind if I do. Seen a lot of gotcha actors play through their games on streams. Oh, that's cool. Okay, yeah, maybe I will then. That's cool. That's very cool. It's so easy to make, they're done? Awesome, nerd, I'll have a look. It's so easy to make stuff, sound scientific by just adding irate or, iterate or literate to it. Since I'm revealing the ideas a bit, just a teaser, the main character is named Sage, much to her chagrin because her parents thought it would mean that she's destined to be a great mage. Name Sage, occupation Sage, parental expression, expectation Sage. And she mostly deals with boring paperwork and magic-related complaints from the general public. To me, that felt rife with comedy. That's very funny, geeks. I like that a lot. That's quite funny, yeah. I kind of love that. Kind of love that. That's very good. We'll definitely put the one you were voicing. Okay, okay. Oh, damn. Okay. Wow. This is really pretty. This is really pretty. Very pretty. That's lovely. Gorgeous.
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady. It's true. I see. Pretty lady. Indeed. You have another with her in it? Sure. Is this like is this your OC? From like D&D or something? Or a main character? Your reaction absolutely vindicated my ideas. I feel way better about what I'm doing with this now. No, it's so good. I love it, geeks. Her parents thought it would be mean. It would mean that she'd be destined to become a great mage. Name Sage, occupation Sage, parental expectation Sage. So good. Oh, it's an NPC in a module. Oh, cool. She's very cool. I like her a lot. I really like her. I love her hairstyle. Not that I'm biased with my long braid. Oopsie. Oh no, geeks, manage expectations, manage them. It's true, geeks. I now expect this to be fucking hilarious. Do you guys, how many of you were here for me to read and potentially die crying, laughing, Snivy's fan fiction of me and Corn-chan? Bro, was so funny. Not sure if this has happened all over the world, but that opening sentence is very true to British high streets these days. There are towns with like 8 Turkish barbers, 6 vape shops, and no one knows how any of them are still open. Write what you know, you know? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Lovely Lily, hi, sweetie. No one will believe you saw me. Oh, I believe it. Kumbambata-chan! I am home. Did I make it? You did! You're here to see your Kami Ose! That's so sweet, darling. Welcome on in. How were your appointments? Okay, let's get some texture on the face. I gotta get rid of everything around it, though. Except for the eye. I do need to see where that is. Okay. Oh God, time really flew. Gotta feed Donut. Absolutely gorgeous geeks. We'll see you soon. And lovely Lona. Hi, sweetie. Welcome on in. Thank you for the lurk. It went quite well. I'm pleased. That's great. I'm so happy to hear it. I love what you've done with the face. Ah, yes, we got rid of all of the fluff. Actually, I should probably show you what we have done. I must confess, we have been, I've been very slow. I apologize. But look, you have like some nice texture on your fluff and your ears. You're home from work. Worked extra, but I'll take the overtime right now. Fair enough, terrific Talon. Well, welcome home from work. I hope it went okay. We distracted her with art. It's true. I am so distractible. Show me cool art, and I will just forget what I was doing in the first place. It's why I can't look at art when we are playing games, because I'll just be like, oh, minimize the game. Wow! Oh my gosh! All right, let me see. Okay, actually, I just realized I do actually have to have this on for just a second. Yakuas, I need to follow the lines here so that it looks like it works. And I do, actually, no, I do need to get rid of the chest fluff. There we go. I did post that other art to distract you. Ah, well, I can't be. Wow! Holy shit, that's sick. Oh, damn. That's amazing. Oh, that's beautiful. Wow, that is so cinematic. That's way cool. Holy. Damn, I want to know what happened in this campaign. This is so cool. Is this an OC that you reuse for a lot of different modules? This is awesome. Jesus. Cool, super cool composition too. I really love the dynamism. So cool. Very, very nice. It's one continuous story. Oh, how long have you been running this module? Beautiful Bubbin, I love this. I love this sketch. This is so cute. You see it's a fight scene? Yeah, very cute. I love it. So far, so good. I can't wait to see when it's all done. Over 9,000! 90,000! I saw before you hid them. That is what I meant. Also, tried to make a pun on dumb with the place. Oh, sorry, Yuki. I was like, oh shit, she might not have seen that we were doing this. The fanfic of Tao and Cornchan spawned a funny art that someone made for fun. It was very funny. Tao-chan and Cornchan was epic. That was a really funny, that was hilarious. Be back in just a bit. Oh, good, sweetest strat. Yeah, isn't that amazing, Talon? That's fantastic art, isn't it? It's so cool. The fanfic of Tao and Cornchan spawned a funny art that someone made for fun. I should say it's one overarching story. I finished the module a while ago. Oh, gotcha, nerd. Okay, okay. What is the longest campaign you've run? Oh, I love Arcane. You know what I loved during my the making of my demo? The director was like, "Okay, so you know Vi from Arcane?" And I'm like, "Yeah, do I ever?" He's like, "I want you to channel her." I'm like, "Okay, okay." Is Tao in love with triangle? In a love triangle with Cornchan and Nath? No, Nath knows he's lost that one. That's just kidding. Yeah. Are we turned off rights? Oh, yes, we are, sweetie. Thank you for reminding me. Shit. Yes, absolutely. Oops, I forgot. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, those are off. Thank you very much. Yeah, because we'll probably finish up in like 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, maybe less. We're expecting more art of that then. 5 years? That is incredible. Holy. Sent you one last art, so you can have the monster on a non-cinematic scene. Yo, that is awesome. This guy's painting style is really cool. I love his render of like the bone-plated armor, and this tail is like sufficiently like demonically shredded, which is very cool. Wow, that's awesome. Dude's scary as fuck. That's awesome. That is so cool. Cathara? Am I saying that right? Cathara? That's really cool. Oh, the like magma hands are outstanding. That's so sick. The rim lighting on him is amazing. That's so cool. Beautiful work. Thank you for sharing, hun. That's really, really cool. I may have corn chun held hostage here, and I am gonna eat them later. Yummy cheesy corn! Yum! Yummy! Please send pictures of the delicious corn. I always say it with a hard C. Oh, Sithara? But it's more or less up to whoever's reading it. That's fair, that's fair. Beck, I have appeased the fur children with a half pouch of food. Or child. I was like, children! I just wishful thinking that you have a second main coon there, geeks. I'm safe for another half a day. You are! The countdown now begins before she starts to eat your feet or something. Whatever she eats if you don't feed her. Oh, nerd!
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not. No? Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in, Uwu. Thank you so very much for the follow, hon. I really do appreciate it. I suppose I'll be around then. Oh, it'll be a pleasure to have you, darling. Thank you so much. I was looking away and my head snapped back on, I have appeased the fur. We're grateful to have you, lovely nerd. Thank you so much for joining us. My boys protested this morning because I was 1 second late of feeding them. Animals do be like that, though. What was that? Oh, Loner, that was sweetest save. I guess you haven't been here for a while. But yeah, that's one of the two follow alerts. The other one is welcome in, Nerd. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. You know that one, Loner, but the other one is from Sweetest Save. Nix, thank you very much for the clippy. You haven't heard of Save? No, Loner hasn't been here. Loner's of the EU, so he's not able to come in as much as we would love to have him. But Loner, guess what? Your outfit that you made years ago is officially like, it's pretty much ready. It's pretty much ready. We're gonna be debuting it, hopefully, in about 2 weeks' time. I'm really, really excited. So you got to make sure you come in for at least a little bit of time for that, because it's your art piece that has been made 3D, and I will be wearing it. So very cool shit. Come, let us share with you the gospel of Save. Hashtag not a cult. It's true. I'm part of the Save cult, personally. I guess I'll save art from the module to keep distracting you in future streams. Yeah, please do, nerd. I love seeing it. I love seeing it. It's your big day. It is. It's your big day. Hashtag definitely a cult. No, we are not a cult. I will try my best to be in there. Unfortunately, I gotta lurk again. Oh, that's okay, lovely Luna. We'll be doing like it's gonna be like a regular part of stream from here on. I'll have it be a redeem after that week. So whenever you are able to come in again, we will absolutely have you to thank for our new outfit. Not a cult yet. This is gonna be awkward, gonna be kind of hard to juggle two definitely not cults while also managing curfew. That's true, Lily. Sorry, I didn't mean to make this difficult on you. Okay. I think that's all the markers I need, and then I can get rid of all this stuff. I get way too many clips of you, so I just made a high priority clip. I'm part of the save cult, Tao before. Yes, please. I can't wait to come into your stream and be like, oh shit, I did say that, didn't I? Oopsie. I'm excited. I miss y'all. We miss you too, lovely loner. We really do. I'm sorry that we don't stream like late at night my time, which makes it easier for you. But thank you for the lurk, Dolan. I appreciate you. Good news. What's that, lovely Lily? My drawing tablet will be here in less than 2 weeks. That's absolutely awesome. Very, very cool, lovely Lily. I can't wait to see what you make of it. I forgot how good this art was. I've started going through my module again. Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. It's really, really cool. People who do painting, digital painting, they're wizards, man. I don't know how that magic works at all. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I've missed so much stuff. I got locked in for a second there. My motivation to draw again will return in about 2 minutes. Hey, well, you could start by doing some, like, traditional sketches. Posted the clip of Save Song giving you head pats and best of stream. Thank you so much, Yuki. Oh my god, that was so funny. Save, did you happen to have me up on your other monitor while when I saw you pet me and I was like... You are not any less than a wizard yourself. You make corn pop just by staring at them. It's the laser vision. Don't mind me. Speaking of good news, my dad ordered a new monitor for the whole PC setup. That's sick. Absolutely awesome. Oh, Sweetest Spotter, thank you so much for the care package. I couldn't resist sending one more, but not more. I have to save some and stop distracting you now that you're actually arting again. That's all right, sweetie. Oh, that's cool. Oh, scary. Oh, very spooky. I love the claws. Oh, glowy claws too. Nice boots. This is cool. Is this dry? Drie? There's no accent, so probably drie. But very cool. I love like the thick strands of the hair too, and like the super the top part of the face reminds me a little bit of like the Buffy the Vampire Slayer vampires with like the really intensive animalistic like creasing here. That's awesome. This is such a creepy mouth. I love creepy mouths like that. That's really cool. That's awesome, hun. Thank you for sharing. Very, very sick. Wait, did I just did I just minimize the art? Yeah, I did. Whoops. Let me see. I've always said say dre, but yeah, it's not spelled dre. Dre. That's okay. It can be like one of your fantasy languages, you know? It can be whatever you want it to be. That mouth is scary. Love it. That reminds me of a monster from a horror movie, but can't place it right now. Yeah, fair enough. It reminds me of the mouths on the tail mouths of the furry community. Remember last week, I think it was, I was showing you guys those massive fluffy tails that have like the mouths on them. And I think Squirrel Girl may have like a skin of that too. It'd help. Also would help if I sent that one without the typo. That's okay. I didn't see it, but Ozzy requested it and then related what you had done. And then we had a conversation about whether Tasmanian Tigers could actually purr, since apparently regular Tigers can't. We then found something saying Thylacines coughed while hunting prey and made jokes about that. Is that what you're cackling about? I saw you just like cracking up and I was like, I wonder what he's laughing about. No, yeah, I reckon that Thylacines are the cousins of Tasmanian devils, and they make the worst like sounds. So yeah, we would do something similar. You know, the art is very sick. Does it need a hospital? Many hospital for how sick that art is. It's supposed to be Dre, but that one has a typo in it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I probably would have said Dre then. Let me see. Oh, Dre. Venom son? Oh, Venom. Yeah, that's right. The Venom skin. Yes, that's right. That is it. I'm like, what? Oh, yeah. We were talking about this 30 seconds ago and my memory gave out again. This is pretty. Wait, I think are we in my playlist now? Yeah, we're in my playlist now. I love this song. I was laughing at myself talking about me coughing if I were trying to hunt anything due to being out of shape. Oh God, I'm gonna die way before this deer. Same. All you gotta do is come for a hike with me, man. All you gotta do is come for a hike with me. Dre is German for 3. It is pronounced like dry. Mawile also has a head mouth. Oh, that's true. That's a tail mouth, you mean? I should just send you the PDF so you can see all the art in the bestiary. Yeah, if you would like to, nerd, you're welcome to. That'd be really cool. All right, I think we're gonna probably finish. We'll do all the texturing on the face here, and then we'll finish up. We shall start with a 2-minute jaunt and work our way up to a hike in 6 to 9 months. That's okay. I'm down for that. Honestly, I'm so down for that. Let's go. We're just on opposite sides of the world. It's fine. Tail mouth. Yeah. More convenient. Or me getting to see you gush over Albani's art. Ooh, good point, nerd. But you have to be patient if you want that because we only stream art once a week. So I try not to look at Discord stuff. Like I look at Discord offline throughout the week, but generally, unless it's like something really major or like super topical, if we're like playing a game or something, I try not to open the Discord while on stream, because I do get very distracted and then it winds up being, wasn't this a Persona stream? Yeah, but now I'm looking at art. But if you are willing to wait until a week from today, I will be happy to gush over more of that amazing artwork. Just to wrap up, yeah, just remind me before we finish up, do you pick and nom on stuff when you go for hikes? No, because I can do that in the States. Because I did so much endurance stuff there, so I recognize plants and safe stuff there. But Australian stuff is not the same as American stuff, so I don't know what is safe here. I only know what's safe in the US. Oh yeah, wouldn't want to distract from the game. Thank you, lovely nerd. I appreciate that. We just have a bunch of berries and fruits as we go hiking in the mountains near where I live. That'd be so cool. I'm sure there's stuff like that here, but there's plenty of things that also want to kill you that aren't, you know, snakes or spiders. So I don't do that here. I pack berries in my backpack that I purchased. Those noises are warnings, particularly in mating season, to tell others to stay away from their nests. Wait, what noises? That's fair. Can't just eat random stuff. Right, exactly. But if and when we have a kid, I wanna do some survival classes with them. No child of mine is not gonna be able to survive in the wilderness of wherever they live. The I pack berries is a really weird animal call. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, wait, what sound did we make? All berries are probably super safe. Forage over storage. This message brought to you by the National Endowment for Refrigeration Elimination. Forage over storage. This sounds like something out of, I don't know, fucking, what is like a post-apocalyptic kind of game, but not like to the point of, you know, everything being irradiated like in Fallout. Like what's a game where that would be that sounds right. Probably not Fallout, because you definitely can't pick berries in Fallout. I don't even think that the Endowment for Refrigeration Elimination would agree with that one. You do check Discord sometimes. No, I try to check Discord at least a couple times a day if I can. But if Nerd wants me to, like, you know, nerd out over the artwork like in a more organic way, he'll have to wait until the art stream. There are exceptions to everything though, right? So like if you see me already looking at Discord because of something, you can be like, oh, go look at this. Project Zomboid? Sure, yeah, that. Far Cry New Dawn? Sure, that one too. Pick any berry. What's the worst that can happen? This message brought to you by the We're Concerned About Overpopulation Fund. Wasteland! Is Wasteland a game? I have not played that one. Well, I haven't played a lot of these, actually. I've only played Wasteland 3. It's a good CRPG. Okay, cool. What did I play? I played... Fuck, it was years ago. And I think it wound up being... It wasn't... What was it called? Rage? Was that it, Rage? I don't recall that being a very good game, but I played it anyway. Was that, am I right about that? Is that what it was called? I don't know, it's been so many years, I'm probably wrong. The dank stench of mildew and regret with a hint of weak bulk bought tea and coffee permeated the quiet office space. I think I found my voice, it's getting easier to write. I love that, hold on, let me read that. The dank stench of mildew and regret with a hint of weak bulk bought tea and coffee. I'm having trouble with that, hold on. The dank stench of mildew and regret with a hint of weak bulk bought tea and coffee permeated the quiet office space. I like that. There we go. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that. There's a lot of syllables there that for some reason, I think it's just because of where weak is on my screen. It's up here and then bulk is on the return. So I think that might have thrown me off, but yeah. I like that. You're thinking of Raid Shadow Legends? No, I'm not, I swear. Rage, I think it was Rage. Rage is an okay game? Okay. Oh, the Tassie Devil noises you impersonated. Yes, that's true, they do. They make some awful sounds. We haven't played a management game since the Demo Nights, have we? No, I don't think so. It's real? Just when she said it's a bad game, I assume she meant Raid. Oh, I'm sure some people like Raid. I don't know. I haven't heard a whole lot of people say it, but they sponsor people, right? So I mean, they're getting bank enough to sponsor people. So some people must really like it. Rage Shadow Legends. Rage is a real game. It is fine, but kind of fun, but forgettable. Yeah, I don't remember a whole lot about it, but I do remember, like, getting, I don't know, there was a car. There was a car in that game, and that was kind of cool, but I wanted horses, so I stopped playing it. How old is that game? I remember playing it when it first came out. How do they even manage to sponsor so many people? At one point, that was all over the place. Oh, it's still all over the place. Rage is what John Cormack created after leaving ID. So Tau has played a Carmack FPS, but not one of the good ones like Doom or Quake. Sorry, geeks. That must be very triggering for you. I'm a big Doom fan. Well, we did play Doom was it Eternal? It was I think we played some of the 2016 one. I had a lot of fun with that one, actually. That was actually quite a good time, even though some of the monsters were scary for me. Are the art streams always Thursdays, or is it more just once a week to know when? No, actually, Nerd, that's a good question. If you ever want to know what our schedule is, you don't even have to convert it or anything. Since you're already in here, if you go to the events and schedule channel, whatever is the most recent, excuse me. Oh, there we go. Here we go. I was like, what? Yeah, I always put this in your local time. So if you go over to the events and schedule channel, this will be a different time for you. If you ever want to know what time something is, it will always be here. But as far as consistency goes, we always do 8 hours of art on this day at this time. So for me, it's Friday because I'm in Australia, but for you, obviously, it's Thursday. And yeah, this is always consistent. These time slots are pretty consistent, and I do stick to the schedule like glue. So whatever I do put on for the week of whatever week it is, you can expect to see me then. Yeah, it's become Friday, but yeah, exactly. Let me see here. Rage was made by Avalanche Studios in 2011. Oh, I feel so old. Can't wait for Blood of the Dawnwalker. I see me either. I'm so fucking excited. I cannot wait for that. Also, how are you guys feeling about the final DLC for The Witcher 3 10 years after its release? I'm pretty fucking pumped. I am debating playing it on stream because I have no idea how else I will have the time. But man, that's so cool. I tragically literally do not have time to play any games except for on stream. So any games that you guys want me to play, we got to do them on stream. Or they won't get done. Hence Monkey Island, says Geeks. On this day, at this time, on the usual channel, it's the terrific Tasmanian Tigers Tau-chan testing tasty tart. The T stands for Thylacine art. Blizzard managed to make a DLC for Diablo 2 25 years after. Wait, really? Really? Was it any good? About Witcher 3 DLC, I will suggest that after Monster Hunter Stories 3. I don't think it will be, I think we may hopefully be done with Monster Hunter Stories 3 before the DLC comes out. God, I hope so. With any luck, we will be done with it this coming week, so. I think the DLC isn't until next year, so you have plenty of time to prepare. Yeah, exactly. Someone say Monkey Island! Town needs to learn about insult sword fighting! That does sound really funny. That sounds vaguely, Monty Python coded, actually. Your mother was a something and your father was a something. Shut up. You know the reference I'm making there. Don't even act like I don't know what I'm talking about. I just don't remember it. The Warlock, and amazingly, while I didn't follow up, what I heard shortly after release, it was quite well received. Huh, that's it. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. That's it. Thank you. That's right. That's the one. Not the most excited for the DLC, but happy that people will enjoy it. Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I think most people probably were. We do have stuff to play. One sponsored and one that Vash got us. That's true, we do. Now go away before I taunt you a second time! Tau has learned to use Monty Python references well. I am so proud. Our little Thylacine has grown up. Wipes an imaginary tear. They're calling your mother your father drunk. Yeah, that is true, but it is far less it's less funny to put it that way, you know what I mean? Okay, let me see here. I think we might be. There we go. Look at that! You guys thought I didn't know what I was doing, didn't you? Look at that. That's pretty. That's a beautiful fuzzy little face. Monkey Island, yeah, back when LucasArts still made games, and good games too, funny. Very Monty Python coded indeed. My father couldn't wait to show me the games, but Mom always wanted to wait until I was older for the humor could be quite adult, that is true. Should only have one ear? Oh, well, I mean, we're just looking at the part that I'm done with, which is this bit. Very cute. I actually know exactly what you're doing. Oh, okay, fair enough, so you said it. We're just looking at the part. Love the eye! Thank you, it still needs some more work on it too. Kawakate, kirei no, kitsune-kun, I love it. Oh, thank you, Yuki. I'm so glad you love it. Hold on, I just want to blend this out a little. Okay, oh, and also, actually, hold on. Okay, I might blur that out a little. All right, let's turn on every layer so that we see what we have done today. Zoom in here. That's better. Yay! This is on your playlist? Yeah, it is. I like this song. When you requested, I really liked it. Let me see here. I was hoping someone might quote insult sword fighting, but I guess chat needs their education in Monkey Island as much as Tao! You fight like a dairy farmer! What? What is that? That's funny. I love the fur. I can never render fur. Yeah, it takes some work, and you do have to get to the point where you're like, where you know, you look at this and you go, yeah, that's looking exactly how I want it to look, you know? But no, I think that's exactly what we want. There we go. Not gonna lie, I'm really tempted to try and lure your community into voting to get you to play the Henry Stickmin collection. I always enjoyed that game, and if I can arbitrarily impose my will on a democratic process, well, I should stop the comment there. Listen, once we finish Monster Hunter Stories 3, you guys are welcome to request or to suggest some games, and we'll put the top, like, I think there's 12 options on Discord. So the top 12 suggestions will go to a poll. I have full faith in Tao-chan, even when I doubted her slightly. Not sure if I should be flattered. How appropriate! You fight like a cow! Too long. She'll get through in one stream. Wait, really? Do you think that I would get through in one stream? I'm very slow. I must confess, I'm a very, very slow gamer. It's mostly because I'm talking, to be honest. But games that, like, the average completion time are like 20 hours will take us about 40 to 45. All right, my darlings. Well, let's head on over here. And I'm going to turn off that music. We will have the last little bit of our time together be enjoying the sweetest Snivy's beautiful theme song for us. All right, it's a decision tree game. It's mostly about the jokes. I love decision tree games. Those are short story-driven games. Oh, we could do it then. Oh, nerd! Sweetie, thank you so very much, darling. Thank you for the sub. That's awesome. Oh my gosh. So nerd, thank you so very much for your generosity, first of all. But since you are new here, and I don't think that you were here unless you were like lurking for like 5 hours before you first came in. If you look over there, there's a little crescent moon. And so we have a weekly sub goal of 100 subs. And how you enter that is you sub with Prime, you sub for the first time, you resub, you gift subs. And the number, and like for the record, the number of subs that you gift is the number of times your name goes on the wheel if we hit 100 subs in a week. So every Friday it gets reset. So this morning we actually did 2 raffles. We hit 200 subs for the last week. And then if you guys hit another 100 this coming week, we will raffle out again on Friday. Ozzy, thank you for the gigantification of uppies. Yee! Uppies for the precious pals. Yee! good pals. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Oh, you were lurking for like 30 minutes while eating? What were you eating? 8 hours of model building and writing 1 paragraph of a story. An excellent stream. Another! Well, you won't have to wait too long, my dear, because we will be returning. What? Oh, excuse, my save hat's gone. Wait, save hat. Hold on, save hat. There we go. Oh, Panda Express, yummy. What's raffled? Oh, that's a great question. I totally spaced mentioning that. A piece of chibi art. If you would like to have a look at some of my, some examples of that, if you go to my VGen there, you can see, if you go to my, portfolio, you can see everything from some of my animations to my full style stuff to the chibis, stuff like that. I'm sorry, I'll stream forever next time to protect your hat. That's what I expect, Save. Thank you. You were going to do it either way, but I appreciate you volunteering it. I'm kidding. I will miss Precious politely. Thank you guys so very much for joining me today. It's been such an absolute joy, and massive thanks to all of our incredible raiders. Lovely Lancer the Hedge Fox, magnificent Maya Merlarn, fabulous Neo Greg, Neo Fox, precious Pucky Chucky, sweetest Safefile 17, and amazing Umberkit 31. Thank you all so incredibly much for hanging out with me. It really does mean the world. And like I said, our next stream will be day after tomorrow. It will, if you ever want to know what time we are streaming, you can go to the Discord and go to the events and schedule channel and look at the most recent posts for that. Okay. You know, Zephara is doing some traditional art right now, which is very cool. We haven't gone to see her for a very long time, so we're gonna go see Ziffy. Yeah, you guys, if you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, my darlings. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. Thank you so very much to our amazing raiders. Thank you so very much to the incredible Precious Pals who contributed to the outstanding, what was it, level 12 hype train or something today? That was crazy. Thank you so much. You guys, please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves, because you know that I would take the best care of you. And I can't wait to see you again so I can do so. And I will see you on Sunday for some Persona. Yeah, level 12, that was insane. Thank you guys so much. Bye-bye. So much. I will miss you terribly, my absolute precious darlings, but I will see you soon. Love you,
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game either, Joey.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Pretty lady.